and I love you so. People ask me how I've lived till now. I tell them I don't know. I guess they'll understand how lonely life has been when life began again. The day you took my hand. And yes, I know how lonely life can be. The shadows follow me, the ride won't set me free, and I won't let the evening get me down. Now that you're around me, and you love me too. Your thoughts are just for me. You set my spirit free. I'm happy that you do. The book of life is free. The page is red. All but love is dead. Well, this is my belief. And yes, I know how loveless life can be. The shadows follow me. The night won't set me free. And I won't let you get me down. Now that you're around. And I love you so. People ask me how I've lived till now. I tell them I don't know. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression. No expression. Behind my head I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to do. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Made to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Going to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. But I find it hard to tell you, God, find it hard to take. When people walk in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Mad world. Mad world. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, and I find it hard to take. Some people walk in circles, it's a very, very mad glow. Mad, mad glow. Enlarge your glow. Could we dig up this long buried treasure were it worth the pleasure? We never could learn the song we are parted to love. Could we live it over again were it worth the pain? Could the passion have passed and this fled call back its dead? I remember we used to meet by an ivy sea as you warbled each pretty word with the air of bird. And your voice had a quaver in it, just like a lemon, and shook as the blackbird's throat with its last big note. And your eyes are green and gray like an April day, bled into our amethyst as I stooped and kissed. In your mouth it would never smile for a long, long while. Then it rippled all over with laughter 5 minutes after. You were always afraid of the shower, just like a flower. I remember you started and ran when the rain began. I remember I never could catch you, for no one could match you. You had wonderful, luminous, fleet little wings to your feet. I remember your hair that I tied, for it always went dry, like a tangled sunbeam gold. These things are all. I remember so well the room and the lilac bloom, the beat of the dripping pain and the warm June rain, and the color of your gown, it was amber brown, and 2 yellow satin bows from your shoulders rose, and the handkerchief of French lace which you held to your face had a small tear left to stain, or was it the rain? On your hand as it waved you, there were veins of blue, and your voice as it said goodbye was a petulant cry. You only wasted your life. Oh, now that was the night when I left to the garden gate. It was all too late. Could we live it over again? Were it worth the pain? Could the passion have passed and this fled call back instead? Oh, if my heart must break, still that for your sake it will break in music. I know poets' hearts break so. Strange that I was not too, that the brain could hold in a tiny ivory cell. That's I give thee all I can no more, no more the offering be. My heart and measure all the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals the soul of love cool and better for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail at last to keep life's clouds away, at least 'twill make them lighter, so girl, if they stay. And even if care a moment's flings the discord of our lives happy sway, all in love, but gently touch and sweet, alone and sweet again. All in love, but gently touch and sweet, 'twill all be sweet. Greetings, friends. I heard the fucking fruit bowl resonating there. Did you hear it? Did it come through in the audio there? Amazing. So everything is vibrating, and when you reach a certain resonance, well, then you have well, what's the best way to put it? As far as I understand it, anyway, a in phase combination, a harmonic sort of combination, and when it's out of resonance, then you have the opposite, the discordance. So ultimately, it's all about frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration, as Tesla, who didn't exist, tells us. But if you don't have the proper context, and you're sort of misled, needs must, into thinking, say, the likes of Tesla are just once in a lifetime minds, and the intricacies of their understanding is beyond my reach. So I'll just leave everything at a certain point and trust into others like Tesla beyond that. Well, then you've sort of defeated yourself, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, Tesla didn't exist. And what applies to Tesla applies to all of us. We have to sort of reconsider our whole approach. How about that? Our whole approach to fucking everything. Uh, Let me just, again, say how you doing. I'm not sure how the light is coming through. Candle here next to me, and here it's comfortable light. I'm happy with it, but it seems a bit dark on the screen, so I'll go into the chat in a few minutes and just see how it's coming through. Um, 4 songs for you tonight, and I think all of them came across, hopefully, not too bad. Let me just get those out of the way because I have a few things to not do, but refresh on, especially for Mark, someone called Mark. I think it's Collard. Is it Collard or Collard? Mark, you know who I'm talking about here. So I'm going to refresh back to maybe 2 years ago. And I can't share screen yet. I think I need to download OBS or something similar before I can connect YouTube with that core facility, and then have the ability to share screen and do what we normally could do on Google Hangouts. So I don't think there's a fee or anything. So hopefully we'll do that for the next time. But tonight we'll work our way around, and you can see me, you can see the guitar. And what I think is more important than anything these days, if you deem anything to be important, I don't know how we can in a greater sense. All we are is this individual, right? This individual in this vast, wide world. How the fuck do I know what others are thinking? How the fuck do I know what I'm thinking? Well, we have to put a context to everything. And even if you're wrong, you still have a context anyway, and it's something you'll go by. And well, so far, um, yeah, everything we put our trust in, all the institutions we put our trust in, all the information, all the knowledge we put our trust in, has turned out to be wrong. Not quite wrong, skewed. This is the whole point of everything. So we need to view, or start to view everything as individuals in a different light. What sort of thoughts you are considering yourself, that's completely down to you. As I said so many times, these whatever you call them, me talking to my own personal monolith on it. That's what it is. It's the monolith on its side. Um, your sort of gateway, your Stargate. Do you remember the movie the series Stargate? You all know the truth is already known. So when we alter our view, or when we consider altering our view, anyway, on the ultimate nature of everything, I think we were always meant to find out, right? And earlier on, I was talking, and I compared it to, let's say, some sort of artificial video game or interactive system that you could create for your most loved one, your son or your daughter or whatever. And you knew it would be challenging to the extreme, but ultimately everything was okay, right? Because no matter what happened, there'll be a brief systems collapse, but then emergence, coming back to reality. This is the way I'm starting to look at life more and more now, because of all the clues that are laid down, not only in and these are big terms, like these are massive terms in terms of our cultural influences, throughout the inverted commas ages. But when we then consider the letters, the numbers, and all of the basic words, these basic connections, basic sounds, and how they apply to, well, what we think reality is, we are driven to reconsider pretty much everything. So that is the task for this individual, for every individual. You're free to go where you will in your mind, whatever you're sort of restrained by in your everyday life. And I'm speaking to myself, of course. Let's define these restraints. And when you come to a flat Earth way of thinking, well, everything changes. The game changes, doesn't it? So in a bigger sense, you're only talking and thinking to yourself, especially at this later stage in the game, as the levels of Tomb Raider went on. You became more and more fiendish, and you were more and more alone in terms of trying to solve the particular puzzles and work your way through to a solution. And there always is one. And I mean, I'm sure we can all relate. I spent fucking weeks, way back, weeks uh, going back to the same fucking point that I was stuck on Tomb Raider. It's funny that now that I think about it, everything is pertinent, right? Tomb Raider, tomb. I talked about tomb. So from the cradle to the grave, the tombstone. Tomb backwards is behemoth. Behemoth. So behemoth is a very significant character or entity, I guess is a better way of putting it. We all, when the minute you hear it, right, you've associated some powerful monster, some sort of a dinosaur, or something like some indestructible creation, part of the earth. Well, yeah, we need to look a bit deeper than that. When we do, well, where do we find the behemoth mentioned in the Bible? Few places, but primarily within the book of Job, where the behemoth is mentioned by none other than God himself, God. God. Odin is the Norse god, right? Odin is in Od. So what might Od represent? Well, when you divide Od in two, you get Dodo, don't you? Don't you get Dodo, right? So, well, fundamentally, it's the theta, right? It's this, again, everything comes from my own connections. Bad word there. I have no connections anywhere, but my own mental connections. But the theta is the circle and the diameter. Not quite. It's skewed into, well, almost an eye shape, right? But this is what it represents. Pi is God's number 3.14. This is the relationship between the circle and the diameter. When you think you have the answers, you don't have the answers, but you do get closer to them, And the one thing I'm realizing again and again is simplification. You have to simplify everything and apply it to you, your thoughts, your being over your time here. So the same sort of course is set out for all of us. And this time around, if you're a female, you're playing the role of a female. If I'm a male, I'm playing the role of a male. But there are transitionary times, and the true nature of us, which I've said, you can go back to the very beginnings of my hangouts, and I said the same thing. I believe and I hold that by true nature, we are male and female in one. We are self-contained. We are in a divided state. I've come to accept through that journey. And, well, it is all about unity, division, reunification. So, yeah, all is back to you. One of the final hurdles, you will be deceived until the end, only because that's the way it's written, right? So the finish. No, I think how clever you think you are, my son or my daughter. Maybe there's an extra trick and a more fiendish trick, but yeah, simplify everything and don't sort of build yourself up in some sort of a pedestal. Um, yeah, the answer is before us, but we've overlooked it. Because you overlook it, you overlook the obvious, right? You think the deeper you can get in terms of the immaterial center, the thought center, that you can come closer to an explanation. You can, in a sense, but you must also incorporate the material reality and the material nature to our being. And, well, everything must go through the heart center, which is that bridge. It's strange to talk like this, right? Because I live forever. I was just saying it to my neighbor, Patricia, today. And yeah, it's strange to think along these lines. It's a completely different way of thinking. Like, we live forever, so we just have an experience now. So when I see all of these clues that I come by, it fits into that way of thinking, and for me, needs must. It's all a construct. We outlive our bodies. We are not the material alone. The heliocentric, the heliocentric. This is what hell represents. You have the H in the center, T at the top, and L, lower regions, or G also represents the groin or the generative regions. So you can take that pathway. You can be tempted, I guess. And yeah, let me get back to the songs I sang. You know, we sang at the start, right? I should practice it a few more times, but And I Love You So by Don McLean, another insider Don. But And I Love You So, people ask me how I've lived till now. I tell them I don't know. I guess they understand how lonely life has been, but life began again when you took my hand. And yes, I know how lonely life can be. The shadows follow me, the night won't set me free. But I won't let the evening get me down now that you're around me. And you love me too. Your thoughts are just for me. You set my spirit free. I'm happy that you do. The book of life is brief, and once the page is read, all but love is dead. That is my belief. And yes, I know how they have lonely then again, but in other versions it's loveless. How loveless life can be. I think that's what I sang. The shadows follow me. The nights won't set me free, and I won't let the evening get me down. Now that you're around me, and I love you so. People ask me how I've lived till now. I tell them I don't know. Well, to live. What does it mean to live? Right? What life? All these basic words have basic significance. So we think words like God, life is on, off. Honestly, it comes back to this. Like children must become. Michael Jackson told us, yeah, the Jackson Five, the Five Alive Dodo. Yeah, um, it's as easy as ABC 1, 2, 3. So these are the building blocks of our understanding, I guess, or the translation of our understanding from the thought to the communicative word. That's a good, yeah, I like that. Communicative word. I can say it a few times now without slurring it as well. What I will do, so that's the first song, and yeah, I could talk a good while about Don McLean himself, but I'll let that song go at that and move on to the second one. Before I do that, I'll just go in and make sure that the live stream is coming through okay. I'm very dark and yeah, if is that the way it's coming through? Let me go to the mainstream here. I'm happy with that. It's much brighter here, to be honest. It's not as like I'm not going to say that's spooky, but it's definitely sort of moody, isn't it? It's much brighter here. I have a candle on, light in the corner, and a light at the top. My mother Mary is in Belfast for the weekend. Happy birthday to my beautiful sister Suzanne. I haven't spoken to her in years. 8th of August, 8th of the 8th, 2019, today, and she was born in the 8th of the 8th, 1971. So 48 she is, I'm 47, and there's not too much between us. So happy birthday to her right now. So they're probably out in a restaurant somewhere. So, up in Belfast, opposite end of the country. My mother was in before she was going briefly because I hadn't spoken to her in a while. And they were going to the Titanic Museum. And of course, I had to, what do you do? Like, she already knew that I hold this point of view. I said, well, ma'am, there's no Titanic. My point of view on that is all a hoax. So whatever they're showing you there, it's all a load of baloney or bollocks. But there you go, you're still talking like that, aren't you? Come on, what are you supposed to do? Well, have a good time, enjoy yourself. But I mean that genuinely, of course. But happy birthday to my beautiful sister Suzanne. And well, yeah, we're in a time of reunification. So when everything comes right, everything will come right. And yeah, I'm happy enough with the light here anyway. You don't have to. Yeah, I'm not going to say you don't have to look at the screen, but let me just go in and see how it comes out on YouTube, because sometimes it might come out on YouTube. Yeah, as I said, you need OBS or some similar sort of system to stream through in order to be able to produce images or to back up your words, with different videos, etc. So that's the next thing to do, and look at a tutorial. But I'm happy enough tonight. I have a few things planned, not planned, they're all just here we go. Yeah, that's good. That's better than what's coming through on my own screen here. Let's see how fast. Yeah, I say about a second delay, second and a half delay. So yeah, how you doing, Pete? Not too bad. Good stuff. Excellent. Horace Darkness is the first word I saw from Sky Flyby, but everything's coming through okay. What do you reckon, Sky Flyby? So come on, man, cough it up. Google Hangouts is gone. Google Hangouts is gone. So how do I? What's the easiest way of continuing on the same or similar format where you could present videos, um, share your screen, etc., and communicate in the same way with people who may be listening to you? What's the best way without having to pay? Is it OBS, or do you need anything at all? Can you do these facilities via YouTube live streaming, which obviously we're coming through it as live here? But just a question to you. Otherwise, how you doing? Aristarchus, indeed. I didn't want to mention it so early, but I will. Mia I'm sorry, Milamo DMV. How you doing, man? How you doing? I was actually thinking about reading some of the comments that you wrote out on air, and I'm terrible like that for not responding. It's just I don't take it personally or anything like that. Um, Shit, it's just the way it is. But it definitely would. I definitely had that in my mind just to read out some of my comments, most especially some of your comments, because they bring up some very interesting notions that apply to all of us. And I might do that if I get around to it later on. I'm just going to call you Mel. How about I call you Mel, right, for convenience? But let me read your comment. As outside of Aristarchus, so you're second place to Aristarchus, Mel. That's not too bad, I reckon. Hi, Pete. Walked here walked barefoot through the forest today and had a nice long, quiet stare down with a deer for a few minutes. Trees, plants, and animals more connected to divine we are. Well, absolutely, absolutely. It's a different vibration, isn't it? It's a different frequency. But you stare down the deer. Excellent. From how far, I wonder? I mean, was it sort of a sexual stare down, going like, if anything happens, I'm going on top. No, no, no. If anything happens, I'm going on top. Or was it something from a close up? Well, how can you relate to animals, right? You can to a certain degree, but beyond that, then um, it's all vague. Let's put it like that. So whatever impressions you get, it's the same with people, isn't it, as well? Whatever impressions you sort of receive, you formulate a picture around that and put yourself almost in the mindset or the being of the other entity, whether it be a human being, whether it be a cat or a dog. I walked my neighbor's dog today. Um, yeah, one of the just brought my mind back to a bird who was injured just locally here and one of the back gardens. So I cut it and brought it in, and just didn't seem to be anything too badly wrong. So it was just obviously a newly born chick, and I gave it a little bit of TLC by doing shit all, just putting it in a little comfortable spot, warm, cozy napkin or something, a bit of food, bit of water, washing it down a little bit, and then the next morning, hopefully seeing how much better it was. Well, I got outside, and when I tried to recapture it, it bailed off, and I knew it was lost then because it went into under a gate somewhere. Because the main nest is down there, and there's about 100 birds down there. But the point being that actually, I'm not quite finished yet, because a bird has been coming back on occasions, and it's like been coming closer than the rest of the birds. None of them would ever come near. You throw them breadcrumbs or crusts or cornflakes or something, and when you're not around or we're just out of range, then they'll all tuck in. But one particular bird of the similar kind, and it could be the bird, possibly as much as I know, I mean, 2 or 3 months later, comes a little bit closer than the rest. But beyond that, it's all speculation, isn't it? I mean, how can we go there? We can't fundamentally, but yeah, we have to think something, right? We have to think something, and we don't express our thoughts and things while we keep them to ourselves. And that's okay and fine. I don't think it's good though. Not good at all. This is why I sort of speak here as well. It's a facility which allows me to speak openly and freely. And when I look back on everything that I have talked about, this is some fascinating stuff. Flat Earth alone is fascinating stuff. The possibility that flat Earth is a reality in light of all true knowledge and established truth. I mean, I know I'm repeating words here, but this is a fascinating, scary as fuck thought to I guess, incorporate into your being. And many of us here are flat earthers for a good number of years. So we've already accepted long since that the earth is flat. But we have the same old questions: what lies beyond? What then? What then? So um, I think I look around and it's bright here. I can see everything on the YouTube screen here. It's everything is black behind me, and about a second and a half behind. Everything's black behind me on the screen, but it's definitely everything's visible behind me. It's a comfortable light. So I'm happy enough to leave it as it is anyway, because I don't know who's watching and what your expectations are, you know. So the second song I sang was, I found out, was it today or yesterday? It was originally written by Tears for Fears. You remember that, the 80s band? What was the Tears for Fears song? Tears for Fears. Come on, come on, come on. Tears for Fears. Shit. Anyway, I'll think of it. Someone, Midnight Garden will definitely get in the chat. You know, someone definitely get that. But the most famous Tears for Fears song in the mid 80s. But I was surprised to find out um, that maybe it's not now, but that's what I just heard recently. Gary Jules, Michael Andrews, so they might be Tears for Fears. Hang on, I have to think of that now. Tears for Fears. I'm very good for some reason as well. If you named a song from the 80s that I knew, I could sort of hone in the year and generally be fairly spot on, but definitely within a year or two. It's sort of over the years an uncanny thing. So maybe the 80s are important. Maybe 8 is important somehow. And the 80s, right? Well, there we have the 8 next to the 0. When you twist the 0, you get the 8, right? The 0 is the woman. And well, what's the man? The X, right? The X's and O's. Have you ever heard of that game? Think about the X in relation to the H, right? Think about the H, human. We are divided in two, but we have a bridge, bridge connecting both sides through the heart. Now, where we go from there, that is down to you. If you want to go downwards, well, then you bring the both sides together, and the central bar will go down to make an L on both sides on the ground. Here we have hell, H. E. E is the whole E, right? So we have our central pillar, our central spine, and we have the three outlets from your heart, from your immaterial center, your head center, and then from your material center, your groin, your gut. And yeah, you can make the choice. And of course, that's the temptation, isn't it? That material temptation, the heliocentric model, the heliocentric paradigm where everything reduces back to materialism, that Laplacian materialism, and I'm delving back into mine because I had an interest in this stuff. Honestly, just a general interest for myself, you know, outside of anything else. The determinism, which stated Laplacian determinism, which stated that if you knew the position of every particle and its particular velocity, then you could predict the future to a perfect degree of accuracy. Problem is getting to that point or having the ability to understand or to uh, detail detail every particle. And well, again, there's so many. These are all, yeah, I shouldn't even get involved because I left all that thinking behind. It's head based, immaterial world nonsense, right? So not to be thrown out, but to be considered, but to be understood in terms of the greater reality. And as I said again, flat Earth changes everything. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? So you know. So anyway, no, did I think about it? Come on, it's on the tip of my. I don't want to have to look it up. I don't want to be a baller now and Google it. But Tears for Fears' most famous hit back in the 80s. the world is in it, and the world is sort of coming at me. The world itself being a. No, I won't Google it now, so I'll move on. Anyway, I will come back to it if it comes to me. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling tears for fears. Their tears are filling up the glasses. No expression, no expression. Hide my head. I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you. I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world, mad world. The children were waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. But you can tell I've had a few, right? But made to feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. And as I was singing that, I was thinking back to, of course, because every word in the book's sort of a picture, and I was thinking back to my own son and how I didn't like sending him to school at all, at all. And I was the one who brought him down to school. I wasn't working at the time. I was a full-time father, in a sense, but I wasn't really. There's a different story there. But when he got to a certain age, school age, I didn't like it at all. Every time he used to come out of school, I used to ask him, well, how'd you get on the slave farm? So definitely instilled a sort of a questioning nature to him. And he was always sort of ahead of the lessons being taught, not the children, of course. All children are immense, amazing beings, brains. But yeah, to put him in a square in a boxed room and tell him to sit and listen, coolest thing you can do. But they've sort of sugarcoated it a little. But now I think about it, we live, right? We have to go through a process. And if there's a wondrous, beautiful, glorious truth, well, it's only by seeing opposite or considering the opposite. This is what I think Pandora's box is about as well. It's opening up the possibility of all manner of thoughts, and yeah, it's only by considering all manner of thoughts, right, that when we hone in on the truth, that we can come to appreciate it and compare and contrast, I guess. So, oh, I was almost there with Tears to Fears, almost there. On the tip of my tip. Okay. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, right through me. I'm sure we all have those experiences. It's all about remembering, putting our time back together. In one big sense, life can be said to be a dream because all there is, and no one can deny it, is the moment, right? The moment when you have a particularly vivid dream, uh, you know just how much you are you. There's no separating that. But we know there's nothing material to a dream, or at least we think anyway. Depends on how we gauge things. So yeah, we're learning to well, again, like children, to gauge things in a completely different sense, or a contrary sense, or an opposing sense, and it's only by the opposition can we do that, right? If there was no wall to bounce off of, the wall of science, well, then what would be the purpose of life? What is life? Life is if L, anagram of if L. All the letters are chosen very carefully, remember. Understand the letters. Upwards. So the H is in the center. Notice how it's symmetrical in both axes, X and Y axes. Right, this is where we need to get back to. And also look in terms of all the letters in the three-dimensional sense. So we're used to looking on pages, but if we try and think about how it applies to our constituent being, yeah, the three-dimensional worldview, I guess, certainly helps. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, when we go downwards into the material heart, well, we enter hell, we go H-E, whole E spirit. So we're divided into the two E's, left side and right side, the feminine and the masculine. There's a literal division between the male and the female, and there's also this literal slash symbolic division within you as the individual male left, the male right side and the female left side, and yeah, it's by the coming together of the two, and then the coming together of the two again, that well we can get back to ultimately 1 and 0. So 2 and 2 is 4. 4, 2, 1 is the number of years that since the dodo, an non-existent dodo bird, was discovered. So isn't that funny? Isn't it? 4/21, April 21st, Easter Sunday this year. Easter Sunday, Ishtar Sunday, I-Star Sunday, R-I-Starkus Sunday, the decapitated tree of life. Yeah. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Why might that be? Maybe death is not all. It was put down to be. How about that? That's a good meme there. Death is not all put down to be. Because, yeah. It wouldn't work any other way, right? It wouldn't work any other way. I find it hard to tell you. I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, I'm sure he said when people walk in circles run in circles to begin with. So when people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world, enlarging world, mad world. So M-A-D, right? Amdi, Odin, God, G-O-D. What do you reckon? Tears for Fears, and the song that keeps coming to my brain is putting back the pieces of a broken dream. I think that's called The Circus by Eraser. So let me calling new technology. La, 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 la. I can't share my screen here, so now anyone listening, I wonder if this rings any bells to any. This is definitely mid-80s as well. And I know it's called either Circus or The Circus by Erasure. And Erasure, when I just heard the word Erasure there, I think of Patricia Steere for some reason. Why do I think of Patricia Steere for some reason? Oh, right, yeah, because she's been completely erased from everything, right? This Miss Flat Earth, if you want to put it like that. Come on, if we gauge the arena, this world, this Flat Earth wide arena, and we sort of incorporate all of the names, the stars, and their inputs into it, we see this sort of, or in potential anyway, the significance of the arena itself. So someone like Patricia Steere completely erasing everything that she's ever produced on the internet is pretty significant in itself, right? And we've got to come to terms with what's going on here. And of course, I've spoken about it many times. Patricia's an actor. She, instead of the tranny thing, and she may well be a transgender, it doesn't matter. But Antonio's Superat's backwards is star I be us, R-I, star, cus, C-H-U-S, star IBS. What are the chances when we think of this possible significance of flat Earth realization? You know, I say no. So Patricia, a complete erasure. But isn't it funny that before she left, and who am I? I'm fucking nobody, right? But before she left, I was one of the I was the person as far as I could. I didn't hear anyone other's name being mentioned. And this is via Nathan Oakley, Anthony Riley, who are friends with Patricia and all this. I was the one mentioned. And my sort of ways about me and the way I had been haranguing. That's a good word, isn't it? Haranguing Patricia. This is what overloaded her, and she had to just leave, exit stage left, and delete everything. So I look at it in a different sense, and Patricia knows from early doors about the dodo. She certainly does. Mark Sargent knows early doors about the dodo. Go to some of his interviews on television where he has the frisbee, and he's holding it in a certain sense. Some ways, in one orientation, you can actually see the dodo jumping out, but in another orientation, it's upside down, like the Gleason's map. So they know all of this. There's a deeper game in play here. And these clue givers now, when they do exit, like Patricia, she could hardly come back again. She couldn't do Jamie Brown in it, right? She can't, Jamie, you can't do what you did, man. You can't, even from my point of view, you can't do what you did. You did what Patricia did, and you just deleted. I didn't save any of our conversations, you know, and I sort of offended by that. That we had many conversations. I never, even though I did broach the possibility that you were acting your part, you were put in place on many occasions, and I said it's no. If I found out, it's not an issue to me. I don't know you. I don't know anything. You made no promises or anything like that to me. But the fact that you deleted all of the conversations, the whole of your last channel, yeah, I don't like that too much. It's like Riley did that, and well, Patricia Steer did that as well. So memory is well taken away, or possible retrieval of memory, or not retrieval of memory. You have to have the experience first, or be partial to the experience before you have a memory of it. But any possibility of hearing those conversations, which definitely did happen, is now gone down the the memory hole, right? But not quite, because everything is recorded. When trolls versus trolls is everything recorded. Tim Osman is everything recorded. So many people are charged with recording everything. So once again, yeah, we're in a completely different arena. I'm here on my own tonight. What time is it? It's not even fucking 11 o'clock. Excellent. I have a few cans. I have a few. I have what do you call it, Steve? I got a bit of weed. I'm not sure if that's coming through. You can see that. So I have a few smokes there, and I'm good to go for a while. There'll be no images, I'm afraid, but yeah, I'll do it at them. That's fine. That's fine. But I will get through, as I said, from Mark Pollard, what I talked about yesterday. So that'll be interesting, Mark. I'll read a certain passage, and then I will read another article and sort of combine the greater context. And well, for me, long established that this is the greatest context of all, right? So I'll get onto that later on. Oh yeah, I know what I was looking up. So yeah, Circus Erasure. Here we go. Here we go. So I remember this from the 80s, right? I don't think I've ever played it on guitar, but let's see if it rings any bells to anybody. I'm sure it will. So when I'm trying to think of this Tears to Fear song, this song keeps interrupting, and I wonder if there's any significance in that. But it's called The Circus by Erasure. Call it new technology and use it. Hang on a minute. My side is. And use it to burn, and they show no concern. Work for their prosperity while the big wheels turn. Now it's too late to learn. Don't upset the teacher, though we know he lied to you. Don't upset the preacher, he's gonna close his eyes for you. And it's a shame. I bet you there's someone now who's listening who's going, fucking, I remember that. That you're so afraid, just a worker waiting in the pouring rain, putting back the pieces of a broken dream. Putting back the pieces of a broken dream. Anyone remember that? That's a by the way, I have to learn that and give that a few more goings over. Excellent song. That's the song in my brain now. I'm trying to think of the Tears for Fear song. I know that's not it. It's on the surface, of course. Anyway, Aris Circus, Aris Circus revealed. Oh fuck it, We Are the World. It's coming to my brain. I'm not gonna look it up now. We Are the World, but it's not. Okay, that's a song that comes up into my mind. So hopefully I forget that now and put a place in my brain for That Tears for Fears song. Okay, the third song I sang, excellent, by Oscar Wilde. So the last two songs are my own, well, my own contribution at least. Anyway. I provided the. Did I switch it around on one? No, the lyrics were supplied in both, and I provided the music. So the first one is a poem by Oscar Wilde, Roses and Rue, subtitled To LL. It's very important as well. But yeah, the poem is out essentially. Oscar Wilde, Oscar, Maru Car, Maru go round, Maru go round. What might that say? Where's Meru? Where is Mount Meru located? At the North Central. So I was saying something that's going around. But even when we think the word Meru itself, Meru, me, are you, it's telling us we're all the same here. Right? So yeah, the truth cannot be told us. We must piece things together and come out gleaming. Right? So let me just go through the lyrics. As I said, the music is my own, and I made a few fuck ups, but I could definitely imagine this with more instruments and a bit more dramatism to it. You know what I mean? So we have a sort of slower build up and more dramatic finale or whatever. But yeah. Oscar Wilde, could we dig up this long buried treasure were it worth the pleasure? We never could learn love's song, we were parted too long. Could the passionate past that has fled call back its dead? Could we live it over again were it worth the pain? I remember we used to meet by an ivy seat, and you warbled each pretty word with the air of a bird. And your voice had a quaver in it, just like a linnet, and shook as the blackbird's throat with its last bleak note. And your eyes, they were green and grey like the April's day, but lit into amethyst when I stooped and kissed. And your mouth, it would never smile for a long, long while. Then it rippled all over with laughter 5 minutes after. You were always afraid of a shower, just like a flower. I remember you started and ran when the rain began. I remember I never could catch you, for no one could match you. You had wonderful, luminous, fleet little wings to your feet. I remember your hair. Did I tie it? For it always ran riot, like a tangled sunbeam of gold. These things are old. I remember so well the room in the lilac bloom that beat at the dripping pane in the warm June rain. And the colour of your gown was amber brown, and 2 yellow satin bows from your shoulders rose. And the handkerchief of French lace which you held to your face had a small tear left to stain, or was it the rain? On your hand as it waved the dew there were veins of blue. In your voice as it said goodbye was a petulant cry. You have only wasted your life, ah, that was the night. When I rushed to the garden gate, it was all too late. Could we live it over again, were it worth the pain? Could the passionate past that has fled call back its dead? Well, if my heart must break, dear love, for your sake, it will break in music, I know. Poets' hearts break so. But strange that I was not told that the brain could hold in a tiny ivory cell God's heaven and hell. Oscar Wilde, music by PJ. Yeah, ooh, well, Oscar Wilde, another one, Lewis Carroll. So I'm going to get onto Lewis Carroll in a few moments. This is what it's about, Mark, from yesterday, right? But Oscar Wilde, another fabricated character. Absolutely happy, and just in my own brain, in my own thinking, just more fabricated characters. The same hand is behind everything, so the same construction hand, same Masonic hand, if you want to put it like that. This is ultimately what the Masons represent. There's someone building or fabricating or illusory earth, right? And yeah, within their own works, then they will encode the keys, and this ultimately is what it's all about. And yeah, characters like Oscar Wilde. I mean, Newton was a fabricated character. Cavendish, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, all never existed. Friends, I mean, Galileo, Copernicus, all never existed. And I mean, the closer we even come to reality, I mentioned earlier, present day, whatever that means. I mentioned Tesla earlier on. Where are all the moving images of Tesla, the most famous man of his time, and camera and moving images? you know, in their infancy, really. So we don't get to see it. We get a few pictures of somebody who clearly acting their part. And, the rest is left to our imagination. But as I said, if we take a step back, especially after coming to flat Earth, sort of reevaluate the whole nature of everything, well, we certainly get led down a different path. I've certainly been led down a different path. And, I'm pretty much on my own along this path. Don't think there's much doubt about that. No one else is talking about artists like this, but what can you do? Like, right? What can you do? And when I talked about the mirrored water layer back in 2000, I don't know, 15, that was one of my. Sorry, it was my only. I had two images for avatars. The Odo here. I changed the original image. I still have it here. Next time I'm able to show my screen, I can show you that image. But it was this mirrored water layer. So you had the sun setting in the distance over water, and you could see its reflection in what seemed to be the water. But we were told it couldn't be the water because it bore the geometry. So we were looking at something different entirely. But yeah, that's way back when. So when I sort of considered that and said, well, this is obvious and clear what's going on here, I understood that it is groundbreaking in a way because you see the vast majority of establishment hold to a spinning ball. So if something is beyond the limitations of where it should be on the ball, right, of given dimensions, well, then some other explanations have to be brought to bear. The inferior mirage, right? When you see this mirroring over water, because we shouldn't be able to see it because it's gone too far into the distance. So we're seeing some sort of image. But yeah, it's perfectly obvious in a big sense. And after considering all of these things, um, I realize it's perfectly obvious for a reason. But these things that are perfectly obvious can be groundbreaking because they go against such a formidable force in terms of organized miseducation. Whatever hand you want to attribute to they, those in power, the powers that be, well, that's down to you. But well, I think you certainly have to entertain in your own brain the possibility of, well, a complete overturning of what you, prior to consideration, held dear. I think that's the key as well. The one thing we know is we know nothing. Well, we know nothing about the artificial world, about the real world, about reality. I think we can know a whole hell of a lot. If not, who can, right? Simplify everything. But yeah, very good. Last, because there's no hurry tonight, I don't mind going through my heart and lute as well. I give thee all, I can no more, though poor the offering be. My heart and lute are all the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals the soul of love full well, and better for the heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail alas to keep life's clouds away, life and clouds are intimately connected there, and there's a reason for that. At least 'twill make them lighter pass or gild them if they stay. And even if care at moments flings a discord o'er life's happy strain, let love gently touch the strings, 'twill all be sweet again. String theory, what do you reckon about string theory, right? The latest intricate explanation as to the core fabric of reality or makeup of reality. Why is it called string theory? We know it's all nonsense, right? So what metaphorically might it be representing or be being compared to? It's polar opposite, maybe. What's the opposite? If you think of the globe model, I was thinking about this as well. If you think about the globe model, imagine the globe model was itself metaphor, but metaphor in a meaningful sense, in the sense that um, the true nature of Earth as is encoded into this pictorial presented to us, its component parts. So, in other words, it's not a literal representation, but it is a metaphorical representation of the truth. And it's up to you yourself to decode it. I think one of the core decodings is understanding the mirrored nature to everything. again, going back to water, this mirrored water layer kills the flow. Now we can transfer our thoughts to, well, maybe what's above us? We know there's no space above us. So what could be above us? Well, different thoughts then occur. What are the oceans? What is sand? We're led along a completely different path, and well, again, the path is laid for us, right? So we're always meant to put two and two together, right? To figure this stuff out to some degree. At some point, of course, you're going to start questioning: is this all a devious trick? The clues are plain, and I say yes. In one sense, we will be deceived till the end, but because of the nature of this great game of life, that's a necessary part in all of it. And it's only when we're outside of it, or hopefully, if you solve it within it, that you come to realization, just the greater context to everything. So it's raining outside. But my heart and mood, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass. Alice reminds us that of all of her experiences, all her encounters, her encounter with the White Knight was the most memorable, and especially when he performed for her, My Heart and Mood, aka My Heart and Mood. There's a few other names associated with it, but we are led back to that, and not directly, but when you research the source, you find out it's Thomas More. Thomas More, who was beheaded, we're told, by King Henry VIII. Henry VIII, H8, H8, we've been told. H is 8. And of course, we know that the numerical, alphabetical relations, right? But H is not only 8, because we forgot to look backwards, as I talked about the co-dodo. So I'm just trying to think now what co-dodo is backwards. Co-dodo, or odd, ed, odd, ed, anything coherent made out of that. I have to think about that. But yeah, there's always a reverse side to everything. And well, once again, we can apply it to our own reality. When you look in the mirror, what you think is you, right? What you would gauge your being as being, is not you, as you would recognize it most anyway from early days, and that is the mirror reflection of you when you look at yourself in the mirror. So there's a greater story being told, a greater thread being woven into all of this, and it's fascinating. Isn't it? One consolation, that kind of tough as it all is desperate life, but there is a greater story that is being told, and you can't deny it. Where it leads you, that remains to be seen. And what are the ultimate motivations behind this narrative being fed to us? That remains to be seen as well. That's up to you, the individual, to make your way towards these greater truths. Yeah, but Thomas More, beheaded. Yeah, Thom as is another name for the sun. Sun came into being with the decapitation of Aristarchus, the tree of life. Jesus is the sun, but Jesus is also you and me. Jesus is the dodo. It's a divided state, right? And it's all about, well, I will say, unity, division, reunification. Jesus is the tree of life. AJ tells me in chat. Very happy to hear that, because, Aristarchus is the tree of life. Aristarchus is a perfect anagram of Christ's aura, or Christ's aura, or Christ's gold sun. So Jesus is within, right? In Genesis 2, we were imbued with the soul. We were given the breath of life. This didn't happen in Genesis 1, so there's a distinction going on. And soul is you, Sol. So Jesus is the Son, Jesus is within. There's no separating you from the Son or from the external. The Son is the great projector, it's the great agitator. The Lunsons come to the conclusion that the moon is a reflection of the sun. Only more relatively recently, I realized that the sun reflects the rest of the sky as the primary source, relatively primary source, but the sun itself, as I've always understood, or I've always thought anyway, is the primary reflection of Polaris itself. and Polaris being the primary reflection of the decapitated heart of Aristarchus at the center. And yeah, I mean, how strange does that sound? Anyway, I leave. I leave the opening songs behind. So I hope you enjoyed them. So as I said, yeah, the last two songs, my own music, and put to the pre-written words, and the first two then. I hope they came across okay. Okay, it's getting very dark. I'll have to turn up the light a small bit as I go today. Yeah, okay, as I go to the chat. Midnight Garden, how you doing? Your Nana bought me it. Best thing she ever bought me, bless her. I don't know, what did she buy? The only thing I wanted for Xmas in '84 was Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Oh, you're going to tell me now? Tears for Fears. Oh, fuck it now. Shit. I see it. We Are the World keeps coming into my mind, but it's not that. Oh, another clue. Another clue hit me. Salt. Salt in some form. Oh, shit. If I see it, I see it. Fucking hell, Midnight Gardener. What have I been saying it's been all about? Communion, Kingdom Come, Frankie Goes to Hollywood. It's a great marketing ploy when you ban something, when you put it on the ban list, especially in those turbulent times when you had sort of likes of Brian, Life of Brian, or Life of Brain coming out, or BRANA, right? In A again, what does that represent? Well, the apex, the single arrow upwards. Remember, we're coming from a heart center, but so we always have to rest at the heart center. We are having a human experience, but it's not us, right? So within this experience, we have to appreciate that. But Frankie Goes to Hollywood, relax. When you, it's a great instruction. When you want to come to it, no, relax, don't do it. When you want to suck to it, relax, don't do it. When you want to come, Actually, now that I think of Frankie Goes to Hollywood, a song that I always loved. The power of love. Actually, I can bring it up now and just see how I'm going to play that guitar. A force from above on my soul with tons of fire. Oh yeah, I'd have to refresh on that one now, but it's definitely a song I always loved. But yeah, there you go. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, banned on the BBC, banned here in Ireland because it was of its sexual overtones. But once we lose the literal, now we can look back and see, well, how it applies to all of us. And when I've been talking about everything I've been talking about, I have stressed that what applies to me as a man, I take it applies to every man. So I'm just verbalizing what applies to all of us, right? We all have a sexuality, we all have a desire. We all have these intimate passions, it's ingrained into us. The best I can do is sort of equate somewhat with males, but I understand in a very limited sense, right? But there is that connection with females. Different story completely. So a female would be definitely more capable of relating to a female. But yeah, well, as I talked about earlier on, the bridge is being rebuilt. It was never destroyed. Really, the illusion of division was created. So yeah, it's all about reunification now. Why do you think Brenda Van Assen? Why do you think fucking Brenda Van Assen? Assen, first of all, ass in your ass. Why these are all sexual jokes, right? But there's a deeper meaning behind it. But why do you think these are all trannies? Why are these all prominent figures in this greatest of arenas in history? This is one of the greatest of arenas in history. The Earth is flat, right? Come on. But do you? What do you mean when you say Earth, right? So, Sean Hufford, Sean, I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow you, Hufford. He went down to the shops for in his car. This is apparently a little take on the story, but the bones of it are correct. He went down to the shops in his car for some fucking milk and fags, right? Cigarettes. and he had some sort of a crash, and he came back a woman with sympathy boobs. Look at his boobs now; they're better, they're better than the average bear, like. But long blonde, well, and apparently it's a sort of a recognized condition as well. Get the fuck, man. It's all theater, but it is encouraging us in one sense to open our minds. Look at all the controversy regarding transgenderism and Patricia Steer. I saw through the character act there, and when someone is wearing facial prosthetics, right, then there's a different game in play. As I mentioned last time, when I said D'Antoni Subarat's Star I Be Us. He said, "No, Peter, no, she doesn't wear prosthetics. She's a man. She's a man." So it's easy for him to say she's a man, but it's not easy for him to say that she might be an actress wearing facial prosthetics. No, because he is an actor himself. Of course he is. So make what you will of that, but that's fine. Star obvious. Come on, come on. Now everything that I've come by myself, come by, come by. Everything that I've come by in terms of milky, I think it all, well, whatever, it goes back a long time. Back in 2011, when I reconnected with all the internet, back in 2010, late 2010, I guess I was the prime fodder for all of it. I guess I was the perfect fucking target for the internet, because all of this information suddenly opened up. I had an inquisitive mind, and I was controversial in some of my thoughts beforehand, but I had stayed away from the internet just because I was in Ennis. There was no Wi-Fi at the time. I didn't want to get involved with a contract with Air Commons and just a local landline supplier. So just for the first 10 years of Steve's life, my beautiful Steve's life, we didn't have the internet. We had access to video games and all that sort of stuff. We had a computer, a working computer, we did everything else. But yeah, when the time came on that I reconnected with the internet, I was prime target because all of this information was suddenly made available. So I started piecing together my own particular pieces, alongside absorbing information from everywhere else as well. Way back in 2000, I would still stand over it by now. It was obvious, like George W. Bush is Charles Manson, same guy. But it's not George W. Bush. George W. Bush is an actor himself, so created for the part. He's a Mark Sargent, perfect for the role. It's very dark here in this surrounding. It's bright enough, like we just turn around now. Oh, I have something to show you in a second. I actually see the light in something here. See that, Steve? See that light? Look at this now. When I have something to show you. So when I rotate in a few minutes for you, I'll hold up my camera as well. When I rotate in a few minutes, you'll see the night sky in action. The only difference between what you're going to see and what we see on a sort of not a nightly basis. Everything travels in unison as it appears on a nightly basis, but on a more exaggerated basis, on a weekly, fortnight, monthly, seasonally, biannual, and an annual basis and beyond. There's a different factor in play. That light is fixed fast to the roof. So as I rotate it in a few minutes, and you see the different patterns expressed. Actually, I'll turn down all the lights. The variable that's missing is the movement of the light itself. So if you imagine the center of the Earth, Aristarchus, doing the same rotation movements, but also we have this up and down movement over an annual basis, spring and fall. So yeah. So I just see Mark Collard in chat. How you doing, Mark? I'm chilling out myself, so I'm having a few beers. I'll turn up the light in a second, and you can see me better. You can see me better. And how's that? And yeah, what we were talking about yesterday briefly in chat, I'll go over that. Absolutely amazing find. I won't be able to share my screen, but I will be able to read what is written, and I can provide the link as well, the way you can go over it. Absolutely amazing find going back to the early days of this sort of exploration and the early days of Dodo. But well, look, when I bring it up, hopefully it'll all make a little more sense. And look, I have so many things I could sort of revitalize. and make a big deal about it because it is that significant. It definitely is. It's all tied in with the greater story here of Flat Earth. And when I connect Lewis Carroll to the Dodo, to Paul McCartney and the Beatles and beyond, right? Michael Jackson is the Dodo. Thom Yorke, who mentioned Thomas More, Thom Yorke from Radiohead, he's the Dodo, and he, with his album Kid A, was responsible for the soundtrack to the 9/11 movie 2001, 9/11 2001, that was presented to us as live, but wasn't live. It was pre-prepared, and pre-prepared as much as well a year or two in advance. And I have another story that I've told many times, which is a fascinating story, really is like, and yeah, that's the problem. I don't want to get into it too much because it take half an hour to tell it or 15 minutes to tell it anyway. But it's all 9/11 connected anyway, and it all goes back to the fabricated nature of the imagery we're shown and the symbolic significance to it all as opposed to the literal. And while Kid A being the soundtrack to it, Kid A was released in 2000, so the 9/11 movie had to be made from at least then. I hope that Stanley Kubrick faked his death and had his hand to play in it, and all the major movie directors have had their hand to play in it. Once you get to a certain point, you're picked, right? Even if you're especially talented and you don't know a thing about anything, you're soon led into the greater picture. It sort of goes back to how can so many people keep a secret? Well, if there's a certain history attached to our Earth, and it's necessary to keep a secret until the time is right. I love the rain outside. It's raining away, but until the time is right, well, then people will cooperate, and over lifetimes, I think so. And while there was a massive destruction, is it all about repair, regeneration? I think so. When I look at the moon landing ritual now, in this new sense, we were always meant to see through the literal. What does it represent symbolically? Well, it represents the male reconnecting with the female after this division. Right? And this is where the rocket, the penis, heads towards the moon, the woman, the womb, the moon, the womb, the womb, the womb, and with the three astronauts, the three sperms, right? And we're hoping for impregnation, the way we can have a regeneration and a reconnection of something once unified, now divided. This is the greater story played out. And Gene Cernan is the last man on the moon. When you look at the name itself, Gene Cernan, it's very like Gene Seaman, right? It's Cernan, Cernan. But the R and the N connect in such a way that you could very much be forgiven for thinking it as a Gene Seaman, Ceman. So yeah, all cunning sort of puns and plays on words, but ultimately getting to this, well, these core truths, I guess, symbolic truths. Let's see what I like about it. It's the epicenter. That's actually Polaris at the top. So if I hang on. So imagine the candle here is Aristarchus, right? It's decapitated. So we had another candle upside down, and we had the core energies doing what they were doing. That'd be a different system in play. Imagine we had that candle and those core energies. So then we'd have a barrier which separates everything within from the waters beyond. Take a certain format. But once we decapitated, then the core energy is still activated. We'd have a similar barrier below, but we had a collapsed barrier above. And these core energies then from the heart of the heart will project upwards. Let me just see if I can, an apple, how about that? Can you see Polaris? So that's Polaris, and as this turns, right? But you notice Polaris always stays in the same spot. But if there was some other hang on, if I go this side, you will see, as this turns, you will see some sort of impression on my hand here. And I'm illustrating it well here, just to get a thought in. So this is for Aristarchus, Polaris, in the inner barrier, then we're in the outer barrier where we see its expression. So as Aristarchus rotates once, the whole of the night sky and all the skylights and day sky as well. All the skylights rotate as well. In apparent unison, the variation is that our star is moving up for spring and down for fall. Right? Just a continuous piston, like broken piston, like motion. This is what we remember at Christmas time when we get the decapitated tree, right? We place it on an X mass, Christ mass, so Christ is X, and we artificially light it up, and we put a big fuck off star at the top, which is Polaris. I can't get the tapper. Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's not bad. So as this was turning around and was moving, right, you would get an expression, and the sun, the moon, the sky that we're under, they're all secondary expressions, and this is the primary expression here. This is why all things are in one thing. So, yeah, that was good there. Hang on. There you go. There you go. There you go. Perfect. And I've asked this question, I ask it to myself. How do I know that fucking Polaris isn't 20 miles up in the sky, but it's so bright and intense that it's been misgauged in terms of distances? Because fucking scientists tell me, right? All the brains tell me that Polaris is 350 light years away. Come on. Well, how far is the light year? Let me just get my calculator out. They get it out before and work it out. This is bollocks, right? This is bollocks when you think about the maximum straight line distance. When I think about it anyway, not anywhere on Earth, the maximum straight line distance from extent to extent in my brain is about, I'm going to say 20,000 miles. 20,000 miles. That's what I said. Maximum straight line distance. Otherwise, then you have to start contouring around. That's it. Simple as that. So when they're talking about fucking light years, this is the polar opposite. Do you get it? The polar opposite. I'm probably spooking people out here. I'm grand here, Don. Anyway, so yeah, bear with me, Mark. I'll get on to the point at hand here. I'll turn up the light a second. I'll just have I'll just turn on the radio in the background just to entertain you while I'm just taking a leak, and I'll be back with you shortly. I'll turn up the light and play a song maybe, and then get on to the business at hand.
Jordi Savall wrote Lisbon and Friends in the third of the Canterbury Lessons by Francois. To a masterpiece of the Enlightenment laid on the Galant by Rameau Sparkling Entertainment also has the very ambiguous view held by Europeans at the time concerning other peoples, i.e. Turks, Incas, Persians, savages. Best to see it as a dance spectacle with some elements, I think. The music is glorious, even if the vaguely Enlightenment orientated human universals are really just camp. Still, like we say, the music, magnificent.
Yeah, sorry if you're sorry if you're not into classical music. That's all I listen to now, and I only have sort of cock an ear to it. So let me turn up the light a small bit as well. See, I can turn up. That's too bright for me though now. But I mean, let me do it there, maybe. Oh, it's raining outside. It's pissing out of the heavens. Salty clouds are releasing their content. Everything will come back to the clouds ultimately. And I pointed out within my heart and lute, we have clouds mentioned alongside love. Anyway, let me go into chat for a while. Oh, good stuff, man. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just taking it easy here, Mark. And again, when I go into this stuff, it'll be something that I have went over in good detail maybe more than 2 years ago, but definitely worth bringing up again because it's all connected, right? The dodo is sort of at the center of everything once we recognize what it represents. And this is where the Beatles come into this, connecting the Beatles, Michael Jackson, Lewis Carroll. Come on, I mean, these connections are sort of undeniable. Now, what you make of them or where you take them, that's down to you. Me, I took them in my own way. There was no one to follow in all of this, so it was, all documented on my Hangouts as well. So. It went where it went, and I certainly consider it one of the greatest treasures because it spans such a vast swathe of time. In a sense, like Lewis Carroll 150 years ago. So to relocate a lost treasure, even though you understand it's not a literal treasure, it's a symbolic treasure. But it is written that way. The story is written that, the puzzle is written that way, and to incorporate the Beatles into it. But yeah, that'll make a bit more sense in a few minutes when I do a bit of reading for you. And patience is good. I mean, what are we going to learn? The way I see all of this now, it's all repetition. I'm sick to the fucking death of it all, but I'm sick to death of myself as well. But it's all repetition, all the same arguments. We know the earth is not a spinning ball, so what lies beyond? Well, then greater questions come. What is the purpose of all of this? Is all as hopeless? Is all as horrific as it seems? Maybe not. And once again, we have to sort of considering different possibilities here. And it's down to you, the individual, to how you view yourself. Know thyself, you have been instructed. So maybe you should pay attention. Like Jesus, right? The dodo, being a non-literal character, is all the richer for it because it is representative, it is symbolic of the greater truth, the greater story that applies to all of us. If I genuinely and truly and heartfeltly believed in the literal Jesus, I'm still, no matter how I sort of phrase it or how I put it, I'm still crafting an idol. I'm crafting a literal character, a literal man, and crediting him with a distinct and a succinct reality. That's how am I supposed to prove that I'm right or wrong? How am I ever going to know? So if I do that and I cling to that wholeheartedly, I'm guilty of doing what I was specifically told not to do, which is to craft idols. We need to look at the 10 commandments, 10 commandments, commandment. Come represents the physical manifestation. The sperm is the physical manifestation. Then we have the thought, which imbues the immaterial, which imbues the material. So it's this fusion which energizes our sperm, I guess, and it gives us this power. when the sperm meets the egg, then, which is what I think now everything's inverted. So the egg is just an inverted sperm. So you have the two unions, matter and antimatter. Excellent. Matter and antimatter. I keep saying to you and to myself, science is all signs. The truth is known. Einstein was a tranny. He was married to a butch man in drag. Einstein is one stone. So we look beyond the literal and we see what clues present themselves. What else can we do? And there are certainly clues there. And well, you know, we were given this ability. Otherwise, imagine these abilities here. First of all, these thoughts couldn't occur. There's no way. There's no way you'd ever come by this sort of community or collection of thoughts. You know, you might specialize in a particular area and pull that to pieces, but that would involve, I don't know what, visits to your local library and only having access to whatever information was released or deemed appropriate for release. You know, so yeah, there's a different hand in play and there's a different story in play. And as I talked about so many times, it comes back to you, my friend. That's, you represent your fellow man. You are that prototype, if you will, archetype, right? That's you as man, as female, that's you as well. And recognizing that we are in a divided state and putting it all in a possible greater concept. That's the most we can do, right? A parent can't say that you're fucking right. I never tell anybody, you got to believe me. I'm just a man here speaking, looking at myself. I don't know why I'm looking at myself. But why are you supposed to look with your eyes? You have to focus on something. But yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, we were given all of these facilities, facilitations for a reason. If not, well, you might have to hear your greater thinking on things, right? So otherwise, I'm left to make my own mind up. Making your mind up. Tears for Fears. It's on the tip of my tongue, and I haven't seen it yet in chat accidentally. So Tears for Fears. I was born 1972. 1984, I'm thinking 1985, that sort of time. So it would have been 12 or 13. And Tears for Fears, excellent song came out, and it was Salt. I get Salt is in their world. That's beyond that. I'm not progressing, but yeah, I won't cheat yet. I won't look up. Just getting a number here, Mark, as well. So if things are a little more retarded than usual, you can just put it on 1.75 speed. So yeah, everything should be good then. I love the rain outside. It's pissing out of the heavens, and yeah, okay. I should say hello to people then, and I get into reading what it's only a couple of chapters as well, but very interesting. As I said, I can't share any screen. I have to download OBS or similar, and that'll be for the next time. But with the words, yeah, we have an imagination here. We can sort of think our way through all of this, and I think that's the only way to it, and or the best way to it actually, is to piece it together because it's your reality, it's your story, right? It's all of our story. Many different influences. There are many different pathways laid out, many different blind alleys put in there. All is part of the challenge. It's a great game of life. So yeah, whatever you think on these matters as an individual, that's outside my reach. And you know, I guess the best we can do is set up your own account and do what I'm doing here, right? So let other people hear what you're saying, even if it's 2 people, even if it's 10 people, even if it's 100 people. This is the problem with all of these. Anyway, that's a different matter. I won't delve into that about the whole arena being set up. Everything is free. designed, pre-laid out, right? Everything. And once you get to a certain point, you just have to sort of accept it, but you have to come to terms with them as well. And I think you will go through all of those different processes, those grieving processes, the 5 stages of grief, right? And you will, because in real life, if you're about the truth, you want people to know, the people you care about, you want them to know the truth. You don't want any, fuck's sake, I mean, what are you going to care about if you don't care about the truth? If someone's deceiving you and your loved ones, and you can't even point a finger at them, this makes it all the worse, right? You need to make your loved ones aware all the more that this is a deceptive enemy. At least if you knew the enemy, you could keep a keener eye. But yeah, what do you do then? It's a difficult situation, and well, I think lots of us can relate to losing friends and family because of all of this, right? Is it of that weightiness? There's that sort of significance attached to it, and heartfelt significance attached to it. I mean, after all, if we go along with the mainstream truth, we only have one life, so all of our fucking lives, all of our time is precious. If there's deception in play, then this makes it all the more damnable, right? It definitely does. And I've often said this: all things as they seem. And I was only interacting with some of these characters early on Jose Gonzalez's channel. If all is as it seems, then these people deserve hanging because they're playing their part in, the enemy's plans to take over the world, right? And if all is as it seems, and I was to put myself in that situation, understanding all of the hardship and the hurt and pain and unnecessary suffering that is going on, well, I would hang myself. But as I say again, if all as it is as it seems, being the appropriate words. And thus far, we found out that nothing is as it seems. So we reserve the judgment, but we can point out deception when we see it. And once again, I think we're always meant to make our way through the different stages and the different hurdles and the different transparencies, because ultimately they are transparent, right? I mean, when you think about returning ball antagonists who keep coming back with the same objections, the same seeming passion, same seeming sort of solid and stoic position regarding proven reality, you know there's something wrong, right? Because when I'm looking at images and I'm seeing something that I shouldn't be seeing, I'm not going to put it down to illusion. And even if you don't see what I'm seeing, you should still express a sort of a natural curiosity and an inquisitiveness about the phenomenon. But no, that's not what's happening. So yeah, we were always meant to see through this barricade. But there are many different layers then beyond that as well. We have to bear that in mind. Ultimately, where it leads, well, you tell me, right? You tell me. Get on there. Anyone wants, I don't think I can share. I have to get OBS before I can share the screen here. Maybe Maggie will come on. How you doing, Maggie? Maybe you come on. We have a chat like this, and that'd be a very, very interesting chat, wouldn't it? I just have to look into how that functions and how that interrelates here. But yeah, I'd hang myself. That would be my own punishment given out to me. That's what I do. I do that to innocents. Come on, man. You protect lies all the way up. Yeah, no, you deserve what you get then, right? And but I don't hold that in my heart, right? Because as I say, a different game going on, and the best I can do is point out deception or acknowledge the deception and the cooperative deception in my own way, and move on by thinking and trying to make greater sense of not particularly the whys and the wherefores. One thing I'm certain of, they're all let in on the greater secret. I mean, there's different realities going on. There's people born into knowing here. They're born from day one. If people want to consider the earth as flat, they're born from pretty much day one told that the earth is flat, but they're told with a greater significance as well. So as I say, it's against this backdrop, this completely new panorama, right? As we exit Plato's cave that we have entered, you know, and yeah. What do we fucking know about it? And the more we take from our previous reality into this new reality, I think the more confused we're going to be, you know. So we have to sort of be willing to let everything go and, well, see what occurs then and re-gauge everything. At this stage, most certainly. Most certainly. I understand if someone's just come in to flatter last week or something, pretty much everything that I'm saying would be nonsense and meaningless to them. But that's fine, right? I can't. Who am I supposed to be aiming into that? One thing I can do is if I'm questioned on something and I'm reasonable and I'm a polite individual, you know, I love my fellow man in a big sense. So I can do that. I can go back and say, well, I thought about that a couple of years ago and this is what I found back then. So that's what I'll be doing in a second. Not particularly, especially for you, Mark, but just because it brings, well, everything is pertinent all the time. All the time. It's all about the greater context. So I'll be happy to do that in a second. As you can see, I'm busy rolling a joint here, and I'm happy to do that as well. Yeah. I think I was just thinking myself, any places I've been to, I think sometimes the best part of it is the chat and some of the interactions you have with chat. Generally, what you hear on air is just the same old things being regurgitated, the same old points of contention being battled and being sort of protected, you know, and where does this lead? Well, stagnation is where it leads if you let it. The rest of it will be deceived till the end. And ultimately, it's not about going someplace and doing something. It's about thinking something and realizing something. You know, even if you had the whole truth, what can you do with it? What are you going to do? Shout it from the rooftops? You get a certain number of people listening to you, but what are you going to do with it from there? So, ultimately, as I said, I don't think that's what it's about. We all are given the facilitation to put the pieces together. Needs must we be challenged, right? And sharpen our wits, right? Thinking caps on, and then we come to the greater realizations, whatever they entail. It could be horrible. The most horrible thing is fucking monotony, isn't it? For the most part, for the most collection of moments, singular moments, life is all monotony. It's the confusion and live within the individual mind here. And it's another area I don't want to get involved in that. The dividing line down the center, our brains are divided into hemispheres. But even when we bring the two hemispheres together, right, globe Earth, we still only have, they're demi-hemispheres, so we still only have a hemisphere. Is the other hemisphere to be found elsewhere? Well, I think so. Hemispheres. How are your spheres doing, lad? There's a division, and again, the heart center. I mentioned the last night, and very fascinating thought. Honestly, it is fascinating. And well, the more I consider it, and the more I'm sort of paying attention, the more I see that it's been hinted at. Behemoth is a good example, wherein the strength of the behemoth lies. through the navel, right? So thought being that our brain and our gut or intestinal tract are inversions of one another, just like the male and the female genitalia are inversions of one another as well. Fascinating thought to consider, and it certainly aligns with, well, many of the other fascinating thoughts I've had over, I've been brought to think about over the last, I don't know how many years at this stage. I'm going to play a song now, so let me think about a song. And then I'll get down to business, Mark. And I'm sorry about the chat as well. Please don't be offended by me not. See, I'm terrible at multitasking. And as you know, I can talk. So if I do go in, where do I go in and chat? And then what question do I relate to and expound upon? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just chilling out. My mother is in Belfast, so I cleaned the house and just a quiet, relaxed evening. And I was talking to my neighbour, as I said earlier on, Patricia next door. She had her breast off due to cancer. I was telling her, well, from the start, she knows I drink urine, no cancer for me, right? Yeah, urine is your own body's water, natural waters. If you get a wound on the outside, external, you apply urine, good urine, especially when you eat shit, when you eat animal parts. That's not good, right? So the urine that come out. When I'm drinking beer here tonight, I won't drink urine tomorrow. I won't do that. So I leave that maybe for a couple of days, and because I understand that this is not good. This is why after I have 3 or 4 of these, my body tells me, hang on, bud, I'm getting rid of this stuff, and pisses out more than I'm putting in, and generally get a hangover the next morning unless I forget to drink, unless I remember to drink glasses of water or something, 2 or 3 glasses of water. So yeah, understand all of this sort of stuff at this stage. So cheers. But this is what it comes back to. Working out our own system here, what component parts are in play, and well, what is the ultimate connection, you to you, and also you to whatever is outside, whatever is beyond. That's everything outside of you. Talking about Jesus being the Son, came into being with the decapitation of Aristarchus, but also did our divided safe. So that's why Jesus is within, and soul is you, Sol. So it's that soulmate, it's that reconnection of the external with the internal, and seeing all things in all things. For instance, the moon landings symbolically represented, where you had the phallic symbol, the rocket, with the 3 sperms, the astronauts heading for the womb of man, the moon, the reflection of the male, the sun, right? And yeah, if we think back to Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001: The Space Odyssey, well, if you remember the ending, how many people out there remember the ending? If you don't remember it, look it up again. I won't spoil it for you. But astronauts involved as well, right? Requests or anything like that. I don't generally play too much popular music, but if I know it, I'll play it. Otherwise, I'll come up with one myself. Okay, sorry about that. Awful. Is it Awful Man? Awful Mal? Awful Maw? That's the first comment I saw. He did a drag. You look around and no one looks older anymore. They all look younger. I don't give a fuck. I don't give one shit. Who looks what, where, when. All children are beautiful. Ultimately, all of my fellow man are beautiful. You can put an age on something, but you're putting an artificiality on something that's perfectly real and timeless. So, whatever, you can have your own views on that. You're perfectly entitled to them. Um, here you go, Mark. Actually, Mark, if don't feel obliged to use that in any way. But if someone's pissing you off and you recognize that they're just piss takers, don't you know? Um, don't hesitate, I would say, but only once you're sure. And the people who are the piss takers, the returning antagonists, yeah, these are people on. This is what they expect. They're on hundreds of sock accounts, so don't be worried about doing that. But if someone's pissing you off you go. Milama, how you doing, man? I'm sorry, but I'm really, really sorry to you. Um, because you have some great comments you left, and I didn't respond to them. If I sort of sat down to respond to them, I could write pages about it, and as I say, I did set a thought aside for just reading out your comments. Maybe I get around to it tonight. I'll be going for a few hours. I still have a couple of cans left, and there's no hurry here. I think you can stream for 12 hours or something like that, but I don't think we're going that long. But I'm not going anywhere else anyway. But don't Mel, don't talk to me about the Titanic because it's so symbolic. It's sort of counterpart of 9/11. The Titanic was about one becoming two. So we had this bifurcation, right? The Titan IC was divided. We had 100 years of turmoil. Then came 2012, right? But 11 years previously, we had the opposing two become one with the 9/11 ritual, both being symbolic hoaxes. No better fucking place to hide sweet fuck all than the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Are you going to get to see it? James Cameron will get to see it. The creator of Avatar, Tar. There we have Tar in the heart of Aristarchus, right? Tar being an archaic term for an able-bodied seaman. So it all comes back to the basics. It all comes back to the Big Bang, right? So what applies to you applies to me. So let's generalize as opposed to specify. Specify? I'm happy with specify. Special. Let's generalize as opposed to specialize. It's better. Not as specify. That's not bad though, is it? Specify. I'm just trying to think of a context now. The specification. That I fucking got it out as well. Specification. I didn't get it out there. That's specification. Specification. That's it. New word. Like ramshackle vagina. Although ramshackle was in place and vagina was in place, obviously. Well, vagina is in place, but anyway, ramshackle was in place as a word. So was vagina. The two put together. Someone said it to me in the history of the language. These words have never been used in conjunction. And I say, well, fair enough. That's the way it is. Thank Antonio Star IBS because he was the one that went into detail in Poncho Pete's channel with his little artist pad, talking about the hip structure of the average female compared to Patricia's hip structure, and how the soft and spongy feeling and drawing in all the curves and everything. Honestly, this is fucking true. Although Pete's channel is probably taken down as well. So Pete, I still have my suspicions, man. You're still friends with Antonio Cigarettes. What am I supposed to do? I'll do what I do, right? And every man is entitled to his thoughts. But at the same time, I wish everybody is above board, honest, and upfront. But I know that that's not the nature of this arena. So I'm entitled to my suspicions and to express my suspicions that someone take those entitlements away from me or rights away from me. What are the words for these things? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, the Titanic, fuck's sake, man. So the Titanic was one becoming two, and 9/11 was about two becoming one. And well, the Notre Dame symbolic hoax as well represented the end of the vision. So that's the end of the vision, friends. That's why people will be having less and less children. Maybe I'm thinking to myself, is there time left for me to have my daughter, have my beautiful son? And I haven't seen him, my beautiful Steve, in 5 years, but I know he's there. And um, well, that reunification, that time will be the best time, right? But is there still time for me to have a daughter? Who knows, right? Who knows? But definitely the time of the vision is coming towards an end. And yeah, well, it's the way it's written. It's about all illusion being shattered. So the truth of our natures, our reality being revealed, and well, higher purpose being declared. The script you are being unrolled, right? And the time is ripe. The time is ripe. So if you're an honest inquirer, good on you. And ask the right questions. It's very important that you come to consider which question you're going to ask yourself. You know, and once again, it's all about context. From my point of view, simplify everything, Mark. Simplify it all. I'm not going to say I'm in a privileged position, but I guess I am in a sense. I talked about this when I decoded the hidden. I don't know if you know about this, Mark. The hidden treasure hunt, I guess. The hidden sort of treasure hunt ingrained within the 2015 Economist front cover magazine, the front cover of the Economist magazine. No, that's about there. But yeah, this is the primary again, like the Beatles, Sergeant Pepper's. These are historically the creme de la creme, the top of the top, the most influential, the most genius. You know, so these are all involved collectively in a big sense in all of this. So yeah, to find that hidden puzzle on the cover of the 2015 Economist magazine. Was something in itself, but to solve the puzzle was something beyond that as well. But I already knew, going back to it, what the solution would be, having come to Flat Earth and having realized that Gleason's map encodes the dodo, who never existed. So I knew that the solution would be the dodo and Mauritius, and indeed it turned out to be the dodo and Mauritius. And the line that I crafted is the only possible line which will lead you towards this coherent and significant conclusion. But that's just the start of it. Then you have to put, I guess, it's the thunder, lightning storms in place. We live in a salty environment. Clouds are salt. Clouds are salt, which absorb the water particulation. When it gets saturated, then it releases as rain. It releases particulation, but there's so much particulation that it coagulates, like water droplets coming together. I'm going to play a song now. But yeah, it's like that. It's like that Economist 2015 magazine. It became all the easier when it had the greater context, right? And this is where we were led. I understand it every step of the way. I'm being said and led, right? All the clues are being provided for me. But what I am doing is adding my own brain, my own being, right, to things. And well, as I said, the ultimate conclusion that I have come to is that this is all a construct, and we are put here, we consent to being here in this divided state for the purposes of this great reunification and realization. So, yeah. So, yeah, the Titanic, Milano. How do you feel about that? Look into where, actually, excellent. I don't think I mentioned this the last time on my own channel, but look into where Michael Jackson was on 9/11. Also look into where Paul McCartney was on 9/11. Also look into where Tom York was on 9/11. Three of the most famous figures in history. Come on, friends. Look into where they were on 9/11. And three of them happened to be the dodo. So that'll be a good segue, Mark, into why I say that. Three of them happen to be the dodo, and I'll show you why Paul McCartney is the dodo from the Beatles. Michael Jackson being the dodo, all you have to do yourself is to type in Five Alive Dodo Michael Jackson. If you don't know Michael Jackson's death was a hoax, I can't help you. This is not for you, right? That doesn't mean that you're out of the reckoning. No, you'll find your clues elsewhere. What is meaningful in your life? Be it a musical influence, be it a personal influence, etc. These are all the clues that you have to place together yourself, and ultimately we all come to the same conclusion. For me, that's going to be Aristarchus. If I thought differently, I'd tell you, friends, I would. But all roads lead to Aristarchus, the decapitated tree of life. Tree of life is all encompassing. Tree of life. If I fell, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall down and come back, cradle and all. Get out your Google Earth map and go to the Isle of Man, go to Ireland or similar size, whatever, do whatever you want, pick any island anywhere and zoom out on Google Earth 5 miles or something and go along the coast in quick time and tell me you're not living on, or tell me you're not looking at the stump of a tree. Tell me you're not. Or have you done that? Let me ask you, have you done that? Do you just write off the idea as ridiculous because you haven't done it? But you just think it's ridiculous? Well, welcome to my thoughts a few years ago, right? So once I've accepted that, once I've gotten over the fantabulous nature of all of these entertainments, in other words, what I am entertaining within my cranium here, as I continue to follow the pathways and be true to myself, I like to think that I have a true heart anyway. I try to be honest at all times, and I think the same applies to all of us. If you are on this pathway and you've been led here via your own inquisitive nature, first of all, but also via all of the low-hanging fruit, right? You can put it like that as well. All of the teasers and tempters put in your path as well. Well, you're here for a reason. Where you go from here, that's up to yourself, and there's no one to share it with. Don't make any bones about it. There's no one to share it with. We have the very limited capabilities of transferring the thought to the mouth, M-O-U-T-H, mouth, you. So M, you in the center, you moth, behemoth, behemoth, be, he, me, TH. So it all goes back to the TH. What does the TH represent? Well, it's the TH go upwards, right? Top hat, the thinking cap, upwards to the thought, as opposed to downwards towards hell, towards the L, right? Where the two branches of the H come together as one and go downwards into the heart of the material. So it's immaterial and the heart center we need to incorporate as opposed to the heart center and just the material alone. So theta is representative of that. It's the immaterial center, the zero coming together with the material. The material bridge, the heart center, right? Even though everything's connected. But anyway, sorry, that's diverting again. Us in human form, right? Everything has to go through the bridge center. This is not us when our body. When we leave our body, we continue to exist, or we re-begin, we are reborn, or whatever. We go back to our prior state. We leave the shell behind. So again, it's within that context, and I've probably been incoherent there only because I understand that I could fucking talk about 2 hours trying to explain or try to verbalize my thoughts on matters, and that's all they are as well. It's just my thoughts on matters. But this is certainly a major save point, that realization that we're not the material. There's true stories like the Titanic, and anything that's significant in your own life. My father painted the Titanic, and from the earliest of times, there's a big picture, massive picture, beautiful picture, absolutely excellent artwork of the Titanic on the wall here behind. You can see if there's no point in turning around. The light is too dim, but you can see all my brothers and sisters up on the wall here. There used to be a picture of the Titanic and done by my father. In the other room, then he also painted a picture of JFK. Isn't that fucking crazy? Literally a portrait. I don't know this now, actually, but literally a portrait of JFK. And as we were growing up, that was just a fixture on the wall. And another one then was Pope John Paul. Now I came to realize later on, all fucking hoaxes, all media fakery, extravaganzas, right? But yeah, we needn't throw it out and get pissed off and burn it like, oh yeah, shit. No. We can recognize the fakery, but we understand that all lie is based on truth. And if there's a greater game, then we can look into the stories attached, the names chosen, etc., to all of these different presentations. Titanic, for instance, was owned by the White Star Line, right? Anytime you hear the word star, it's always and ever in reference to back to the context regarding the 2015 Economist cover. I knew the solution before I re-looked and re-examined it because I'd come to flat Earth realization, or more so come to flat Earth realization. And yeah, when I found it, then it fit perfectly in place. So it's the same with these other aspects. Everything sort of slots into place, and you realize it's a greater story being told against script you are, right? But who am I talking to once again? We definitely should do loads of loads of videos in mind, and what I'm probably thinking about, just keep it simple as well. Just get a load of sort of screenshots, put a bit of text underneath them, and have some sort of coherent transition and greater theme, I guess, woven through it. So it's starting leading up to the main point, and maybe present that in a series of stills and some captions, 5 minutes, a bit of background music. That wouldn't take me too long. I say I do a video a day, and if I did a video a day, fucking hell, I could do about 50 videos on all the different areas that I have something to say about, and that's many as well. So yeah, that's something to do, something to think towards. Okay, so let me read this, Mel. As I call me Lamo DMV Mel. So forgive me if you're offended by that, Mel. But good to see you, Mel. And so Mel says, who says? Mel says, okay, Mel says, so if they succeed in reinflating the barrier and the Earth returns to a perfect garden, do they still want to dominate? Was the Norway spiral real or CGI? Very interesting question, but very, very interesting question. First of all, I guess we have to consider what we mean by they. And look at even the word they itself. It has the THE in it, the Y, and it has the HE within the T in the Y. But yeah, very, very interesting question. Who is the they? Who took down the trees in the first place? Who caused this destruction? As you know by now, 421 years is as old as I view everything. Whatever came before, whether it's a complete um, simulation or it didn't exist, right? So we just entered into this story time where the decapitated tree of life is the beginning. You know what I mean? We can't say beyond that. We can't. There's no going there, right? And even to certain points, there is no going. That's why I try to keep it in my own thoughts, vague and simple, right? And make note. I can't prove. It's not that I can't prove anything. I can pretty much prove everything I say. I think, but it would take a lot of time and effort. And at the end of the day, who am I proving anything to? If my son was with me, we'd have these moments that we could talk about things forever. But that's not the situation. In one sense, as I'm talking here, I'm talking to my Steve, But otherwise, who am I proving anything to? I realized that the whole arena is sort of so controlled in the first place. Also realized um, the barrier you face in terms of relating to people in real life here. It's absolutely no way to talk to about any of this. So in that great sense, you are divided from everything else and kept within the. It's not a prison. You can look at it as a prison of the mind, but you can also try and invert it as well and look at it a different way, which is what we're being encouraged to do. We are greater than this thing. This thing, TH-in-G, excellent. A thing, TH, there's the TH again, the theta, in G, what's the G? I was going to say, what's the groin represent? The G, what does the G represent? But think of the capital G in relation to the theta. There's a couple of hearts missing, isn't there? So it's not quite there yet. So this is significant, and this also comes into play when we consider the term God itself. When we consider the D, this is where the dodo comes into things. When we consider the D in relation to the theta, which is turned 90 degrees, where we have the vertical diameter to the circle, well, the D is half of the circle, right? Circle is the immaterial, the uncountable. The one represents the countable, the material. Right? Everything is countable. This is what articulation is about, So, but very good question, Bud. And Norway spiral, yeah, that happened when Obama was receiving his Nobel Peace Prize, right? As far as I remember. Now that I know what I know now, it's all theater. Whatever may have happened, whatever show they might have put on, in reality, whatever people may have seen, like on 9/11, people would have seen, I think, for the most part, the whole areas would have been evacuated. Anyone that was able to view it from any particular position would have seen, after the initial commotion, a big, massive smoke screen. And lots of different factors would have been considered then. To act as convincers. For instance, that there was a plane in the vicinity. There was probably a plane flyby. Dave Murphy testifies to seeing a plane flying by. I don't think he testified to seeing a plane crashing, but he testified to seeing a plane in the vicinity at low height. So yeah, just a greater magic trick. Was put on, but as I say, it was a presentation for the world, and with due consideration, we were always meant to see through it and interpret it in a different way other than the literal. That was made obvious. I mean, otherwise, what are we doing here? What's going on? Isn't it all very strange sometimes? What the fuck are you doing? What are you talking? What are you doing here, man? So to make sense out of everything, you have to put it in a context, even if you feel that that context doesn't apply to anybody else. Well, it applies to you, and well, you got to go with it. That's the only thing I can see, and that's what I do. So yeah, Barack Obama, yeah, Will Smith's Barack Obama. So that's all more indicative theater. So you're always meant to sort of pick up the thread and follow it. Put the pieces together. Remember, theater from the start. We are after exiting Plato's cave, right? Doesn't mean we bring the rest of our reality, our prior reality, with us and say, paint everything a new reality with the old one. No. The more strong-willed we are, in one sense, strong-minded we are, the more we can leave even the most anchored, basic root, ingrained notions, thoughts, feelings, etc. behind, for the sake of the greater truth, the greater reality. So yeah, there's no room in one sense for half-heartedness. There is no room for half-heartedness, I think. Um, Listen to the rain. How much the door now? Ah, it's pissing. I love the rain. I always love the rain, honestly. I think Sarah Stevens' mom bought me a Christmas gift one time, which was just a CD, which is Rain. This is before the internet or anything like that. It was just a CD with rain sounds, and it was lovely, brilliant. I could just play it at night, perfect. There's some sort of bridged connection. I can understand that now. Actually, when we think about the word rain, there we have in Ra or R in A. Remember, talked about the letter A, right? All in relation to the H. So there we have the H with the two. I can't do it now, but here we have the H with the two things. And so the A this way, right? So if we bring the A the other way, then it goes like a V, right? So for Eve, Adam. So we have Adam and Eve. The thought center, the material center, Mother Earth, Father Sky. But think about the letter F and how the F is in relation to the theta. When we think about the E as well, so we have the spine center, we have the branch coming off the right side for the material, so the right and the left, the right and left brain, the female and the male brain, right? The female is the more grounded, the left brain, and the right brain then is the more ethereal mind, the realms of philosophy, which have been reserved realms for men, for males. So again, this is all nonsense, all bullshit nonsense. Women and brilliant. I mean, we're all equally brilliant, equally imbued, and all of our thoughts and notions are implanted for, I think, ultimately good reasons, but for the purposes of contrast, right? So we've considered the realm, women sticking to the kitchen areas and men sticking to the workshop areas, that sort of thing. But all of these lines are now being blurred more so, and of course, there's none of us out there, and I hope none of us out there will, well, fucking hell, when you consider Mike Tyson as a woman, honestly, when you consider the transgender possibilities here, it's amazing, There's no distinction between any of us, and depending on development and intentful development as well, a woman can be turned into the strongest of men, and vice versa. Make no bones about it. There's even game and play here, but yeah. You can't leave any of these sort of component parts out of the greater reckoning. If you do, you'll always be askew. You will be askew. But you won't be askew for long. You'll always come back to the truth if you have that honest endeavor, honest heart about you. That's what I think. Bone down and narrow down the range of questions that you need to ask yourself, and you need to have satisfied, right? And you will, once you decide on the question, you will get an answer one way or the other. Greater powers in play here. And I know this from direct personal experience. I told my story somewhat the last time. But of course, I'm only getting a tiny percentage of anything across, if at all, Do I look stoned? I don't feel stoned. I feel okay. Like, I don't feel too bad. 2 hours 29. I have a screenshot actually when I got cut off the last time. A certain just display screen came up and gave the details. Well, the numbers that were associated with that were amazing, considering where I got cut off as well. But once again, I can't share screen. Yeah, it's pissing rain outside, and no one here. Still have another few cans in the go. Still a bit of weed and guitar as well. Guitar's looking well. I think I might. I think I've been thinking about that as well. What I'm going to do in my future, and definitely if I can put my mind down to thinking in terms of years, as opposed to fucking moments. I always just live for thinking the moment. Just as long as I can remember, it's just been a series of moments. What to do, what to do, what to do. What do you do now? What do you strive for? What do you strive for? I know if I strive for money, I could easily have made money way back when I had money. I did consider in what I was going to do in terms of investments, and all it was a matter of me doing was I had the money in the account, just transferring over, signing a check or something like that. And the three things I settled on is good investments. This is back in 2003, 2004, just after 9/11 as well, which fucked everything up. But if it didn't, but look, anyway, but I had decided I was that close to doing a few different investments. One of them was gold, right? Another one was Orange, the telecommunications outfit. And another one then, which would have been the most profitable, was fish farming. Fish farming is very infant days back then. So if I invested, let's say I had 50 grand, so I could have put 50 grand into three of those at a time. Back in 2004, I reckon I'd be a millionaire now, definitely over and again. I'd be a millionaire. I'm not too interested in that, but that's just the way it went. So then I was in a daze at that time when I think about it now, going, hang on, what the fuck is going on? There was all these anthrax scares. There was the Iraq war coming about. Everything after 9/11, and everyone was going around here in Ireland. I swear, man, honestly, such a lonely time. Everyone's going around. They call it the Celtic Tiger. So the whole economy was booming. Everyone was getting 120% more, 110% mortgages. So in other words, you go into the bank and say, well, I'm going to buy this house out here. That's just basically a three-bedroom shell, just thrown up. I know it's worth 300 grand. So can you loan me 350 grand? Because if you can't buy it, I'll just go down the road and I'll get 400 grand. And, so before you know it, you get 350 grand and you have a very minimal sort of monthly payback. And well, everything is booming. Everyone's loving. Everyone's living it up. And there's me going, what the fuck, man? What's going on? What's going on? The things aren't worth this. I mean, and all of the background. Well, as I said before, life is fundamentally sort of banal and boring and quotidian. Right? But when you introduce newspapers, north, south, east, and west, when you introduce television and all of this dramatization, well, you're forced to consider it. Consider is a good, interesting word to consider as well. But what do you do? And I just not to dwell on that, but going back to those times, they were exactly my thoughts. What the fuck is going on? What's going on? One of the stories was there was an anthrax scare in the post office in town, and my neighbor here works with the post office, and his daughter was working there at the time, and they all had to be. It was an anthrax scare. Some girl, some fucker, some child had sent a bank. I think Noelle was involved in that as well, Sarah, if I remember correctly, but Carla next door was. But some fucker sent talcum powder or something in an envelope, and some bank teller opened it up, and suddenly there was a mass panic. Before you knew it, all the bank employees were ushered out the back, but 20 of them, right? Honestly, she was telling me this. 20 of them out the back. And they all had to be sort of stripped down. Some of them wanted, the firemen wanted to scissors the clothes off, got the clothes off. So some of the women just stretched out their things and pulled them down, their dresses or their tops or whatever, to save them being destroyed. But the firemen came with their hose and they all just stand there holding their parts while they were sprayed down with cold water, just to rid any possible contamination from the possible anthrax. I think it turned out to be talcum powder or something. And it was all a big fucking joke, honest to God. But this was the sort of the mood of the times. It's so hilarious when you look back at it now. It's like a Keystone Cop sort of Buster Keating script or something. And I think that's what it is in a big sense. I talked about this in terms of 9/11, so many different occasions. There's one of the main videos, one of the prime videos that was there for your consumption, for our consumption, involves about an hour long, and I can't share it now, but again, it's just another one of those areas I could talk for ages about. But yeah, it starts off a great distance, reasonable distance away from the epicenter, the ground zero. The cameraman makes his way in towards ground zero while everyone else, not in vast numbers, is sort of making their way the other way. But at one point, maybe 3/4 of the way in, and the cameraman himself is well into the direction you should be heading away from, because you don't know what the fuck is going on, right? I'll tell you something from being in some close situations. When your life, well, that's an interesting one, actually. Now that I think about it, that's an interesting one because it has occurred on a few occasions. I actually opened up a show here, Mark. I actually opened up a show here. Ireland is population about 3.5 million. And one of the main shows, actually the main show on the radio, is called Liveline. So the average Joe Soap has the opportunity to call in and air some sort of grievance. And well, I did it one day, and I had just cause to call in, and well, it turns out that the theme and the topic that I brought up um, was the longest lasting topic, in terms of, I think it went on for about a month, the same area. And the topic was a good Samaritan, right? So when you try to be the good Samaritan and something turns out pretty unjustifiably, that's the way it goes. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a whole different story. See, if I go into that now, I'll get away from what? I don't know. Play my guitar. But I acted on instinct there. And that's something you sort of have to do. But I guess there is that distinction. But otherwise, we have the conscious mind. And yeah, I should probably go into that. I should probably go into that a little bit more to be a little bit more coherent. But that's a story in itself. That's a fucking story. That's fucking 20 stories in itself. What happened there? Because all I tried to do was to help somebody, and it was somebody who was getting one individual who was getting the shit hopped out of him by about 10 guys all around him in the middle of the main street in Ennis. And I was just about to go home after coming out after having a fight with Sarah as well, my girlfriend at the time, and Stephen's mum, coming out of a hotel and looking up the main street, very tiny, small town, about 50 meters away. Yeah, all I saw was, just after getting into a taxi, all I saw was a guy on the street, people booting shit around him, and there was two crowds of people on either side of a narrow street, and no one seemed to be doing anything. I said to the taxi driver, someone's going to do this. Come on, you can't leave it like that. So just as I was thinking that, come on, they can't leave, someone's going to do something, the cops came from just behind, right, in their car, and it's grand. They're going to sort it out, but suddenly they didn't just stop their car just 40 meters ahead and jump out and stop what was going on. They decided to drive around, and I said to the taxi driver, well, they're just going to drive around and come down and stop it then. So give it another minute, and it all continued. No sign of the cops, no sign of anything happened, no sign of anyone jumping in. And I'm going, what the fuck? What? So I had to jump out, and there's me with my walking stick. I had to go up the road as fast as I could. And as I went up there, literally what I'm saying, there's about 10 guys, right? Literally booting the fucking shit out of some guy on the ground. I don't know what the story was. And I started pushing him off and all this. Eventually, one guy jumped in from the crowd. Not jumped in, he just sort of helped me push him off. But, I think it was sort of aching to be broken up as well. Everyone was kicking in there. When you're fucking kicking someone on the ground and he's knocked out cold fucking 20 minutes ago, I don't mean 20 minutes ago, but, many kicks ago. But anyway, the whole thing was dispersed then, and it was then the cops came along, and I had one particular guy who was fucking the dirtiest fella, he was the last fella to keep kicking him in the head, that sort of thing. And I had something specific against him, but I never hit anybody, right? I put my stick on the ground. I said, fight anybody. That's a fucking shitty thing to do, shit, all that sort of stuff. But anyway, the cops came along, and peace was restored. Peace was restored. Before you knew it, then the paddy wagon came along, right? And I was so pissed off at this guy in particular, I was willing to give testimony against him. So I volunteered to go into the paddy wagon, the whatever containment unit with the other three guys. Three other guys were arrested, and that was grand. I was going to give evidence against him down at the police station, and that was understood as I was going in, right? That was understood, and someone else told him that as well. And while I was inside in the back of it, I was going, you fucking shits. I was so fucking pissed off at the three of them because they would do something like that. Honestly, it was literally one guy on the ground and 10 guys around him, kicking him in all manner of places and parts, I was so pissed off with these guys. So anyway, we rolled down. The station was only down the other way, a few hundred yards. So we rode down to the station, and I was all ready to go in and get these people prosecuted for, grievous bodily harm, whatever the circumstances were. You don't do that. Whatever grief I have with you, if you're down on the ground and that's it. That's it. That's it. You have to let it go there, right? That's it. Anyway, well, that all turned sour quickly, because the minute the door opened from the paddy wagon down at the jailhouse or the cop station, everyone was treated the same. So it was treated. There was 4 of us in there, and so it was treated that we were all these drunken fucking hoodlums. And well, the rest of them went quietly. This is the whole fucking irony of it all. The rest of them went quietly. And one of the cops then was grabbing me, and I'm going, hang on, bud. I'm not the same guy. Get out here, yo. Yeah, hang on, bud. Hey, bud, listen. Hang on, bud. You have this wrong. Get out. So the more I said, hang on, bud. The more he wasn't listening, the more he thought I was being difficult or whatever. And the more I'm going to object, right? And I said, call your mate there. Fucking let him tell you what's going on. I'm here as a witness. I said, the more I said it, then a few other fucking cops arrived out from the station, and they're obviously putting me down. So the more I tried to say something, the more resistance I faced, and the more violence I faced. Before you knew it, then there was like 3 or 4 cops around me, grabbing all limbs, and I was being dragged into the station as one of the other guys, right? As one of the perps, and well, the rest of them, honestly, it was so fucking funny. The rest of them was just, you again. What'd you do this time? Drunk and disorderly, and the lads just go into their cell, right? Used to it. And there's me then, what the fuck is going on? So the upshot was that I ended up on the ground, handcuffed behind my back. I was smoking weed, or not weed, a bit of cannabis that night. I had a bit of hash that night, so I had a little tiny nudge, enough for a joint or something, in my pocket. So when they had me in the station, they handcuffed behind my back, and me cursing them like, you bollocks, like, you fucking shit, all this sort of stuff. Yeah, what are you doing here? They grabbed this, made a note of it, etc. And after all the intimidation, there was no physical violence. I never hit anybody, or nobody hit me, but there was lots of sort of intimidation, And they looked for a name. I was wondering why they were so, about a name, so insistent. And of course, I found out loads since then. That's how they operate on the name. You have to consent to being the legal fiction name. Otherwise, they have nothing. And anyway, the upshot of it was, this is what I'm saying, Mark. You see, you put me off there now. Come on. That's what I told you. I start talking like this, I can go off on a tangent for about a half an hour, but I'll always get back to the main point. But anyway, the upshot of it was that I ended up spending the night in the cell, so pissed off. The only thing I could think to do was to fucking sing and let the pissed offness go. And it turns out, not that I intended that as well, it was just my way of coping. But it turns out that none of the rest of the guys had a chance to sleep, because there was me singing to the top of my lungs all the Grey Banner songs. When I was let out the next morning, maybe 5 or 6 hours later, you once said to me that you certainly can sing. So that was an experience in itself. So it ended up that I was charged with breaching the drunk and disorderly and breaching the peace myself. So I ended up in court. The first time I brought a witness as well, but because I went through so many cases, you're just another brick in the fucking wall. Yeah, the judge believed the cops and just announced me guilty. Certain fine and a criminal record as well, which was this is a fucking this story gets, and it's very insightful in a sense. We have to bear these things in mind. Because it gets better still. Well, it gets better and it gets better again. But anyway, so hammer down, guilty of drunken disorderly. Would it? The judge didn't hardly hear anything. He didn't hear and take anything, any reality into consideration. I felt then, okay, this is bollocks, isn't it? Where am I going to get with this? I decided to ring up the main national radio show, which is Liveline, and tell that story. And well, yeah, the theme itself was the longest lasting theme on the show itself, which has been going on for donkey's years, like, you know. And the upshot of it was, the upshot is fantastic, like, in a bad way for me, but it's all right. And now I could have sued for false arrests and etc. And especially me with disability as well, right? You know, I didn't want to do any of this. Anytime I get involved, I could, if someone, for instance, if I'm in a fray, I'm genuine about this. Like, I mean, honestly, think about yourself in the situation. If I'm in a fray, and it's happened a few times, but you just have to do something, right? But if I'm in a fray and someone someone kicks me in the ankle on my right leg, I'm in a wheelchair because I can't go both on with crutches. I can't go both on an artificial leg and a broken leg on the right side, or a twisted ankle. So it's a big concern to me. So when all of this happened, I could have sued for big bucks, I guess, you know, but I didn't do that. I decided to ring in the radio station. It wasn't what it was about anyway. I didn't want to get involved in any of this, like, but there was such a round done here, especially because, well, I reckon in one sense I could have saved your man's life. Right? There was no seeming intent for these people to stop kicking, and a head can only take so much, you know. But yeah, for it to turn out so sour left a very bitter taste, you know what I mean. So that was one way of expressing that. Yeah, I appealed it, not given lots of different advice, but wasn't really interested in that. But I appealed it, and upon appeal, the whole thing was overturned, right? So the upshot of it was I could have sued and could have got, you know, a substantial amount, I guess. The cop came to me and said, or one of the senior officers came to me, well, we found a bit of marijuana. We found some marijuana on you. What are you going to do with marijuana? Literally, it was a little nudge if you smoke hash. It was, I don't give a fuck. I smoke hash. My son, I hope, smokes hash as opposed to drinks this stuff, or at least has both in moderation hash first, right? And fuck these people now. They have no right to tell me anything, you know. But anyway, that little bit of hash that they found on me, this is what he said, and this is I tell you it's true. So I'm sitting here, right? This is my attitude towards it. He said, "Well, we know we treated you badly. We know how everything went. They were aware of all the media attention." And he said, "Look, if you let it go, we let it go as well. We'll leave this little hash conviction, which is about a €50 fine or something, £50 fine at the time. We let that go as well." Now I knew I could have got 6,000 or 10,000 or something for a wrongful arrest. On top of all of the other circumstances as well, I could have, I didn't give a fuck. It's nothing about it. I said, grand, all right, look, it's fine. Let's just drop the whole thing, forget about it, move on. I put down as an experience, and that was grand. Well, let me tell you this, it was all out of my mind, completely over it all, and didn't look back on anything. I wasn't hurt. The guy survived. Whatever happened, and I learned from the experience. Somehow you learn a lot in some sense when you're locked up in a pissy, stinking cell for absolutely wrong reasons. You know, you learned a lot, and well, that's why I sang as well, to help me cope. Right, to help me cope. Every minute seems like an hour, you know, and you can't get comfortable, and well, again, your mind is just what's going on here, like, still raining outside. So the upshot of it, well, you hear this, right? That's what the superintendent of the local police stations, at the top, one of the top powers within the police station, said to me, if you don't pursue this any claim any further, we'll let the charges go regarding any possible charges go regarding the cannabis or hashish find. Which, as I said, think about a fucking snot. Think about a big snot. Probably a bit bigger than that, but you know, fucking like gram or something. Excuse me a second. Anyway, to put that story to an end, yeah, you have. I had 6 months to make some sort of. I had 6 months to make some sort of a claim, right, based on maltreatment. But they also had 6 months to make some sort of case as well, or to lodge some sort of a case for the possession of hashish. As I said, completely forgot about it. And one day before that 6 months was up, and at about 10 minutes or 5 minutes to midnight, and there was a knock on the door where I was living, and one of the girls answered the door, and Pete, it's for you. I said, who is it? It's Cat Warner. I played a cop out of the door. Cop, okay. So I went out. Peter Sheehan, yeah, it's for you. You've been served. That's it. So what it was a summons to appear at court on the charge of possession of a certain amount of hash, some tiny ball, 1 gram of hash or something like that. So what they did was they left it to the very last moment to deliver this charge, and knowing that even if I said, hang on, you bollocks, yeah, I'm going to fucking take your ass now, going into a solicitor the next day, well, sorry, your 60 days are up, so you can't do anything about that, and that's what they did. But anyway, see, I didn't want to get involved in that. But that was a big sort of hubbub at the time. But it's in those situations you have to sort of act instinctively, isn't it? You have to fucking make that decision. But in other situations, yeah, well, the conscious mind comes more into the logical mind, and the analytical mind comes more into play. But yeah, these are all different aspects to our being anyway, which has been ultimately misdescribed and misdefined and misidentified, right? And this is what we're coming back to now, is realization, or we're on the path to realization, realizing well who we may really be. And well, if you don't want to find out, don't ask the questions. If you do, well, don't be scared. That's all I can say. Okay. So yeah, see what I'm saying, Mel? See what I'm saying, Mel? So I didn't even talk about the Norway spiral, yeah, and I haven't even thought about it in years. I haven't heard about it and looked into everything associated with that. But now I put it in a different context. Well, yeah, I have a completely different take on it. That would take too long to go into as well. But fundamentally, Aristarchus expresses in a spiraling fashion. You have a central core motion in movement, but in a circular movement. So what we experience as all of the skylights are reflections of a primary source, which is in continuous linear and also circular motion. So I think this is what the spiral may represent as a clue for us. Remember, these are all clues. If Barack Obama is Will Smith, come on, man. Come on, man. Remember, Will Smith is always he always has this sort of contrived character, plastic, stereotypical persona to him. This is all purposefully done, and it's all for the purposes of not ultimately deception. We're always meant to find out these things, absolutely. But yeah, for a certain concealment, So once again, these new terms. Who am I going to relate to here? I've given a few wrenches out, but fuck wrenches. I mean, no wrenches on flat earth. We have no authority over the fellow man, but we also know that there are piss takers put in there just to genuinely upset and piss people off. We need that. We don't need that. But at the same time, then, yeah, where do we think we find ourselves here? What do we think? What do you think as an individual is going on? And yeah, me. I said it's a greater picture going on, and there's lots of clues put in place for us. So those clues that I'm going to detail now, I'm going to read a few things after I play the music. Where's my okay. All right, you'll have to do some. Okay. I found it. Pissing down outside, so this is down all night. Absolutely is, and there's not much movement in the clouds above. So there's something else going on. Where's all this rain coming from? Look at the tonnage in terms of the water. Distribution is the wrong word. Evacuation or deluge. These massive amounts. Something else going on. And as I said, we all come back to the simple questions. Clouds being, the ultimate, I think. And I have many thoughts on that as well. I was actually just going to sing. But I won't do that now because it's too loud. I love the rain, man. And as I said, rain, R in A, air is IRA, hair, which I have very little of, in places anyway, is HIRA. Haha, right? So H in the center going upwards to the A. I was going to sing this one, but I won't. I'll sing a bit of it. How does it start? Oh yeah, of course it does. Day after day, alone on a hill, the man with the foolish grin is keeping perfectly still. Nobody wants to know him. They can see he is just a fool. He never gives an answer, but the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. While on the way, and the man of 1,000 voices talking perfectly loud. Hardly ever hears him, but the sound he appears to make. He never seems to notice that the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spin round. Leave that there. That's what I was going to sing, but I won't sing that. Yeah, Fool on the Hill. Well, Dodo on the Hill, right? Paul is the dodo. Paul is the dodo. And why is Paul the dodo? Well, here we go, Mark. Let me, first of all, I'll just bring up the link. Okay, I'll just give it a little bit of time here to. I'll just give it a little bit of time to kick into action. Okay, here we go. Right. So, Fool on the Hill, Dodo on the Hill. Alice in Wonderland, where we pointed to from all directions. Again, this is just a summation of everything we went through. What is it, 2.5 years ago now, something like that. So we're led to Alice in Wonderland. Mark Sargent is a big clue giver in that front. Mark Sargent tells us he's a prepper. So Mark Sargent, Prepper Sargent, Sergeant Prepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Most famous album in history now. If it's all a construct, if it's all a script, you are, well, this has made the most famous album in history for very specific reasons. And the Beatles, the band, are made the most famous band in history for very specific reasons as well. BATELRLE, right? BAT. Then we have the AT again, right? HAT. 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 The top hat. Put on your thinking cap. CAP. Think. THNK. So anyway. We're led along these lines by these. Remember, of course, Mark Sargent's story is so ridiculous. That's why, see, that's what I'm saying. If you're not aware of this, I'd have to spend a good bit of time going into why Mark Sargent was a chief clue giver and even told you with these clues, right? So I'm going to brush over most of that. And we're ultimately led to Alice in Wonderland. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is a walk through Alice in Wonderland. And well, we read the whole of the book, and it's only, this was all interesting thing, right? It sort of emerged. So as I read the book more, first of all, what I did was I decided to read the book. I saw through a few of the clues, and I had come across the dodo in terms of the idea that the dodo didn't exist, and actually encoded in some way or another the layout of the land, the flat Earth disk map, if you want, the face of the land in relation to all of the ocean and how we would look from a distance. We know it's not a sphere. So the true story of our Earth is encoded in a different sense. And recognizing that Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, etc., David Weiss, deep inside the rabbit hole, another Alice in Wonderland reference. Patricia Steer, Patricia Magical Miss Steer E Tour is a reference to the Beatles as well, and another one of their albums. So all of these clues over time as well sort of added up or were just mulling away and being considered. So I decided to read Alice in Wonderland. And the first link I came across, literally, absolutely randomly, I just typed in read Alice in Wonderland, and I maybe just skimmed through the first few links and ended up on this one. Call it fate, call it the way it's written, whatever. Let me put this into chat here. There's the link here, Mark, and you can compare it against other links as well. So it was from this version of Alice in Wonderland I read, and this verse, this chapter itself, chapter 3 from Alice in Wonderland, is a very, very, I considered it one of the most, and definitely in the top 5 most significant chapters of any book written in history, right? And again, I'm not saying this now. I said this at the time after coming to so many more associated realizations regarding the dodo and just exactly what story is being presented to us here. Now, we'll remember, well, you won't remember, Lewis Carroll didn't exist, right? It's another crafted character. But Lewis Carroll was Charles Dodgson. So here we have Charles, Charles, right? So all the letters coming together to produce a greater significance. But Charles Dodgson was said to have a stammer, and to his friends he was known as Dodo Dodgson because of how he pronounced his surname upon introduction, Charles Dodgson. The character that he was said to relate to the most in terms of all of his works, all of his characters created throughout Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, was the Dodo character. So, once again, we are being referenced and pointed towards the dodo as having some sort of significance, whatever that may be. Well, in chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, 3 being the magic number, 3 being the Trinity, the 1 in the 3 in the 1, a caucus race, and a long tail. So what I'm going to do is just read it, and then once we get to the end, I will focus on the imagery presented, and I will also read from another link, which I'll just see how I will actually. This is for you as well, Mark, specifically, but for everyone else as well. This is all just as pertinent now as it was then, and that's universally pertinent. So what I'll do is I have another link to bring up, so you can see me in the camera here, but I can't share in the screen. But I just have a chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland. You can bring up the link yourself by just clicking on it in the chat there, and you can follow the text. So what I will do is bring up the other link I have in mind to use in conjunction with this, and explain to you, Mark, how, well, what I consider one of the greatest treasures ever lost to be found. So let me just, hang on, I know it's simpler to find that link. There we go, I have that link up here. So when I deem an appropriate time, I'll post this link, and I'll just cut it in and take it from where I leave off in reading the chapter. So it's chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, and it's called A Caucus Race and a Long Tail. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. So they were indeed a queer-looking party that assembled on the bank. The birds with the and actually this is going to be interesting now because you have to be prepared for maybe half an hour as I'm reading it again. Memories refreshed and different thought processes applied to something that I haven't revisited in a long time. So yeah, if I do that, you can bear with me. And yeah, so let me go again. There were indeed a queer-looking party that assembled on the bank. The birds with draggled feathers, the animals with their fur clinging close to them, and all dripping wet, cross, and uncomfortable. The first question, of course, was how to get dry again. Now, what you don't realize about this is that Alice meets the dodo after Alice's tears. Alice is all of us, and the dodo is looking for dry land. So, yeah, you have to have a sort of context to this chapter as well, but forget about the context for the moment anyway. And I've tried to refrain from, yeah, trying to incorporate a greater context, right? Let's just take it as it is. First question was, of course, how to get dry again. They had a consultation about this, and after a few minutes, it seemed quite natural to Alice to find herself talking familiarly with them, as if she had known them all her life. Indeed, she had quite a long argument with the Lorry, who at last turned sulky and would only say, I am older than you and must know better. This Alice would not allow without knowing how old it was, and as the Lorry positively refused to tell its age, there was no more to be said. It's funny actually because I was talking to Lowry today on Jose's channel, and he actually went on camera for the first time. So fair play to him for that. It's always different when you're talking to someone, debate with somebody. If you can see their face as well, they tend to be more calmer in approach and less prone to insults. But yeah, anyway, at last the mouse, who seemed to be a person of authority among them, called out, "Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough." They all sat down at once in a large ring with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry very soon. Said the mouse with an important air. Are you all ready? I'll try to some voices actually, because there's no one here, right? This is the way I'd be reading books to my son Steve. But whenever else is reading, how everything is fucking inverted, right? Whenever else is reading their children fairy tales and maybe Alice in Wonderland or equivalent, I was reading my son Steve, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Fucking hell. Like 2 or 3, and I'm doing all these voices, etc. So now that I have I have no one to disturb, I might give it a go. Did I play a song? I didn't play a song, did I? I don't think so. Well, I said Fool on the Hill, but that wasn't a proper song. Okay. It's still raining outside anyway, so we're cool. Yeah, don't have any expectations here, so don't be sort of impatient and pissed off at the guy who's just waffling on. Yeah, I get to the point. I always do get to the point, and it's an excellent point. Excellent point at the end of the day here. So in the meantime, I said cheers, and we'll continue on for a while yet. But now, I'll just say as well, this version of this chapter is unique in all of publishing. And I found it. And as again, I'm not making any claims now. These were claims back 2 or 3 years ago because I know it's true. Every other version didn't feature what's to be found in this version, the Sabian.org version. And at this stage, the only thing I can conclude is that things are written, everything happens for a reason, right? But this is this is the beginning of the story, and by fascinating as it is in itself, it's by no means the end of the story. So at last, the mouse, who seemed to be a person of I'll try on the voice. Seemed to be a person of authority among them, called out, "Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough." They all sat down at once in a large ring, with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry very soon. Okay, said the mouse with an important air. "Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know. Silence all around, if you please. William the Conqueror, whose cause was favored by the Pope, was soon submitted to by the English, who wanted leaders and had been of late much accustomed to usurpation and conquest. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, said the Lory with a shiver. I beg your pardon, said the mouse, frowning, but very politely. Did you speak? Not I, said the Lory hastily. I thought you did, said the mouse. I proceed. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, declared for him, and even Stigard, the patriotic Archbishop of Canterbury, found it advisable. Found what? Said the duck. Found it, the mouse said rather crossly. Of course you know what it means. How did the duck speak? You fucking tell me how a duck speaks. A dumb, okay, I know what it means well enough when I find a thing, said the duck. It's generally a frog or a worm, and the question is, what did the Archbishop find? Is that any good? I don't know. The mouse did not notice this question, but hurriedly went on. Found it advisable to go with Edgar Atheling to meet William and offer him the crown. William's conduct at first was moderate, but the insolence of the Normans. How are we getting on now, my dear? It continued, turning to Alice as it spoke. As wet as ever, said Alice in a melancholy tone. It doesn't seem to dry me at all. Okay, here it goes now. Come on. Come on. How should the dodo in that now hang on now, come on. Oh, fuck's sake. The next words are from the dodo. So this is what I'm trying. What sort of voice can I use to exemplify the dodo and understanding what the dodo has come to mean symbolically? Jesus was the dodo, for instance, literally, symbolically, not literally, because neither dodo nor Jesus existed, but symbolically. Interrelationally. Okay, I have to think of this now. In that case, said the dodo solemnly, rising to his feet, I move that the meeting adjourn for the immediate adoption of more energetic remedies. Speak English, speak English, said the eaglet. I don't know the meaning of half those long words, and what's more, I don't believe you do either. And the eaglet bent down its head to hide a smile. Some of the other birds tittered audibly. What I was going to say, said the dodo in an offended tone, was that the best thing to get us dry would be a caucus race. What is a caucus race? Said Alice. Not that she wanted much to know, but the dodo had paused as if it thought that somebody ought to speak, and no one else seemed inclined to say anything. Why, said the dodo, the best way to explain it is to do it. And as you might like to try the thing yourself some winter day, I'll tell you how the dodo managed. First, it marked out a race course in a sort of a circle. Now, we'll notice that caucus, we are of the caucus race, right? Caucasians. So, yeah, and I definitely have to hone in on the character of the dodo here because I haven't done this, but first it marked out a race course in a sort of a circle. The exact shape doesn't matter, it said. And then all the party were placed along the course here and there. There was no 1, 2, 3 in a way, but they began running when they liked and left off when they liked, so that it was not easy to know when the race was over. However, when they had been running half an hour or so, and were quite dry again, the dodo suddenly called out, "The race is over!" and they all crowded round it, panting and asking, "But who has won?" So all the different animals in distress, looking for dry land, crowd around the dodo and seek guidance, seek dry land, yeah, seek solidity. Okay. And one thing I will say as well, everything is inverted. So pretty much every time you hear the word dodo, ingrained in your brain is a fool, a foolish sort of entity or gesture or deed, um, or of somebody who does these things. But every representation you see of, as far as I'm aware, anyway, I definitely know from looking through the ones I have looked, the dodo is represented as the opposite of that. The most intelligent guy, and as we see here, the character that all of the rest flock around to see what the resultant is. So bear this in mind. Getting to the point here, Mark, as well. Hang on to your knickers. There's no rush here, right? So here we go. But who has won? This question the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and it sat for a long while with one finger pressed against its forehead. The position of the thinker, right? The thinker, although the thinker has his. There's another Mandela effect possibility mentioned, which is a lot of people mention the thinker having the index finger pointed against the forehead, and other people remember with the chin bald in the index finger and thumb. Um, all of these confusions are inlaid within the greater story here as it unfolds. But anyway, so fuck's sake. Anyway, so the dodo, great thought. So this question, the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and it sat for a long time with one finger pressed upon its forehead. The position in which you usually see Shakespeare in the pictures of him. Come on, Shakespeare connection being made there now. Of course, for the longest of times, I've been talking about this. Shakespeare doesn't exist. We know that. We're let down. Francis Bacon, conglomerate sort of cooperational effort regarding the works of Shakespeare pathway. And well, I think when you delve a little bit deeper, or when it unfolds a little bit further, we're forced to consider that all of this is fabricated storytelling. So all of these different characters and different crafted conspiracies are exactly that. There's something that's written into the greater script. And this, for me, the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare, wrote the Bible in and around the same time. 1611. 9/11 is encoded there. 1611 is 13 years after 1598 when the dodo was discovered. So we remember that the dodo represents the changing face of the land post destruction, post decapitation of Aristarchus, but it also represents the divided state of us, right? So going back to the theta, and yeah, I wasn't obviously considering these things at the time, but as I read it now, I can see why Shakespeare is included there. So while the West waited in silence, at last the dodo said, "Everybody has won, and all must have prizes. But who is to give the prizes?" Quite a chorus of voices asked. "Why, she, of course," said the dodo, pointing to Alice with one finger. "Alice is all of us, right?" After the whole, she, of course, said the dodo, pointing to Alice with one finger, and the whole party at once crowded around her, calling out in a confused way, "Prizes, prizes!" Alice had no idea what to do, and in despair, she put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a box of comfits. Luckily, the salt water had not got into it. So then we have salt water specifically mentioned in relation to Alice's salty tears, right? It's salt everywhere. I talked about clouds, pissing rain outside, salt clouds. What type of salt? Well, saline waters, right? So we have an energized barrier with saline waters. So you have a sort of a sifting motion. The water, the fresh water is separated from the salt particulate and say salt as sodium chloride, NaCl. I hold that the Na, if anything, is sort of tended to remain at the barrier, and the Cl comes through the chloride, like cloud Cl. And in its particulate form, because we're living in an energized system, the ether is real, right? We have the ether associated with the heart of the earth. Yeah, clouds stay in place via cymatics and resonance. And it's when this water particulation being energized by the passage of the sun evaporates or is disintegrated, I guess. And it makes via resonance again, it makes its way up but into the cloud layer where it's absorbed by the salt particulate. And when these salt particulate water laden clouds come into contact, they get darker and release as rain, which is what's happening outside now. And yeah, that's what I think is happening. And for me, yeah, I've been speaking about this. I'm going to keep speaking about the clouds will be the key, right? There's two things that will be the key to progress. And one is considering the nature of the barrier. And the other then is considering clouds. All the clouds when I go outside now are flat bottomed, right? Along the sides and the upper, all other sides, there's patterns associated with them. Show me water behaving or water particulation behaving in this fashion that will adhere to these patterns. And now also in terms of what I know is true, show me how these patterns can repeat. Show me how these water patterns can repeat in the same sky on a continual basis, a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. Right? Yeah, there's something else going on. And this is exactly what we have to sort of face when we come to flat earth thinking. There's no gelling or re-gelling with whole earth thinking. You can't combine the two. You don't get involved too deeply with any conversations or any debates for that matter. Especially debates with these characters, you should have recognized by now they are playing a role and they're not going to budge from it. So use what you can and leave the rest behind. So Alice mentioning salt water here. Well, it's all connected. Salt, water without salt within, right? Where would we be without salt? That connects with tar, by the way, in a big way. Alistair Crowley, Eleanor, Nathan Oakley called his first child Eleanor. L is, if you think of a capital L and a small lowercase r, they're inversions of one another. So when we do interchange those, what do you get, first of all, when you think about a name like Alistair Crowley, which I think actually there's some relation between Nathan Oakley, possibly, and Alistair Crowley, but Nathan Oakley, right? But Alistair Crowley, when you replace the L with the R, you get Aristar, R-I star Crowley, Aristarchus, Crowley. But anyway, okay, so yeah, luckily this hot water had not got into it. And Alice handed around the comfits as prizes. It was exactly one apiece all around. But she must have a prize herself, said the mouse. Of course, the dodo replied very gravely. What else have you got in your pocket? He went on, turning to Alice. Only a thimble, said Alice sadly. Hand it over here, said the dodo. Then they all crowded round her once more, while the dodo solemnly presented the thimble, saying, Thimble, Thimble. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We beg your... Okay, so hang on, because the dodo, all due respect to the dodo, they all crowded around her once, while the dodo solemnly presented the thimble, saying, We beg your acceptance of this elegant thimble. And when it had finished its short speech, they all cheered. Alice thought the whole thing very absurd, but they all looked so grave that she did not dare to laugh, and as she could not think of anything to say, she simply bowed and took the thimble, looked as solemn as she could, and looking as solemn as she could. The next thing was to eat the comfits. This caused some noise and confusion as the large birds complained that they could not taste theirs, and the small ones choked and had to be patted on the back. However, it was over at last, and they sat down again in a ring and begged the mouse to tell them something more. You promised to tell me your history, said Alice. And why is it you hate C and D? She added in a whisper, half afraid that it would be offended again. Yeah, C and D is just a reference to the last chapter where the mouse got offended by the very mention of the word cat and dog. Dog is God backwards. That's precisely why, if everything is contrived, if everything is constructed, why would this be chosen to be the case? That's what you got to ask yourself. Come up with some sort of interpretation of it. I have my own myself, but I'm not going to go into it here. Right, mine is a long and a sad tale, said the mouse, turning to Alice and sighing. It is a long tale, certainly, said Alice, looking down with wonder at the mouse's tail. But why do you call it sad? And she kept on puzzling it while the mouse was speaking, so that her idea of the tale was something like this. Fury said to a mouse that he met in the house, let us both go to law. I will prosecute you. Come, I'll take no denial. We must have a trial, for really this morning I've nothing to do. Said the mouse to the cur, such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or judge, would be wasting our breath. I'll be judge, I'll be jury, said cunning old Fury. I'll try the whole cause and condemn you to death. You're not attending, said the mouse to Alice severely. What are you thinking of? I beg your pardon, said Alice very humbly. You have got to be the fifth bend, I think. I had not, cried the mouse sharply and very angrily. Had not, said Alice already, that's K-N-O-T, right? Said Alice already to make herself useful and looking anxiously about her. Oh, do let me help to undo it. I shall do nothing of the sort, said the mouse, getting up and walking away. You insult me by talking such nonsense. I didn't mean it, pleaded poor Alice, but you're so easily offended, you know. The mouse only growled in reply. Please come back and finish your story, said Alice after it, and the others all joined in chorus. Yes, please do. But the mouse only shook its head impatiently and walked a little quicker. What a pity it wouldn't stay, sighed the lorry. The lorry's a bit deeper, isn't it? What a pity it wouldn't stay, sighed the lorry, as soon as it was quite out of sight, and an old crab took the opportunity of saying to her daughter, my dear, let this be a lesson to you, never to lose your temper. Hold your tongue, ma, said the young crab, a little snappishly. You're enough to try the patience of an oyster. Oh, that's interesting that we have an oyster mentioned in chapter 3 as well. I didn't notice that the last time because, Mark, it turns out that the final solution to the Queen's final puzzle, the White Queen's final puzzle to Alice and Alice Through the Looking Glass, which is the next book, turns out to be oyster or I-star. Ultimately went on to identify the reference to R.I. Starkus, but even that itself is not conclusive without a greater context, right? So anyway, I know this might seem like, what the fuck is going on here? But I did explain it at the start. Don't get hung up in too many particular areas. I'm getting to the point, but I felt just to read through this. I wish I had our Dinah here. I do, said Alice aloud, addressing nobody in particular. She'd soon fetch it back. And who is Dinah, if I might venture? Who is Dinah, if I might venture to ask? Said the lorry. Alice replied eagerly, for she was already ready to talk about her pet. Dinah's our cat. And she's such a capital one for catching mice, you can't think. And oh, I wish you could see her after the birds. Why, she'd eat a little bird as soon as she could look at it. This speech caused a remarkable sensation among the party. Some of the birds hurried off at once. The old magpie began wrapping itself up very carefully, remarking, I really must, I really must be getting home. The night air doesn't suit my throat. And the canary called out in a trembling voice to his children, come away, my dears, it's high time you were all in bed. On various pretexts, they all moved off, and Alice was soon left alone. I wish I hadn't mentioned Dinah, she said to herself in a melancholy tone. Nobody seems to like her down here, and I'm sure she's the best cat in the world. There we have cat as well, C-A-T, right? Oh, my dear Dinah. Oh, fuck it. Now, I spend so much time thinking about Dinah, and Dinah is D-N-A-H, right? So when we consider the D in relation to the theta and the A in relation to the H, all these names are at least potentially chosen specifically based on what the letters themselves represent in relation to the component aspects of our being, right? This is the ultimate context. Well, that and the external context as well. We are the world, right? As without, so within. Jesus is the Son. Son is you. You saw. So I wonder, oh, my dear Dinah, I wonder if I ever shall see you anymore. And here poor Alice began to cry again, for she felt very lonely and low-spirited. In a little while, however, she again heard a little pattering of footsteps in the distance, and she looked up eagerly, half hoping that the mouse had changed his mind and was coming back to finish the story. So that's the end of chapter 3, Alice in Wonderland. And we get a certain impression of, let's stick to the dodo specifically, although lots of impressions are given here. If you bring up the link I posted, Mark, or anybody else, if you want to follow along here, we're getting to the point now, finally, after the story's out of the way. If you bring up the link to the image of Alice and her encounter with the dodo itself, from the prompt I gave you in chat there, that link I gave you, well, something very specific jumps out. You need to sort of zoom in yourself. You need to zoom in yourself on the, like, let me just post it again in case anyone joined a bit late. Oh man, I hope I'm not out. I just see a rotating circle here on the screen. Oh, no, hang on. No, I hope I'm not out of. No, I seem to be coming through grand here on the main YouTube page. Here's the link again. So what you need to do is scroll down to the picture where Alice encounters the dodo, or is shaking hands, or introduced to the dodo, or dealing with the dodo. It's about midway down, and just zoom in. So zoom in, and this was the only version. So from Sabian.org. In other words, if you picked a different publishing source, this feature wasn't on them, and this can be clarified by someone called Dave High and Des Sheeps and Leaps. They were also involved in this. Jamie Brown as well. So this is all clarified, and on the Sabian.org version, it was the only version that featured this particular feature. So if you zoom in on that, shit, I didn't see that my main chat is working here. Can you hear me in chat there? Okay, it seems to be coming through okay on the Hangout itself, but on the main chat it doesn't seem to be. So no, that's good. Okay, excellent. So yeah, because I can't share screen, yeah, you have to bring up the link. I just posted it there. You have to bring up the link and the caption itself as you zoom in. Then, right? I know it's a bit convoluted, but all I'm doing is repeating what I've already been through a few years ago. But as you zoom in on the dodo, underneath the dodo's wing, underneath the hand emerging from the dodo's wing, a face jumps out at you. A clear face jumps out, and yeah, you have to have. I hope you have the image up before you, Mark, and you're looking at it yourself. I have many different captures in relation to this, showing what I'm going to talk about next and how they all compare to one another. This face that we see underneath the dodo's wing. Now we remember that the dodo is the divided state of us, which is well us, U.S., United States, right? USA, us, A. Right, again, we're being pointed towards the A. What is the significance of the A? Well, only it's in relation to the H and only in relation to, well, these component parts of our makeup. But yeah, the face there itself, only on this version, Sabian.org, was this face noticeable. So now I'm going to cut it short there. You've noticed the face yourself. Now I'm going to move to my next link, and I'm going to read it in full as well. And this is called, let me post that in chat here. This is regarding the guy who did the initial engravings, right? His name is Sir John Tenniel. Now, again, cutting to the chase, the man didn't exist. The man didn't exist. So all of the crafted words are clues for us to put into a certain context. A bigger context being flat Earth. You have to write with flat Earth, and then whatever comes after that, that'll be the solid sort of foundation. So let me put the link in here. So I'm going to be reading from this link here, and this is very, very interesting. Remember, I swear to you, man, I don't swear to anybody. I'll swear to nothing. I don't swear to nobody. I try not to anyway. But I'll tell you this, right? This is one of the greatest fucking treasures ever lost to be refound in the greater context of this. There's nothing bigger than flat Earth, or is there? Of course there is. Because once we come to realize that Earth is not a ball, we say Earth is flat because we know it's not a ball or a spinning ball. So Earth is flat and it's not moving. You think that's the end of the story? Like, fuck it is. It's not the end of the story. It's the beginning of the story. So I say this with this realization and long since realization that this is one of the greatest treasures found because it has such intimate connection with this greater puzzle we call life, which we're trying to get to the bottom of. Yeah, but once again, I will stress this is going back 2 years ago or more. So Sir John Tenniel, now wait to hear this, fascinating. So consider what I've been saying with the face, right? The Sabian.org is the only version that this face is present. In all other versions, you see the sort of beginnings of the face, the eyebrow or a little bit of the mouth. But yeah, it's only in that particular version, the Sabian.org version, you see the whole face. And here is how it's explained now. Here, so listen to this. In focus, bring up the link yourself. Sir John Tenniel and the Alice wood engravings. I'm going to read this now in full. Let me just say something else before I do that. As I talked about the works of Shakespeare and the Holy Bible, in some particular links, not all, but in some, so it's always thereabouts. The third most translated book earthwide is said to be Alice in Wonderland, outside of the works of Shakespeare, group of works of Shakespeare and the Bible as well. I say then this leapfrogs Alice in Wonderland to the top because it is 2 books at the most, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass, whereas the works of Shakespeare and many, many different books, many different plays, poems, etc. And the Bible, of course, 66 books. And so this gives Alice a special significance. So this itself then being all the more significant still, because it's about the significance of this thing that is most significant in the first place. So remember, John Tenniel didn't exist. Lewis Carroll didn't exist. All storytelling, Crawford storytelling, and adding to the clues. Now the solution is ultimately Aristarchus. So if you find Aristarchus anywhere that I mightn't find it here, that's cool as well. This is sort of a free layer. We'll remember, if you haven't heard it before, I'll tell you that the dodo, in terms of the external story, the changing face of the land, Gleason's map rotated around, came about because of the decapitation of Aristarchus. So if we imagine the Earth, the shape of the Earth, we imagine it. We can't see it obviously personally, but if we imagine the maps given to us, the Gleason map in particular, representing the decapitated stump of a tree as it sticks out above in invading waters. This is along the lines that we have come to recognize. When I say we as well, the people have been tuning in, right? The significance of the dodo within. Dodo. So then we have the TH and the D equivalents, right? The dodo. And I'm realizing this as well, little by little, bit by bit, everything is fucking connected with everything else. Oh, it's sort of wondrous in its crafting, and well, as I say, these are all children's stories. Let's reduce things down. Let's simplify things. You're not clever because you can read so many books and regurgitate something. You're not clever because you can argue a good case, or you have great polemics about you, or you have an ability to win a debate or to lawyer your way through. No, that's not what it's about. This is all about simplification. And you think the greater power, the greater truth, the greater, the greater force for good hasn't everything in control. You will always be found out, right? The truth is written in our hearts, and we stray from it, whatever motivations, and there are plenty of motivations and temptations. We will always be found out on it. This is just the way it's written. And once we accept that we are greater beings, this is the punishment we would dish out to ourselves, right? It serves you right, you fucker. You knew at the time that what you were doing was wrong, and who are we fooling at the end of the day? This is why Alice is all of us. This is why, if you look at the link I posted here, Alice, you cannot tell if Alice is a man, a woman, a boy, or a girl. Alice is all of us, right? So anyway, this is from Discover Gold Market, markart.com. Sir John Tenniel, Alice Wood engravings. So Gold Mark Art. Gold is AU, Aristarchus is Christ, Aura as a perfect anagram. But I'm not going to be paying attention to Aristarchus, but if you see any clues regarding Aristarchus that I don't see in this, I hope you'll point them out in the chat. So anyway, this link, Iconic Images of Wit and Wonder, Sir John Tenniel's illustration for Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass are as magical today as when published a little over 150 years ago. I'm scrolling through the page here and all the images are presented, so let's pay attention. An amateur artist himself, and by all accounts something of an egoist, Lewis Carroll had originally intended for his own illustrations to accompany his extraordinary text of Alice's tale. And it was not without delicate persuasion by the author's friend of his artistic deficiency that Carroll sought out a professional draftsman. John Tenniel. There we have 10. 10 is IO is 1, 0. The theta is the 1 and the 0, the circumference and the diameter, right? 10EL, 10IL, 10IL. Remember we talked about L, the whole E, right? So we have you have 6 different ways to go, left and right, male and female. This shadow and solidity. Um, Immaterially based, heart based, the bridge between the immaterial and the material, and then growing based or gut based, ground based. So John Tenniel, yeah, lead cartoonist for the politically mischievous Punch magazine, had already established a reputation for classical precision in his sketches, in which humor, composition, and execution of the image were treated with equal respect. Keen reader of the publication, Carl knew his work well. Before long, the pair had agreed on a collaboration. Remember, this is all bollocks. This is all nonsense. None of these people existed, right? But the book itself was crafted. It's like the story of Jesus. It's more important, as I said, in one sense, than the story of Jesus, you know. And that's no disrespect to anybody or anybody's disbeliefs. A Freudian slip there, but I mean, maybe that's what it is. Disbeliefs or a suspension of beliefs, right? And their convictions, absolutely not. We're on the same boat here. We love our fellow man, and if we're mistaken about something, well, we're mistaken. It's a black and white thing, you know. And I, as one, would certainly appreciate anybody who puts me on the right track after recognizing I was on the wrong track. And me coming to find out that that was the case, especially, I'd appreciate it all the more, you know. So anyway, these people didn't exist. As I said, Lewis Carroll, we can look at the name itself, Carroll, Lewis, Lewis. Charles Doe Dodson. Forget about everything else. You're told within the narrative, he was known as Dodo Dodson. Doe Dodson because he had a stammer. So yeah, we bear all these things in mind. So the letters chosen to represent the name itself, like John Tenniel, John was Jesus's favorite. Let's look at the letters John, John. What might they represent? This is what we need to do. Right? This is where sort of co-dodo and odd edoc. So that's the co-dodo backwards, where Z begins with 1, Z is 1, Y is 2, X is 3, etc. All the way back, and everything pivots around the I and the J. John starts with J here, particularly. Jesus starts with J for a reason. What might the J represent? Well, in the co-dodo or edoc. Well, the I and the J are equivalent. And if you put the I back into Jesus, you get Je suis or I am, which is a name for God in the Bible. But anyway, yeah, we remember that this is all storytelling. So, what is the deeper significance of it? So, and before long, the pair had agreed on a collaboration. Getting to the point, Mark, building up slowly, but this is a lot quicker than how I got to the point the last time because it was my own sort of investigative pathway. There was no one else to lean on. There was no shoulders to climb in any of this. So it took a longer time as I read my way through chapter. Anyway, yeah. Summing up, when I talk about all of this sort of stuff, I'm sort of summing up a year, you know, in half an hour or an hour or whatever. So just bear that in mind. And if you have any questions afterwards, I'll be happy to answer them and expand upon them. Anyone wants to come in for a chat, maybe tomorrow as well, let me know. My email is Maggie, if you want to email me as well. Fonny Mason, FONNY MASON @gmail.com. Now, you might think, Fonny Mason, what's he doing with Mason in his name? There's a whole different story for that. It turns out that Fonny Mason is a local minor crime character in Limerick here. But I didn't know that when my I would say my ex-friend, we're all friends together forever, Barry Wharton, used to always bring up this name, Fonny Mason, and it just had a comedic association with it in terms of the character of Barry and how he presented it. Uh, so that was just the first name I went for when I was setting up a Google account. But it's funny. Anyway, that's my email. So yeah, definitely welcome anybody. I know it's late now and I've had a few to drink, but I'm still grand. I'm, you know, I could walk a straight line now. I could deal with anybody. But more than welcome to have a chat, and especially you, Maggie. I'll try to reload Skype as well. Definitely have to have one chat anyway. As I said, lots of different considerations there. But yeah, anybody who wants to come on and have a chat as well, I think we can just share the link as well, and you can join in. Although I'll probably have to download OBS, and that will make it a lot easier for the next time. So whenever that occurs. In the meantime, I'll just continue on with this. So yeah, be patient. Right. So initially, their working relationship was fractious. A stubborn Tenniel found Carl's constant interjections during the first drafts of the illustrations tiresome, and as Carl later revealed in correspondence, was unafraid of saying so. Mr. Tellian is the only artist who has drawn for me who resolutely refuses to use a model and declares he has no more needed one than I should need a multiplication table to work on a mathematical problem. Now, that's a very interesting statement, isn't it? When we try to decode in terms of none of these characters being real and none of this narrative being actual or factual, relating some real encounter. So, yeah, what might that mean to you? Of course, model is, well, heliocentric model, again with the H center. It's downward journey into the material heart of everything. And then we get our models, and we're constantly encouraged to sort of embrace the model. But we can see that there's this conflict between, as it's written, Carl, and he's employed graphic artist John Tenniel. So let's continue on. Now remember, beyond the books of in a certain viewing, beyond the Bible, beyond the works of Shakespeare, the most translated, so in other words, the most exposure given to Alice in Wonderland Earthwide. So all of this has that set significance to it. And remember, this is all crafted characters. None of these characters existed. Someone is writing this. The Hidden Hand is writing this script in connection with the greater story. Right? Once again, going back 2.5 years ago. Eventually, and despite Carl's insinuations, Tenniel completed the 92 images to accompany both the author's texts drawn directly into their boxwood printing block. So involved was the artist with the project that, upon its momentous completion, he seemed drained of further inspiration. Tenniel undertook almost no work in the subsequent years that led to his celebrated knighthood, the first for an illustrator, so first of his kind in 1893. So again, very suspicious circumstances is why they took everything out of this Tenniel to, and engravings are pretty much you draw a picture out in paper and you transfer that image in to 3 dimensions in the form of an engraving, and then an image can be crafted from that detailed engraving, wood engraving or carving, right? So yeah, they're telling you here. So let me just reiterate. Eventually, and despite Carl's insinuations, Tenniel completed the 92 images to accompany both the author's text drawn directly into their boxwood. So boxes come into my reckoning as well. Box, we have the box or the square and the circle, or we have the cube and the sphere. So boxwood, yeah. Judy Wood and Dmitry Kalasov, when you don't understand that you're dealing with a pre-prepared movie that was delivered to us as live on 9/11, then you needs must end up in either one of two pigeonholes. One is the Judy Wood camp, right? The Judy Wood and her Jews, the DEWs. You notice that the W, as opposed to the M, it has a 2-to-1 bias downwards, pointing downwards. A has 1 pointing upwards. The M has two arrows pointing upwards and 1 pointing downwards. The 2/3. The heart is 2/3 up the way the body. All significant, as I said, everything matters, right? But yeah, so involved was the artist with the project that upon its momentous completion, he seemed drained of further inspiration. So it took everything out of him. Tenniel undertook almost no work in subsequent years that led to his celebrated knighthood, the first for an illustrator, in 1893. So great significance has been drawn to it. When asked by Carl to aid in a second project, he declined with the revelation that it is a curious fact that with the looking glass, the faculty of making drawings for book illustrations departed from me. I have done nothing in that direction since. Isn't that most interesting? Isn't that most interesting indeed? 2 o'clock, isn't it? 2 minutes past 2. Okay, I'm going to go for a while yet. So it drained all of this life force out of him that he was not inclined to engage in similar projects or any other projects post Wonderland and Looking Glass illustration. So once again, character didn't exist. What's been said. And we're getting to the meat of it now. The cutting of the blocks was undertaken by the ubiquitous Dalziel brothers, master engravers of the Victorian age, who had worked alongside some of the 19th century's greatest artists, notably the pre-Raphaelite Melias, Rossetti, and Burne-Jones. All interesting names themselves. Now, shit. Supervising their workshop of skill. This is all bullshit. But anyway, what's in the words chosen? Remember, the words, as we are told to read, mean something, or we're told that they're to mean something, but fundamentally words are composed of letters. So once we understand the letters construction and the greater context, then we can start to try to have better success at decoding why all of these names are chosen, after understanding that we're dealing with crafted scripts here, crafted narratives, applying to a greater story that is, well, all encompassing, and that begins and ends with Aristarchus. Just to throw that in as well, because we're about 2 years after this now. Supervising their workshop of skilled apprentices, the Dalziels, the name itself is very interesting. Dalziel, Dalziels. There we have the A-L as again. Oversaw the preparation of the blocks with Tenniel himself, whose exacting standards demanded subtleties of line and nuance of shading in every facsimile before giving his consent to print. So in other words, there was an exact sort of adherence to detail with Tenniel, and he was very pressing and insistent in terms of the final production. So yeah, so fine, here we go. So fine were Tenniel's lines, however, that the engravers feared the blocks would deteriorate before the long-scale printing of the books had been completed. Again, bollocks, bollocks, all of this is bollocks. All of this is not true, right? So they advised and said that they should act as the masters from which electrotype copies could be produced. These metal blocks would then withstand greater numbers of printing runs, but at a subsequent loss of definition and tone. So do you understand where I'm coming from here, Mark? So what they're trying to say is there was an initial set of wood blocks, and great detail and great care was taken in terms of their engraving, and that's all well and good. For the sake of publishing logistics, these woodblock engravings were translated onto electrotype metal copies. The only problem with this was, even though it did allow for greater numbers of copies to be produced, it did suffer at the hands of definition and clarity and tone as well. So something was lost in the in the compromise there. So this is the point we're asked to consider, right? So let me continue reading. Getting to the point, I know. And if you could see the illustrations themselves here, I mean, it'd be a great help. Listen, Mark, bring up this link, discovergoldmarkart.com, Sir John Tenniel, Alice Wood Gravings, and bring up the previous link, the Sabian.org version, and look beneath the dodo's wing, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So here we go. Exactly what. So this will push the point home now. Exactly what happened to the original blocks in the decades between their castings and eventual rediscovery remains a mystery. Fortuitously, they appear to have been closely guarded, even to the point of relocating the blocks from London to a Suffolk print atelier throughout the Second World War, avoiding their potential destruction in the bombing runs of the Blitz. Now, that's a different story indeed as well. Second World War hoax and the London Blitz bombings were an excuse to raise to the ground and to rebuild along certain lines, certain patterns, a whole new, well, I was going to say Jerusalem, but, well, a whole new facade, right? So the story continues, right? Here we go. Of the original 92 woodblocks, only one has been lost. Alice and the Dodo, the sole illustration of this later set to have been produced from the surviving electrolyte copy. So how apt that it was the Dodo of all characters in Carl's menagerie that was destined to disappear because Charles Dodgson was known as Charles Doe Dodgson because of his supposed stammer. The character he related to the most was the Dodo character itself. So how apt, or how coincidental, and we know there's no coincidences on the flat Earth, right? But so let me continue, right? It makes the point that I was just about to make myself. In 1985, the original wood engraved blocks were found in deed boxes belonging to Macmillan, Carl's publishers, secured there by the publishing house post-war art director, whose name, by yet more bizarre coincidence, was also Lewis Carroll. Come on! Come on! Come on! Remember, outside of the Bible and the works of Shakespeare, this is put up in the top three, the Trinity, of the most translated and therefore the most influential, the way it's written, works in history in that sense. Jonathan Stevenson of the renowned Rocket Press was awarded the prestigious task of printing 250 sets from them, the very first time that they had ever been used besides their initial proofing. The edition would be distributed worldwide with no further sets commissioned. Do you understand what's been said here? So all versions of Alice in Wonderland that you can find feature or stem from this 1985 exercise or effort by Jonathan Stevenson. And out of all of the blocks that he used, of the 92 original blocks, 91 of them were of the original. The one missing block was the Dodo and Alice block, which had more detail, more clarity, more definition, more tone than its electrolyte metal copy. And for all of the illustrations regarding Alice's encounter with the Dodo, this guy, Jonathan Stevenson, who was commissioned with this task, had to use the electrolyte faded copy, right, which we see in the link here itself. So as we look at that link, we look underneath the Dodo's wing and we see a lack of definition of the face that I pointed out previously, or I referenced previously in the previous link from the Sabian.org, and I posted the link in the chat. You can bring it up yourself, friends, and look at the distinction between the two. And Mark, especially, you can bring it up yourself and try and incorporate the greater story here and what's been told. Again, it's a lot to take in, and I accept that completely. So, any questions you may have, let me know at a different stage. But as we continue to read here, the point being made is that, well, I think it says it here. It specifically says it. So, cut with precisely clean, clear lines, the sheer quality of the wood engraving passed seamlessly from block to paper, as Dr. Leo John de Freitas, unbelievable, just with the names chosen, right? The names. So if you're going to devise a character like Jesus, like Clark Kent, right? All of the words are chosen carefully, but the words are composed of letters. So the letters are chosen carefully because the basis and the core, what the letter represents, what the construction of the letter represents, is well understood and known from the outset. So anyway, as Dr. Leo, Leo being lion or loin, gird up your loins, God told Job in that's another thing I should do actually, because I think I can answer some of God's questions to Job. I can answer some of them, and maybe next time I'm going to read that out, and that'd be interesting. But Dr. Leo John de Freitas' leading authority on book illustration has noted the partnership between Tellien and the Dalziel studio produced a definitive feat of printmaking. In the tumultuously as in the overtly engraved passages of the Alice blocks, there is a sculptural quality in which the refined craft skills that turned the beautiful sections of highly polished boxwood into fine printing surfaces can be experienced. The blocks are a delight to examine. And we're left with the last, there's more to it. Tenniel's greatest and most enduring achievement, the rocket press reproductions of these illustrations from the original wood blocks, restores a richness and clarity unachievable in the electrotype prints. Having stood the ultimate test of time, ranking even to this day among the world's best-known children's images, they will no doubt continue to delight for generations to come. Isn't this fantastic? So what they're telling you, out of the original 92 woodblocks, which had the best and most distinct and clarified quality to the illustrations, only one has been lost, which is Alice and the Dodo. So therefore, any representation of Alice and the Dodo that you see in any print anywhere will have come, as the story goes, from the copied electrolyte metal block, as opposed to the original wood block, which is deemed lost, right? Now, when we look at the Sabian.org, there's a different, and only in one sense only, that is the face beneath the dodo's wing factor that is going on. All of the other images within the Sabian.org line up with all other representations and all other printings of the book itself. So, but only in that one do we see this face. And the face underneath the dodo's wing turns out to be, summing it all up, turns out to be an amalgamation of both Paul and Paul McCartney's face. We were led down the pathway to consider that Paul of the Beatles was switched around. One of the dates given for the switch was November 9th, which is 11/9, or September 11th, in some necks of the woods. And then we had the imposter. These are all connected purposefully. So when we look at the face underneath the dodo's wing in the Sabian.org version, well, we can see that that's the face of Paul. The walrus is Paul. John's clue to us, John Lennon's clue to us, is a walrus moustache. So that face has a walrus, what they call a walrus moustache. And that walrus moustache is pointing up to the dodo's wing, which is the north center. When we placed the dodo over the land masses on the Gleason's map, with the dodo's beak being at South America, we have a good alignment, not a perfect alignment because the Gleason's map isn't the correct map. The Oculus Mosaic is the correct map, but it needs piecing together. It's the easiest jigsaw piece we've ever done, but it's the most difficult. It contains only 7 pieces, 8 pieces, 7 or 8 pieces. But yeah, how you rearrange those pieces requires you following lots of cues together. The Oculus Mosaic is found beneath, well, where else? The WTC Center, New York, of 9/11 fame. I just mentioned 9/11 fame in relation to Paul and the fall Chiru. 9/11 was about 2 becoming 1, 2 twin towers, 1 amalgamated whole, free dome, me. They have the dome in the center, free dome tower, right? Yeah, all of this connects, and yeah, to the north center, the north wing center. This is where the walrus moustache of the face of Paul / Fall is pointing. So yeah, Paul is the dodo / Fall is the dodo. He passed the baton on to Michael Jackson then when there was that war regarding the Beatles ownership or bidding for the Beatles catalog, and Michael Jackson won out. Right? It turns out Michael Jackson faked his death, and yeah, came back as the 5 Alive Dodo. Tom York, so another disconnection to 9/11. Kid A, soundtrack to a 102-minute movie that was presented to us on 9/11. Final song, song number 10, motion picture soundtrack. I might as well do it. What else am I doing, man? I play the same songs over and again. I have loads of songs to sing, but I play the same ones. So again, all the dodos are connected. Look into where Michael Jackson was on 9/11. Look into where Tom York was on 9/11 from Radiohead. Look into where Paul / Paul McCartney was in 9/11. You'll be very surprised. These are all the dodos. It's just we dodo now, right? I've followed the clues. These are all the dodos. Look where they were in 9/11. 9/11 connects everything. Radiohead's album Kid A was the soundtrack to 9/11. Song number 10, motion picture soundtrack. Tom York was nicknamed Dodo as a youngster, we are told, according to his biography, and also Salamander. But this song, again, all there is the moment. I've sang it many times, and I've said it many times as well. There's 3 verses, but on the album Kid A itself, we only get to hear 2 verses, and there's a hidden verse that you have to hear elsewhere. And it's very poignant, and in the greater scheme, in the greater picture of things, it's very, very significant. I'll sing it anyway. Back to you. Cheap sex and statues have me getting. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, stop saying letters always get through. They fed us my little white lies. I think it cries. I think it cries. That is the hidden verse, right? You're meant to come by afterwards and I hardly recognize you. I think you cries. I think you cries. I will see you. The guitar is a bit out of tune, a small bit, but man, I swear to you, honestly, I don't want to swear again. I just tell you this. I think I've been considering this for a long time. I consider it all the time. I considered this ages ago. This song is one of the most important songs ever written because it has this greater connection and connotation and this greater story of us. And it's all connected. This dodo missing block was located. There we have Paul / Fall, the face of Paul / Fall, blended into the image underneath the dodo's wing that was created 100 years prior to that. How could this be? Because the Beatles, because Paul / Fall crafted characters themselves around this greater, longer, enduring story. This is what it's about. When we consider the other Beatles members, George Harrison, George is the same forwards as reverse. Harrison, H-R-I, son. Aristarchus is his son, so H-R-I star cus, right? Richard Starkey, R. Starkey is Ringo Starr, Ringo. I pointed out about the ring finger, man and wife coming together, and the fourth finger, 4 and 4 is 8. Well, we have the two rings. When the rings come together, we have the symbol for infinity, or the 8, right? H-U, man. So all of these things, yeah, come together, right? Within this greater context, all of these things come together, and yeah, the story is there for all of us to read. No greater mass influence do you have, though, than some of the characters I mentioned here. Michael Jackson, come on, the king of pop. Elvis Presley, you know, when you look at the face of Alice here, it's Elvis. Elvis. So, yeah, all of these things. It's sort of overwhelming, isn't it? I'm not now, especially, no matter even about then, and even back then, that's not what it was about anyway. I knew it would be a very difficult thing for anybody to follow what I'm talking about, not because it's intrinsically difficult, but because lots of different steps have to be taken. You have to come to flat earth consideration or realization, for one. And we know how Yeah, well, in general, how slim those numbers are on the ground, right? So once you go beyond that, well, where do you stop, right? So that's pretty much it, Mark. What I have done as well, graphics always seem to help us out. What you can do for yourself is to bring up those two links and compare the two images and spot the differences. What I have done myself is picked out two particular images of Paul slash Fall side by side and put the image underneath the dodo's wing from the Sabian.org link in relation to those two, and what I can clearly see is the image underneath the dodo's wing being an amalgamation of the face or the gestures presented on the faces of Paul slash Fall in terms of the caption I presented anyway. And again, it makes perfect sense. We have the division, the reunification. One becomes two, two becomes one. This is what it ultimately all represents. But yeah, rest is down to you, is all. So I'm not sure how that came across, really. It wasn't particularly aimed at everybody, right? But everybody got something from it, Mark. And I could talk about all this for ages. Nothing about, particularly about Aris Dark, has jumped out at me. But this name, Jonathan Stevenson, is very interesting. And Stephen is my son. Stephen is my son, indeed. A beautiful, beautiful son. So just thinking about it now, Stephen was this is the first martyr for Christ, right? Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ's aura. Christ or Jesus came into being following massive destruction, and yeah, we shouldn't, in one sense, celebrate massive destruction. We should celebrate alleviation from the destruction. And this is why Easter is the biggest day in the Christian calendar, right? The resurrection, the resurrection. So these are all different contexts, though, to all of this. First of all, you have to be interested in this, right? And second of all, well, you have to give it due consideration. I think myself, looking at it now, by yet more bizarre coincidence, the post-war art director who got his hands on the original wood engraved blocks was also named Lewis Carroll. Get the fuck out of here. That's just making it clear and obvious to you once you get to a certain point of realization or consideration. You can see that this is a blatant. Over here, boys. Come on, over here, lads. Yeah, yeah. Something's worthy of notice here. Something's sticking out here. So you pop your heads in this way and see what there is to be learned. So you know what I mean. All of these facilities, once again, were given to us. So yeah, with that in mind, we take every clue as we find it, and we process it with due consideration, I guess. We'll just get another beer here, and that'll be my last beer as well. But yeah, let me play a song, proper song. I go into chat then, any questions, and I'll just go to the bottom of the chat again. I really apologize. I don't mean to be rude or inconsiderate in any way. It's just fucking the way it goes, like, but I go to the bottom of the chat and just try to take questions from the bottom up. So raining away outside. Alright, I thought of a song to sing, so I'll do that and then we'll go to chat and keep it going for another half an hour. I feel like myself, I got nothing talked about, but in a different sense, then fucking hell, this is massive. I mean, this is so big, it's unbelievable. It connects so many sort of big players and influences in modern and historical culture. Um, yeah, as I say, we come to flat Earth, there's a whole different game of play, and no one is talking about these things. Can I help that? I can't fucking help that. Can't help that. But that these connections are there, what am I supposed to do? Because no one is fucking going along with me. Say that they're not there and just give. I can't do that. For fuck's sake. I didn't ask for any of this, but maybe I asked for all of this, right? I asked for all of this. So, let me thought of a song. Let me just bring up the lyrics. Oh shit! Fuck's sake! Honest to God, the more I think you thought about this already, but the first line is, as down at Glen one Easter morn. Easter 1916 is a big thing ingrained within us as Irish children as well, and the significance of it when the Republic gained its freedom from the tyrannous close of the British Empire. More fucking nonsense. It's all nonsense all the way down. But the fact that this is mentioned in the first line is down the Glen one Easter morn. Easter Ishtar I star R I star Cus. Easter represents the resurrection of the Son of Man, right? We are promised reunification with the tree of life. The book of Revelations, chapter 22. And well, Aristarchus is the decapitated tree of life, the tangible reality that is all encompassing. It's within you, it's without you. This is the way it's written. Out of many, one. But yeah, let me. You can see it. You can see it. The most prominent crater on the moon, creator, the only crater on the moon, is the most prominent one. Is the most mysterious one, as described. So we have the most mysterious crater on the most mysterious object in our universe, which is the moon, and the crater itself is crater Aristarchus. Again, all scripted. Script you are. Look the script you are, right? One crater alone. Oh yeah, I meant to show you this. Let me show you that before. Turn off the light here. last can now. I'll turn off the light here and then just the camera. You can see this screen. Trying not to drop my Asus ASUS computer. Here you go. Okay, so can you see the? Oh, you can. Look. So you can see the ceiling somewhere. No, okay, I have to. You can see, yeah, you can see the central pattern. So let me bring it up a small bit more. That's better now, right? Ah, this is excellent. Right. So now the only difference between this and Aristarchus is, right, as I turn this, watch how everything turns in unison, right? Just like you're a nightly sky. So I'm just giving a little bit of rotational force. And as I turn it now, just exaggerating it here, right? But as I leave it go, watch what happens, right? So everything turns in unison. This is pretty much a snapshot of what's happening in our night and daily sky. Now, there's a few variables in play here, which will explain the variation in reality from what we're seeing here. One is, right, I'm only given this, well, first of all, we have a flat ceiling, so it's a flat roof here. Imagine that roof was contoured in a certain way. This would make a big difference, right? Now, also, this is just turning in one axis of rotation, this horizontal axis of rotation around the center point. So as that's doing so, we can see a certain expressed pattern against the reflective screen. That's all the sky is ultimately. Well, I should mention, did I mention another great realization in a sense? Atmospheric methane. Methane, when burned, turns blue. So the atmospheric methane is exposed to the sun's energy rays, and because it is not concentrated, it is more dispersed. Yeah, this what accounts for the blue sky. We know that once you go beyond a certain level, that the blue sky changes to black. So obviously there's a certain medium change in play here. But yeah, when we get back to imagining what's going on in terms of the core source of our skylights. This is Aristarchus here, but this Aristarchus is only rotating in one plane. The real Aristarchus moves, as I say, up and downwards on its annual. I was thinking in a different sense there. When you think about the Mother Earth and Father Sky, it's a fucking motion. It is a fucking, and literally, this is what it comes back to. It's the Big Bang, right? We won't be afraid of fucking sperm or eggs or the sexual unification, or what it represents, both physically, literally, symbolically, spiritually, etc. So yeah, we won't be afraid of that. What's actually happening in the center is as everything is turning, right? Aristarchus itself is moving in a few different ways. The primary way is up and down on an annual basis. But if we imagine there's a giant whirlpool, this is where we get the tides as well, by the way. If the moon is taken out of commission in regards to explanation for what's happening with the tides, because we've ruled out all things associated with the spinning ball, there has to be a different explanation of what's happening with the tides. There's a giant whirlpool at the north center. And if we imagine a cork in a whirlpool and three distinct motions that it will experience, then we can come to some sort of mental terms in trying to picture what might be going on. I'm not saying anything I'm saying is true. It's just for you as the individual to consider. We can see these shard-like patterns, though, and these very shard-like patterns as well on the ceiling are we can see them associated with the sun from high altitude balloon footages. When you take out the interfering aspect of the atmosphere or whatever you want to call that, then we have this consistent image that jumps out at us with all of these shard-like patterns, I call them. And Spike Toe's examination of these and trying to line them up with the moon craters, more particularly Aristarchus. Well, the moon craters are just one crater. They're just an expression of one crater. The reason why they look so disparate and separate is because we're looking at the same thing from a different perspective, different magnifications, different overlapping interference as well. It's like when you're looking at clouds and you're trying to sort of distinguish one cloud from another. This is pertinent in all of this. But yeah, this is a great illustration here. So on how we know that all of the skylights have a singular source is that they all reset on an annual basis, on a yearly basis. Everything resets en masse. Everything has a singular source. The sun and the moon are the same size because one is a reflection of another. Why we have the phases of the moon is because that reflective screen is not flat and horizontal like the ceiling here. It is contoured, right, of a certain contour, again, bi-barrier system, internal barrier, and then the external barrier begins low at the north for us, highest at the equatorial areas, and lowest at the south again, following the collapse, the destruction, the decapitation of Aristarchus. And yeah, these will account to a great degree anyway for what we see. So pretty interesting stuff, right? Pretty interesting stuff, and I've definitely been into much more detail about this and produced visual sort of comparisons. I mean, when I found the Milky Way on the moon, that pattern on the moon, 2 or 3 years ago now, absolutely certain that is the case. I know it's the case, right? And there's much more to it than that. I've decoded, and I've yet to be able to prove it or to put too much attention to it. I just know it's true, and I've seen it with my eyes. But the likes of the pillars of creation images from Hubble spacecraft. These are all images of the clouds. These are all patterns taken from the clouds. This universal pattern that's been expressed. Yeah, maybe next time when I do download OBS, that's the impetus for me to do that, right? Bring up those comparisons and well, see what you think yourself. But yeah, fundamentally, that's what it all comes back to: one singular source. The reason why the sun and the moon, as I said, are the same size because one's a reflection of the other. But light is not what we think. What are you going to do? Take over the definition of light is given to us by mainstream science after we've discarded everything else. Come on, come on, come on, Steve. Come on, Steve. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to, bud? Who am I talking to? Only you. We're here to figure this stuff out. We're here to figure it out, and well, I can't believe how dark it is, right? As it's coming across on the screen here. Yeah. It's certainly not that dark. Sorry for knocking the chat again. Sorry, and what I said there, Mark, about everything I went through with the Dodo and John Tenniel and Lewis Carroll. That's just a by the way for me, It's just bringing back to mind something that I have long since sort of recognized. When I say solved, yeah, I think I can say that because there's more to that story as well. There's an extra chapter to Alice in Wonderland that was discarded, a discarded chapter. And the reasons for that's called The Wasp in the Wig. That's another one I should read. Yeah, that's a different layer again to it. So the rain is still pissing away outside. Honestly, I love it. I love it, Steve. Anyway, I'm going to try and play this. I tell you though, as I've said myself, outside of anything that I'm saying, um, I appreciate in terms of the places I visit. Some of the most interesting interactions are to be found within the chat. I don't even listen to half the arguments that are going on, most of the arguments that are going on some days, and that's from both sides. Quantum Eraser, for instance, a big name. I don't give a fuck for any of this. I mean, I feel it's like I think you might get the impression I'm gossiping or something. I'm sort of comparing, or I'm sort of jealous to some degree or something. No, no, no. Quantum Eraser did an interview with Nathan Roberts, and he described himself, or he was described as an ex-US embassy official and a pilot, right? So it's the same guy, the same chat. And what I say is, because I see through the layers, he did that for a reason. He didn't have to put himself on camera, especially since he never goes on camera when he's on Nathan. And he's watching in now. I know they are. Everything is fucking recorded. I'm telling you, everything is recorded. And whatever way the shadows are falling in my face, it might look um, evil, but it might look beautiful as well. I'll let you decide on that. It's pretty incidental because all I'm doing is in the candlelight. I'm looking at YouTube live channels, and on the main channel, it probably is not that dark as well. Certain shades of dark are showing up. So I just had it be anyway. But regarding Quantum Eraser or these other major influences, Nathan Oakley, for instance, last night, this character called Sam Hine, in the space of about 15 minutes, donated about 500 euros or $500 to him. You know, and as I said before, that's fine. Good luck to you, you know. But when it comes to characters like Nathan, who's to say that he mightn't be paid behind the scenes to keep the argument controlled or keep a certain tag or a certain tie on an argument? If it goes beyond certain boundaries, just restrict it. We'll give you this amount of money to do that. These are the dangers. I'm not saying that that's so, even though I am saying that that's so to a big degree, because Nathan Oakley, John, Quantum Eraser, they're all actor agents within this arena. They're put in place for whatever ultimate purposes. And just recognize there's a deception going on, and that's not any judgment on the character. I think in general, all these people, contributors, are seem like they have the potential to be fine people anyway. That's the kindest I can say about these things. But you know, I've been treated pretty badly myself by lots of people, which I don't appreciate. I mean, as you're talking to me here, I'm not listening. Fuck you. Who? What? You talking to me? Talking to me? Are you talking? Are you talking to me? Fucking hell. Robert De Niro is a woman, and my mother speak to each other for ages and just bumped into each other before she was heading out to Belfast. And well, I know just ever since I said Jack Nicholson is a woman, that's it. All she sees now is what you're looking at. You define what you're looking at there. That's what she sees. A headless, brainless, a brain that's gone wrong. That's it. There's something missing. Whereas for me, that's just a by the way. I didn't give a fuck about that piece of information, but that had me labeled and hung so deeply. There's so much else to fucking consider, but you know, what are you going to do? We'll do, continue on. Continuing on. I guess my son is 18 next year, then he'd have the free choice to do what everyone's. Well, I'll have to try and intercept now. I have nothing at the moment. I have to get thinking, Steve. Although, as I've said, you know, following the clues, 1919 or 9119 in America, big time. I think it's the date, and after that, I'm definitely gonna have to take steps one way or another. There's no more time after that. Nothing would make sense after that. Then I'll just be back in the sort of desert of ideas, where any direction is as good as any other direction. See how this comes out anyway. It's pissing rain outside, honestly. Okay, let me bring up the lyrics. I might have to pause a little bit just to scroll up. I don't know, I get them all in actually. Okay. SX guitar as well, by the way. Everything for a reason. SX, Xmas, Christmas, right? So we get the decapitated tree, put it on the X, artificially light it up, have a big star at the top. Well, Polaris, right? So Aristarchus, Polaris at the top. The train revolving around, indicating motion. What's in the name? Polaristarchus, Aristarchus, Polaristarchus. I should plug in my power supply here. You can see my t-shirt, by the way. You can't. Utah, U-T-A-H. Think about it in terms of the letters, what I've been saying, right? How the letters correspond to your own constituency. We are heart-centered. We are the blend of the material and the immaterial. The thought is the immaterial. Come on. Don't externalize. This is why the final layer, we will be deceived until the end if you allow yourself to be deceived. But you were always meant to. Imagine I said this earlier on, in terms of hyper reality and our ability to create games or immerse our loved ones in some sort of hyper reality experience. If I was to design a game for my child, I would make it the most fiendish possible, knowing that once the game is over, success or fail, you know, you'll take off the goggles or you will step outside. So I think this is what life is, as I mentioned earlier on, and it's there for us to put the pieces together within the design, like within the matrix, within the design of it all. I'm going to urge my son, my loved one, to make his way through the pitfalls, through the traps, through the difficult decisions towards the greater solution. And I will incorporate that into the script. I think this is what life is, my friends. And life is if L, an anagram, and I fell. I fell from what? I fell F at the top, right? F. If you think about the E and the F, the three branches coming out, the material, the immaterial, and the heart center. Well, the F foregoes the lower branch, the material center, and F for father, right? Father. Let's think about it like this. This is another, like flat Earth. After flat Earth, this is another, well, it's incorporated within flat Earth, this immaterial nature to our being, right? So you see, I can talk now, but listen, fuck's sake. If there was someone here, I'd be talking differently. Generally, if I wasn't on a hangout here, I'd be playing a few songs or maybe adding to a song I'm working at the minute, actually. The guitar isn't quite right as well. I have to. I'm thinking that's one of the things I will do if I if I get back to living. I mean, fucking, it's an impossible thing to think about, isn't it? That's what I'm saying about 19. See, 9/11 was about two becoming one, right? So 9/11, or as we know it here in Europe, Ireland, 11/9. So 11/9 was about two becoming one. So the 11, the divided state, the K is the 11th letter. But K is also the eighth, has a value of 8 in code Dodo. And if you think of the 8 in relation to the 0, it's divided in two. So K represents a divided state. When we put a K next to a backwards K, we get an IX, right? IX. And yeah, this has all the utmost significance in relation to our constitution. The living, wondrous, divine being, who's entered into this experience for the sake of diversion. We have eternity on our side after all. What are you going to fucking do? What are you going to do? I said that before many times. It's a scarier fucking route to come to the realization that you never die, as opposed to accepting wholeheartedly that when this desperate experience is over, that's the end of it. At least that's it. It's I don't know which is better or which is worse in a big sense. Okay, let me try this. And remember, I'm after a good few cans. Won't lie to you. I try my damnedest not to lie. I had 1 3/4 cans and 4 glasses of distilled water. Yeah, a joint didn't touch my lips all evening. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. I'm kidding. I had I bought 5 cans initially, and they were going down well. There's no one here, as I said, and I can handle my beer as well. And I bought 5 more, so that's 10 cans. It's pretty substantial. I'm not going to be drinking my urine in the morning, but I will make sure to have definitely a couple of pints of water here before I go to bed. And I should be fine tomorrow then, and I feel quite coherent now. I'm going to roll another joint, and I'm going to sing a song. And I hope you're still with me, and if you're not, well, I'll be just doing this anyway. Okay, here we go. I was down the land one Easter morn to a city fair. Their armored lines of marching men, in squadrons they passed me by. No fifes did hum, no battle drum did sound its dread tattoo. But the angel's bells over the living swell rang out through the foggy. Where you take it down a small bit? What do you reckon? It's all about finding the balance as well. The ether dies down a little bit more at the night as well, because the great agitator, the sun, is not casting such a direct influence. And remember, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the sun is a primary reflection of Polaris. So the sun itself reflects the rest of the sky. This is the secret, right? This is the key. My guitar, not gonna lovely guitar. Jesse, I was thinking of calling it. I've been adjusting it a small bit, so there's a few things wrong with it. I probably take my hand to it and improve it a small bit. But anyway, let me continue this. It's all about those subtle. Alright, anyway, let me continue. Right. I should be singing clearer as well, because oh shit, that's a different story, isn't it? There's something going on there. It's like the bane down this nostril. I can breathe clear enough, but the intrusion goes deeper than what I think, and there's still a battle left, and it's a fucking painful, sore battle, I'll tell you that. And it's there since I was the very earliest of ages, 5 or 6, when I get these old energized nosebleeds. So anyway, right, proudly high over Dublin town, they hung out the flag. It was better to die beneath the Irish sky than a tubular Sudan. And from the plains of oil meats round men came hurrying through, while Britannia's guns with their long range guns sailing through the foggy. It was England bade our wild geese go. That small nations might be, but their lonely graves by Suglass or the shores of the great North Sea. Oh, how they died by Pierce's side, or fought with Carl. Their names we would keep where the pinions beneath the shroud of the poppy. But the bravest fell and the requiem rang more full of fear. For those who died that Easter tide at the springtime, and the world did gaze with deep amaze at those fearless men with fear, who bore the fight that freedom's might shine through the foggy. Who bore the fight that freedom's might shine through the foggy. My guitar's out of tune, and also I was thinking as I was singing these words, more propaganda given to us. So Easter 1916, I shouldn't be so angry. Easter 1916, the Freedom Day for Ireland as a republic. Easter 1916, friends. 19. Can you make a 19 out of a 16? Easter time. 19. There's something about this year, friends. Steve. After this, my love, I swear, if I find, I swear to you on my life, if I knew, I'm telling you now, I'm going to say this, hang on. This is to my son. It's my beautiful son, Dad. I haven't seen him in 5 years. Steve, if I find out after this that life as is, right, will go on for another 100 years or until our deaths and beyond, well, we'll want for nothing, my love. I'll put my efforts towards well, you, whatever you want, whatever you deem will make you happy, I will put my efforts towards that. But I think this has to be the final date. And yeah, 1919, 1919 or 9119, 1st of September 2019. After that, then yeah. Anyway, I mentioned earlier on about how I could have been a millionaire way back when. Definitely, and I think it wouldn't be too hard for me, relatively anyway. I have lots of different ideas that I could sort of apply myself to. But yeah, it's all about this different picture, this different reality that has been well shoved in my face, that I've been alerted to in no uncertain terms. So it's about me coming to terms with a different reality. And I can't go back from many things. As sure as I'm a man here, as sure as I'm being honest with myself, and I have cognizance about all of my prior experiences here in my time here, I can stand by what I say, not in terms of the direct expression of the thought of the word, but in terms of the general ideas being expressed. Yeah, I can, and if I can say anything is real, if I can say anything is certain, I can say that about some of the pathways that I have followed. So putting it in a greater context, well, these are the greater questions. Nobody says it was going to be. Nobody said it was going to be easy, right? We're told not to love this world, and yeah, what do we love? What do you love? Yeah. I think it was. I must have. I think if you're listening to this, Steve, I know. I know you know. I have a YouTube channel and all that. But if you remember, one of the last times I saw you, because I kind of guessed that there's going to these pathways I'm going. I didn't use the legal name for 6 years, and I meant no tax in my, no insurance in my car, etc. And that means every time I pick up Steve, we can't go places because Sarah might, and I guess in a sense rightly so, but in another sense wrongly so, and in a real sense wrongly so, because reality is different than presented, right? Yeah, that had so many limitations and restrictions. But as I knew Steve was coming of age, and I knew that all of these influences would be around him, the one thing I did do, and I'm happy that I did it as well, is just in the place I was living, the flat I was living, I got a couch. Look, I had my own relationship with Steve throughout the years. We were always open about everything, from the biggest to the smallest things, and there was absolutely nothing that I would be ashamed to say or hide away from my beautiful son in that sense. But maybe I sensed a separation to come. But one thing I did do was, yeah, I'm not saying. I wish I could show you a picture, but that's of a different occasion. That's Steve on a natural high when we drove up past Father Ted's house in Clare. So Father Ted, if you don't know, it's a sitcom. It's sort of English Irish based, but the exterior shots are shot from a house in Clare. So we drove up. It's kind of fucking boring and everything, but there was no. I have a sunroof in my car as well, and I was telling Steve, stand up there and stick your head out the sunroof and go along. And I'm driving along on this boring 30 miles an hour down the Father Ted Highway, and I have a picture of Steve when I slowed down and he came in. I didn't see him for about 30 seconds. I was doing about 30 miles an hour. Father Ted's house was going by, and I was going, wee, wee, all this sort of stuff. So anyway, Steve sticks his head back in and sits down. The look on his face when he lands back on the passenger chair is priceless, and I capture that look, and I posted it many times on this channel as well. But how did I get onto there? I'm not quite sure. It's okay though. I'm after loads of cans. That's the second 5-pack, so I still have one and a bit left, so that's okay, isn't it? I know. Oh yeah, sorry. That was a natural. Sorry. So I know. So that was a natural air high, and the best high you can get, right? Just this massive intake of air, and the picture, the capture I got of him exemplified that fully. You got to say, whatever he's on, I want it, man. Well, you know, all you have to do is drive along. You don't want to be doing it on a short enough road. I could only go 30 miles an hour there, but I couldn't stick my own head out. But maybe a dual carriageway or a motorway or something, go along 60 miles an hour and just stick your head out the window and count 50 or something like that, 30 or whatever number you choose to, and then come back in. Greatest high you'll ever get. But the other high, I made sure Steve had secondarily was, well, the cannabis high. So maybe I preempted that. There was going to be a departure in play. And yeah, one particular Saturday when I had him, I don't know, we might have had some for doing whatever. And I said, all right, Steve, time for it. You're getting big now, my fella. We have a few choices in life, and there's many different things that will take us away from our normal state of being. Whatever we decide, I mean, bad living here, but it's along the general line. But whatever we decide to take, whatever would be influenced to take, will always be for the purposes of well, from our own point of view, hoping we feel better, we can deal more easily with the well, the harsh realities, or we can escape the harsh realities to some degree or another. And there are a few certain options available when we think in terms of legalities. So I knew the greater influence, if I wasn't going to be around, was going to be the alcohol influence, right? Which alcohol is a poison. So as a dad, and I let someone fucking come along to me and say, you shouldn't have done that or you can't do that. Well, I made sure that we were on the couch. So I was lying on the couch. My son, 12 years of age, big fella, you know, he's about 6'4" now, and I'm 6'1.5", 6'2" almost. But I haven't seen him in years as well. So he could be taller than that, or he could be anything. But anyway, at that time he was about 12. And he laid on my chest, put the duvet, the cover, the bed cover over the couch, and maybe a bit of music on in the background. And my son lying on my chest, and me smoking a doobie, and he sort of inhaling the secondary smoke. And you know, great, I had to do that. I'm very happy I did that as well. Didn't say, don't, I said, Steve, tell who you want about anything. I'm not going to say, don't tell your mom we did this. I'm going to say, you know, be straight up. Don't lie. You know, I've told my son always, be true to yourself and all this. But as we were walking around, big high head, he was fucked. He wasn't fucked up. He was just like, he was just happy. He was just sort of alert. And I was happy to see it as well, because there's all different sort of states of mind and phases of being. And, so yeah, that's a memory that just came back to me there. That was funny. That was funny. But we'll do that again, right? We'll do that again. Rain, I can hear it outside. And just to finish up on that song, that was called The Foggy Dew. And again, one of these propaganda songs. It's all scripted. We've been said and led and challenged at every hand's turn, and you know, maybe necessarily so. Maybe necessarily so for us to see eventually through the fog, right? Through the fog, and realize that, well, hang on, any of these heroes that are put before me, that's fair enough. If a man does an honorable thing, if a man leads an honorable way of life, it is worthy of a recognition, you know, just by the individual hearer. But when all of these different characters are placed before us with such sort of force and persistence and resilience, well, it's only when you come to a different way of thinking that you can come to question, who exactly am I putting up on a pedestal here? What am I creating? When it comes back to it, you understand that you're creating idols, right? Or you're being encouraged to create idols. And, you know, from the littlest, in inverted commas, to the largest, from some of the Easter 1916 men in Ireland, some of the heroes that are presented to us. Pierce has mentioned, or Cathal Brugha, um, to, well, the utmost, the Jesus type creations, right? So once again, we're constantly encouraged to externalize, to place a certain reality, to say that this is. This is. Remember Michael Jackson, the dodo? Remember his last parting words to us? The concert that was supposed to be, but never quite was. This is it. Pay attention. What's he telling you? This is it. There we have the TH is. TH is. Theta is. Right? Ultimately, there's a greater component to your being outside of this purely material. Right? That's what the letters represent. If you were trying to impart a language, a code of understanding to your most loved, nearest and dearest, your youngest child, how would you do it? Outside of any other influences, you do it via, well, basic thinking, basic representation. And this is where it comes back to, right? This is where it comes back to. Letters and numbers. It's as easy as A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Sorry to anyone in chat as well. Sorry about that. I'm going to be here for another can anyway, at least. If YouTube lets me go, I think this is a good stream. As I say, Maggie, I know you watch, so yeah, please come on the next time. I'll try to get my Skype. I forgot my password and username in Skype, so I probably have to reload it and all that. But I'm not going to promise anything as well, so don't hold me to that. But I mean, excellent conversations I can envisage having, not just with you, Maggie, but with many different people as well. Gideon is another one who is willing to come on and have a sort of an open conversation, which is all it is. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here just talking, right? Just talking, not showing, just talking. So no different course would define itself if there was someone else involved. If there was a different dynamic to a conversation in the first place, a different dynamic necessarily than me just talking and waffling away. And in some senses, that's where I'm better as well. That's where I'm better. It's not pitting myself against somebody else, but it's about having that interaction and having that greater impetus to sort of express a more coherent line of thought on something particular. You know, I mean, I could talk for ages on the mirror water layer that killed back in 2015. It was my first avatar before the Dodo avatar. I've only had two. Dodo avatar and the setting sun avatar we heard, this mirrored reflecting layer. It kills the ball earth, right? We understand that we're looking over a flat a plane of water to the maximal distance, right? When we're looking at sunrise and sunset. And when we take in these factors into consideration, as opposed to at eye level at the beach, being told that we can only see 3 miles and everything that you may see is a product of magical, mysterious refractionary forces in the atmosphere that allows the atmosphere itself to create mirror-like images, even though there's no mirroring going on. It's just a bending of light in a curious manner via the transition from medium, lesser to more dense medium, etc. Load of nonsense, you know what I mean? So these realizations aren't too special in themselves, but when we realize the nature of the lie and the scope of the lie, well, then they are, I guess, you know. But to me, they're perfectly obvious, and I could spend ages talking about them and how those realizations themselves extend themselves to what's going on, to what's going on above us as well. And well, it all comes back to water, water everywhere, and as I showed you with the spinning light here, there's a reflective screen. The container as a flat earther, you said it's a container. What's the nature of the container? You don't know? Okay, that's fair enough. You don't know. So if anyone was to come along and express, if I was to come along and express my thoughts on what the nature of the container is, would you laugh at it then, or would you have the entitlement to laugh at it? Would you know? No, I don't think you would, right? Because after all, we're entering into unknown territories, and we're trying to seek answers to these greater questions, or these more basic questions that occur to us. So, in one sense, the biggest opposition to progress now are the flat earthers put in place, not the ball earther. They're easily recognized, the ball earther antagonists, so the flat earthers put in place now who hold and adhere to a fixed gate. These are the biggest dangers, and we have to open our eyes and see who's who and what's what. I don't give a fuck who judges me on anything. I know my own heart here. And I don't have to make any declarations. And if I make any declarations, it would be to my son alone. In this world, it would be to my son alone. So you can listen or you can't listen. It's down to yourself. But when I say something, I mean it. And when I say that I mean it, then I do mean it. And I don't mean it for you, because who are you? I mean it for me. I mean it for my son. Well, I mean it for my fellow man, I guess. That's the last time I saw my Steve was for his 12th, was it 12th birthday? It was his 12th, hang on, 12th birthday, but yeah. I know. It'd have been 13th, so it was 12th or 13th, but I think it was the 13th actually, now that I think about it, yeah. But yeah, the last gift, and terrible with gifts and all that sort of stuff, but the last gift I got him was a mandolin for his birthday. And we're here in a big sense to make our own music, to sort of put everything into a harmonious representation of our inner vibration, our inner essence. I mentioned earlier on, everything comes down to frequency, vibration, and energy input. I can appreciate that. What to do with that is the next question, right? What to do with that is the next question when everything is a fucking lie. But I reckon we were always meant to come to this point of realization. So we're always meant to therefore figure a way out, to see a way beyond. And well, that's what I'm clinging to anyway. As I say, 1919 or 9119. I think that is most definitely to be my cutoff point. And whatever I do after that has to be definitive, because what is the story of a man's life, right? So just it has occurred to me as well. something on the B string here. I don't know. Okay, that'll have to do. All right, I'll play this for you, Steve. Okay. Ever since I went back to work, money never changed a thing. Death kept following, tracking us down. At least I heard your bluebird sing. Now somebody's gotta show their hand. Time is an enemy. I know you're long gone. I guess it must be up to Steve. If I thought about it, I never would have done it. I guess I would have let it slide. But paying attention to what he was thinking, and the heart inside me would have died. I was just too stubborn to ever be governed by enforced insanity. Someone had to reach for the rising star. I guess it must be up to me. All the Union Central's pulling out, the orchids are in bloom. I've only got me one good shirt left, and it smells of stale perfume. In 14 months, I've only smiled once, and I didn't do it consciously. I forgot. I forgot there's no one around. I can fucking sing away. There's no one around. Somebody's gotta find your trail. I guess it must be up to me. It was like a revelation. You betrayed me with your touch. I'm just about convinced myself that nothing had changed that much. The old under in the iron mask, he's slipping the master key. Someone had to unlock your heart, he said it was up to me. Now I watch you slowly disappear down into the opposite. I would have followed you in the door, but I didn't have a ticket stub. So I waited all night till the break of day, hoping one of us could get free. When the dawn came over the river bridge, I knew it was up to me. Well, the only decent thing I did when I worked as a postal clerk was to hold your picture down off the wall near the cage where I used to work. Was I a fool or not to try protect your identity? You looked a little brunette, my friend, and I thought it might be up to me. I met somebody face to face, I had to remove my hand. She's everything I need in love, but I can't be swayed by that. It frightens me, the awful truth of how sweet life can be. She ain't gonna make the move, I guess it must be up to Steve. Dupree came and pivot tonight to the Thunderbird Cafe. But I still wanted to talk to him. I had to let the other. Now I just can't rest without your love. I need your company. You ain't gonna cross the line. I know it must be up to you. There's a note left in the bottle, and you can give it to Noelle. She's the one you've been wondering about, but there really ain't much to tell. We both heard voices for a while, but the rest is history. Someone's gotta cry some tears. I guess it must be up to Steve. So go on, boys, play your hands. Life is a pantomime. The ringleaders from the county seat say you don't have all that much time. And the girl with me behind the shade, she ain't my property. One of us has got to hit the road. I guess it must be up to Steve. Well, if we never meet again, baby, remember me. I'm on a care around my neck, I blew it for you free. No one else could play that tune, you know it was Miles out of tune. Sorry about that. A little bit out of tune anyway. Up to me, Bob Dylan. I left out of the Blood on the Tracks album. A seminal, is that the correct term to use? Seminal album. I think left out on purpose because, well, a brilliant song, first of all. I don't do it any justice, but Bob Dylan, the corpse oration, being a major clue giver, who is still actively giving clues to this day. Well, just as I was trying to light my cigarette, the thought struck me, or I was reminded of a thought I had ages and ages ago. Which is a flat earth proof. So I talked about it a little bit. If I was to focus on some of these areas, I could definitely nail them down. I could nail them down long ago. The plant, the growth pattern of a plant, right? A simple plant in an open area will tell you the pattern or the motion of the sun, the axis of motion of the sun, more particularly. The plant will always follow the sun. So on a daily basis, it will, first of all, move upright, but then move in a circle. So as you move upwards in a circle, this is crafting a spiral. If the Earth was a spinning ball, right, the plant, after following the sun as it comes in from the west and so from the east and travels towards, loose terms, east and west, right? The east is east and west. Never is a twain will meet. We talked about this ages ago. What the dodo leads us to in terms of the flat Earth map is the realization that the only grid system, or the only system, coordinate system that you use for a flat plane is a grid-like Cartesian coordinate system. Spherical coordinate system applies to the sky. So now, as I tied in with what I was saying earlier on, when we look at the ball as presented, the blue marble, how can we interpret that? How can we decode that? So everything, all truths about our flat Earth reality are encoded within this blue marble representation and all its different component layers. How can we decode it? You know, the biggest sin or crime would be to throw it out completely, right? It's like a NASA fakery. They know that you're going to come to realize that what they're presenting is a load of nonsense, a load of bollocks. So you, having come to know that what they're presenting is a load of bollocks, have to ask yourself, why are they presenting a load of bollocks when there's no need for it? They could invest not too many resources in making something look not like a load of bollocks, but that's not what's happening. So once again, when we come to flat Earth, the flat Earth plateau, right? Well, then we have to reconsider all of these basic questions. And well, when we do, you're not relying on anybody else. That's fundamentally what it must come down to as well. All the answers are available to all of us because we're all involved in the same ultimate experience. And if you're hearing what I'm saying now, well, you're privileged, right? Because out of all of the world's population, vast millions and billions, you are a tiny fraction. So congratulations, you know, that makes you something. I don't know what it makes you, but it makes you something. And look, I mean this in a real sense. I absolutely mean it in a real sense. Different if you're talking to people who just haven't considered it, right? And that's a different matter. And they're not interested in conversing on the matter because they haven't considered it. But if I'm talking to somebody who, after due consideration, understanding all of the controversy and looked into certain areas regarding the controversy of flat Earth versus globe Earth, if they've still come to the conclusion that, and they genuinely believe this, I think they're few and far between, these returning antagonists. Anyone who looks into it will become a flat earther, right? And it's obvious. So, but if there are those genuine people, well, the only word to describe them in my ability to express words accurately is insane. That's all. After due consideration, if they still come to the conclusion that it's natural to think, or it's representative of real, to think that people in, let's say from an Irish standpoint, in New Zealand are walking on, life in New Zealand is going on upside down in an absolute relation to my position where I am now, because that's all there ever is by the way, is the now. Is life but a dream? Life has to be a dream, right? Because if I ask you to invoke what the word light, or not light, light is another good word, beware the false light, the word life and your life means to you, or what it invokes within you, you're going to rely on memories of past moments. And you're going to incorporate those memories of past moments with future speculations or hopes. Always coming back to the singular moment, the continuous singular moment, which is all there is. And it's not a second, it's not a fraction of a second. It just is, isn't it? It's outside of time. So outside of time, snapshots are continuous. Therefore, life is dream. Life is a dream, and indeed, as I mentioned, Alice in Wonderland. That's one of the basic. Let me do that. Let me because the link is up here, and let me Let me read the last chapter. Hang on. Hang on. I'm not sure which book is it now. Oh, I do. Of course, I know what book it is. It's the last chapter of the last book, but it's not quite the last chapter. It's Lewis Carroll's Alice Through the Looking Glass, and I'm just going to read chapter 12. The last thoughts of Alice after Looking Glass as well. Mirror, remember, mirror everywhere. Mirror in the sky. The veil it lifts, revealing pie. So Alice, I can't share my screen. Chapter 12, Alice in Wonderland. Let me just post it in chat. Am I still going? Am I? I think I'm still going. Okay, good. That's the engravings link. I've never posted. I not posted that earlier on. Damn it, man. I should have posted that link earlier on. And fuck it, I'm sorry about that now. That's ages ago. This is chapter 12 from, and of course it's 12. It can't just rest at 12. There has to be a 13. The 13 represents the Trinity, the 3 and 1. Jesus is the 13th of the 12 apostles. King Arthur is the 13th of the 12 knights of the round table. Arthur, R-T-H-U-R. What does TH mean? Remember, H center. So we have the H, T, and the L. You pick. The devil. Remember last time I pointed out about God? G-O-D. So we do a G, O, and a backwards D. And then we do a forwards D to begin the devil, but back connected to the backwards D at the end of God. And then we do an E backwards and a V-I-L. When we understand that the two Ds connected that way represented theta, we understand that God and the devil are two sides of the same coin. When you understand that, then the message to us, and I'm saying it to myself as well a bit more, is go live. Go live. Birth is B-I-R-T-H, right? Math is am-T-H. Math is said to be the language of God. Am-T-H. So much apologies there, especially to you, Mark. If you were following along and I was giving you these instructions, I thought I posted that link from the John Tenniel. I'm sure I did, actually. I must have posted it before that. And maybe meant to post it again. I tried to, and I just didn't post it. So hopefully I posted it at least once. But if not, well, at least you have the link there anyway. But hopefully that's not the case. That's all I can say. Because I'm desperately sorry if that was the case and you were following along. I might go for a drive in a while. Not it's a drive, it's just a little travel around in the quiet roads. In spite of going back in a very limited sense using the legal name, and my car is still what it always has been. It's an automobile. It's for the purposes of travel. There's no private commercial enterprise in play there. So still proud of my plates. But instead of the registered plates, that contract is null and void now. I made up my own plates. Well, I got them made anyway, just in a simple piece of plastic. But FRE space FRE space E101. So we're encouraged to bring the two halves together, whoever's encouraged anyway, and see, well, free, in other words, we're basically free. When we look at the word free in terms of what I've been saying, FREE. So we have the combination of the two E's, and well, we come to the F. So the F is a representation of the TH as well. When we think of the F in relation to the letter E, we have the lower limb. Castaway. All right, I'll sing a song. They say everything can be replaced. Every distance is not near. Yet I remember everything of every man who's put me here. I see my light shining from the west to the day now, I shall be with. They say a man needs protection. They say that every man must fall. Yet I swear I see my reflection somewhere so high above this room. I see my light come shining from the west to the east. Every day, anyway, I shall now I understand the man is not. A man who swears he's not to blame. All day long, he's shouting so loud. He's crying out and he's praying. Oh, that last sort of strum there, close enough. Close enough. My voice is a bit hoarse, and it's difficulty between volume and correct key, if I can put it like that. And even though I can sing freely now, I'm going to sing for a while yet. Until then. Still trying to find that balance. I mean, there are still people within potential earshot anyway. I don't think anybody can hear me. I'm not disturbing anybody, and I definitely don't want to do it anyway. I was thinking all these different possibilities, but one thing I can do is write songs. Anyone desiring a song written about or around any particular theme, if they gave me the basics, general idea of what they would like to express, you don't have to give any specific reason or any specific individual, but a general theme and a general type of feeling to the song. I could come up with something, and well, that's outside of anything else. If I see into the long future and I have another 30 years with my Steve after he turns 18, and I have to accept a life that is a lie, yeah, I have to accept that. That's just a tough one, though. You do that. Never lied to my son, ever, ever, never hit my son. And angry with him a few times. It's always my fault, all of it. I always realized it instantaneously. The last time, the biggest silence between us was I just wanted him to have music in his life, and I didn't see him just because of the arrangement that was going on. And the next time I did see him, he didn't practice his guitar. It's just the only way I could express my anger didn't say anything to him, so he just sat there and I just did what I did. But I regret that. It's my fault as well. But beyond that, all there ever has been is openness and honesty between us, between me anyway, and his memory of fucking what happened 6 years ago and everything beyond that will be vague to a big degree anyway. But he still won't have forgotten. The Jesuits used to always say, and I did remember this myself. Give me the child for the first 8 years and I'll show you the man. I do owe to that. 8 years, and I finally mentioned 8 years. So upon reunification, my son and my relationship will be able to be picked up, hopefully once all of this fog clears. But yeah, honesty is an integral part, in my being, and it has to be, right? At this stage, anyway, it has to be. Um, well, like always now in this direction. Or porpoise. One porpoise? Popeye. Popeye and his spinach, right? This is a reference to the tossed salads and scrambled eggs. Remember the Fraser song? Baby, I hear the blues are calling, tossed salads and scrambled eggs. Baby, you seem a bit confused, but I've got you pegged. Now I don't know what to do with these tossed salads and scrambled eggs. They're calling again. These are all sexual references. And well, Popeye, come on, Popeye. It's fine though, isn't it? I mean, it's fine. Again, it's a greater story of everything, and every story has to incorporate the greater story. The way it's written, we're dealing with powers and forces and stories that. Well, we're just coming to read. I think that's hard to read. We're just coming to ride. All right, sing another song. Well, let me just roll another cigarettes. Roll another number. I won't lie to you. Yeah, I'm sorry for not going into chat as well, because I know if I go into chat, but you know, there's so much to sort of make up for that. Wherever I start, I'm just bound not to have the ability to deal with. I guess maybe in one sense, the more pressing questions that come later on, just get hung up on one individual question. And as the way, this is just the way it is. I mean, what is it? What is it after all? Who's defining what is here? This is just the way it is. Once I start talking or dealing with or addressing a particular question, I go off on tangent. And if there was someone there to keep me on track, that'd be cool enough. But at the same time, it is what it is. And yeah, that's why I'm sort of not apprehensive about going into chat, because there's probably questions going back to what I presented tonight or we presented tonight regarding. Well, what am I going to say? Fuck's sake! Anyone who's listening, who's listening there? Mia Lama, you've been here for ages. Mark, maybe not you, right? But this is going back years, right? This is I've always described this. When I found it, I knew there was something absolutely significant that was pertinent to flat Earth. So when I talk about what I talked about tonight, it's not just in isolation. There's also the 2015 Economist magazine front cover with the encoded treasure trail, which the solution turned out to be, the treasure turned out to be the dodo and Mauritius, turtle, who is mythically, or however you want to describe it, represented as having the elephants and the discord on its back. well, listen, what's fantasy is fact, and what's fact is fantasy, right? Everything is reversed. Everything about science now is about belief, whereas everything about religion, as us genuine flat earthers, is about knowing. We know that there's a higher power. We know if you want to put the label God or the sound God on it, right? That's up to you. We know there's a higher power. So in that sense, everything has been reversed, and well, so it is. It's mirror everywhere, right? Everything is mirrored. Your own self-image is mirrored. So it's down to you to untangle. So I have my next song, 444. I have a, and I know I was thinking about you recently there, 444 in terms of the and it's pretty easy as well. I just need to practice it though, because there isn't too much variation within it. But positively Fourth Street, right? But the greatest insult ever generated is the last verse of that, right? 444. But I won't sing that now. But I'll sing another Bob Dylan song, which I have sang before as well, and let's see how this goes. Um, it's so quiet around here, honestly, it is. All is quiet and gentle, and the turmoil is within. You know, what next? What then? Sang Plato's Ghost. What then? I don't like money at all. I don't like it. I was happiest when I was homeless and I had no money, and I was meeting. I can't say it as well, but I was having different encounters. But um, when I was out, just playing my guitar and singing, not bothering too much if I hoping I get a few quid for this or that, but not worry too much about it, but just expressing myself and singing, you know, and seeing what the next hour or the next, what do you call it, would hold, next day would hold. But to be able to sing and just have no fear of it, you know, not necessarily in front of people, it's just on the main street and there's people walking by, coming to and fro. It's a releasing moment in a big sense. Back to moments again, right? Moment. When you think the moon. Why does moon begin with M-O? I like this YouTube setup. I think it's very crisp and clear, but yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder is there hidden somewhere the ability to share your screen? Because if there was, then I'd have no further need, right? Because I only go to the basic level of things. I just want to share some pictures or share some links or 6 hours and nine. It says it's just that's an amazing. I think fuck. What else am I doing? 6 hours and nine. What time did I start? About 10 o'clock. Yeah. You got to do something with your moments, right? Smash that super chat. I mean, come on, share the link. Come on. I'm looking. What am I? What I think I'm on 600. Actually, I think I'm on channel 93, PJ Encore. If you haven't seen PJ Encore's channel, I have 4 videos. So my PJ channel got shut down because once I revealed the significance of the old seeing eye, the Masonic square and compass, and how it applied to tangible reality, my channel got porn bombed and was subsequently shut down. And I had to set up another channel, PJ Encore. I'll post a link here. I have 4 videos, so everything is worth watching. I think every book is worth reading, right? What do you reckon? I think every book is worth reading. Every song is worth hearing. You never know when you're going to learn something pertinent from some influence that you wouldn't have pre-credited with having an ability to alter. Okay, what's going on here? That just PJ Encore, you'll see it. It's also a picture of a dodo, and but that the other dodo, PJ Encore dodo, is very, very special indeed. That's a different story now, Mark. The next time, if you're willing to come out for a chat, Mark Collard, and maybe me, you, and Gideon can have a chat about all this with no time restrictions, no sort of animosity or anything like this, just a sort of introduction and general conversation. I think we could make real progress. I definitely do. Everyone has their thing to offer, right? Definitely, right? And if Maggie, if Maggie joined the conversation, fucking hell, Maggie, how many minds would you blow with some of the stuff that you have? Not to mind, but some of the stuff that we have to talk about as well. So yeah, maybe for the next time I get OBS installed and go through a quick tutorial just how to operate it and take it from there. That would definitely be an excellent idea. Then I could, well, if you keep me limited to one particular topic, I could expound, well, massively on it. And again, just impart my thoughts on a certain specific matter as related to my journey along, well, this particular flat Earth pathway, which has led me to understanding now that flat Earth is a psyop. Believe it? Of course it is. It's handed to us on a plate. Come on, Earth is not flat. You say, what do you mean Earth is not flat? Well, I say Earth is not flat, but I have a different picture formulated. Bob. What are you telling me? Chicken licken? Chicken licken. Ducky lucky. As I always mentioned that in a previous hangout. And there's lots of foreigners around, and especially lots of Asian people as well, who are a little bit like, I don't know what's going on. Like, they're talking 90 miles an hour. And I was just tempted, I'd probably do it tomorrow if I'm in town now. And if I had a camera, I'd almost tape it if I was, but I have to do it for myself anyway. If I see 2 Asian guys sitting alongside the river, I'm just going to go over and try. Well, I'm going to try pretend I'm kind of a lost individual, and I'm asking them for instructions. But I'm going to go through the list of names that Chicken Licken encounters when he has to tell everyone about the sky falling in. So, for instance, first of all, the 2 lads would be sitting there going, and I go, sorry, oh yeah. Chicken licken? What? Chicken licken? Chicken licken? Chicken licken? There you go. What's going on? Chicken licken. I go, Henny penny? Any penny? Any penny? Any penny? Any penny chicken licken? I can see it. Can you not see it? That'd be brilliant. I won't be able to get it on camera, I'm sure, but I'll just do it for my own. I get it down to, I think, about 8. Like Chicken Licken, Henny Penny, Ducky Lucky. You got Ducky Lucky. You can imagine it. Ducky Lucky. Goosey Lucy. Goosey Lucy. He's like, he's made this going. Goosey Lucy. Goosey Lucy. Henny Penny. Chicky Licking. You know, come on, yeah. So I think the last one is Foxy Loxy. That'd be very interesting to record to see how far I'd get. And your man keep trying to accommodate me, really trying to help me out because I'm lost. And at the end, then I'll just speak some English. Do you know where the toilet is? Where's the nearest toilet? I was just thinking about it in terms of YouTube and how you can make money from views. Oh man, I have so many ideas. But when I was living with my brother Andrew and his dog Brandy, shit, the funniest thing you ever see in your life. He got some package through the post. Maybe it's a big TV or something. I can't think what it was now. What was it? It was something anyway, but it was this not normal bubble wrap. It was for extra large bubble wrap. So I decided to wrap Brandy, a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, in the bubble wrap one day and sort of cover him from just basically over and around the ears all the way down to his rump. And filmed it. I have it on camera and I played it on tape as well. That's fucking hilarious. I don't give a shit who you are. If you don't look at that, and especially my commentary, me sort of urging him out of this bubble wrap, and he doesn't know what to make of it. And eventually we have victory. He escapes the sort of the bubble. But that's funny. If you don't get loads of views from that, then you don't share the same sense of humor. Yeah, there's a basic sense of humor that that sort of applies to the vast majority of us anyway. But that's a different thing. I have on the screen here chapter 12 of Alice Through the Looking Glass. So a parting chapter, but we'll remember anybody who's listening, Mark, Gideon, Daniel, Maggie, it's not just 12, it's 13. And the 13 represents the 3 and the 1 as well. So all things combined, right? This is us. I'm the 1. I'm the body. B-O-D. There we have the O-D. Y. Y is what? The I, right? Y is also the B if we count A, B, Z, Y. So we have that mirrored equivalence. Which dreamed it? Chapter 12, the parting chapter, but it's not. Because there is a 13th chapter, and, well, going back to that again, that's a whole fucking hangout on itself, man. But I'll keep the suspense going. Mark, or anyone else who's following along. So this is the apparent final thoughts we're left with from Alice in Wonderland, the most significant book in history. That's what I'm going to say. And that's what I'm going to say, and I'm just going to repeat what I've already said, because I broke it down in terms of the most translated book into the most languages earthwide, the Bible, works of Shakespeare, and I'm not talking as well about recent sort of influences, even though they're significant themselves, but before sort of the Harry Potters or the modern system, these classics, the Bible, the works of Shakespeare, and third is listed as Alice in Wonderland, which pops up the first in relative weight categories, right? Because the Bible is 66 books, Shakespeare whatever number of books. I read all the works of Shakespeare, actually. Again, I think another one of those things I was always meant to do, right? I read all the works of Shakespeare in terms of all the plays, anyway. I didn't read some of the rest of the stuff, poems, sonnets, etc. But I've read all of the plays, and well, what a journey, and how it comes back to significance. Well, the more I realize Shakespeare didn't exist, and well, it's the same. Shakespeare had his Globe Theatre, right, the biggest pusher of the Globe, and I realized this at the time. Look at how many times the Globe in the universe is sort of referenced. What's one of my favorite quotes, if I can bring it to mind? I could be bounded in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space if it weren't for the bad dream. So this notion of infinite space is introduced. Anyone in the chat? I'm not going to go there for a bit yet because I have this chapter to read. Can you locate that quote without Google? I could be bounded in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space were it not for the bad dreams. But there is this infinite space notion incorporated into the playful entertainment, right? Shakespeare had the Globe Theatre, Shakespeare, right? So all of these clues put in their path, and once you see those clues, you're not going to sort of revert back to unseen clues. You know what I mean? You just move forward. You're thinking, and well, therein lies the sort of crux of everything. Therein lies the rub, in a sense. Here's just me expressing myself. I'm not even sure if I'm still coming through. Let me just check if I'm still coming through on the troubles earlier on. Yeah, I think I'm coming through. Let me tell you how big the second delay. All right. I lost it. I lost it. Okay, I think the volume is suffering here somewhat. Okay, I'm sorry about not going to chat. I think everything's come through okay, but there is a significant enough delay, maybe 10 seconds. So I'm just going to continue on, and otherwise, it's coming through much clearer in the main YouTube channel. And yeah, well, forgive my luck, my teeth are terrible, but I can't worry about this stuff anymore. I was speaking to somebody earlier on, Ali B, right? All IB. And I was thinking in terms of my own Steve. My Steve is blind in his left eye. And for all of the early years, he had to endure sort of like a patch, especially I didn't see him regularly as well. I was awarded certain sort of visiting times via the court system. So when I did see him, and that sort of changed as well. That was variable throughout the years, but a lot of the time he had to put on this patch over his good eye because the idea being to strengthen his weaker eye. But yeah, at the end of the day, it turns out after all the effort and all the sort of sacrifice, he's completely blind in his left eye now. And when I think in terms of a greater picture, I I see how that symbolically almost has to be as well. It's all IB. We are in a divided state and a center line. First of all, we external divided state, male from female, but within one, then we have this internal dividing line, and it's all about two becoming one, reunification. And you might call that delusional, just seeking consolation, but I'd say you might be justified in that, but we know that there is a greater force. I know myself that there is a greater force in play, so I mightn't be right about that conclusion or that hope, but that doesn't change anything else. Then I know that there's a greater force in play here, and it's not the literal force. The literal life is terribly monotonous to a massive degree for all of us. It's how do we spend our time? Well, we spend our time killing time or finding ways to kill time and make time more tolerable. In Actually, I'm looking at my own self on my own YouTube screen here, and I look like David Bowie. Just something just yeah. Just this. Can you see this on the main screen? So this image, something about David Bowie there. Another fake death, by the way. Who cares anymore? Yeah, I don't look into that stuff anymore. So you like what I showed there with the light, and you notice that the diffraction pattern it was based on the shade itself, right, and the particular construction of the shade. This is what I say that the watery barrier, the energized, watery contoured barrier above represents the shade against which the light bulb, the energy focal point reflects. So the contour of the shade is all important. As I pointed out earlier on, when you looked at the pattern in movement, it was against a planar or a flat or a horizontal screen. In reality, when we look at the skylights moving above us, the sun, the moon, everything above us, it's against a contoured screen of a certain contour, and the sun gives away that contour as well. When we look at the sun setting in the horizon, you'll see the sun at the center and an arch around it in terms of light. This tells us the contour of the shade. If the contour of the shade was like Mark Sargent says, for instance, the snow globe, and everything was located roughly in relation to the north center, then the sun, when it is going off into the distance at sunset, would give you an arc like this, right, with the sun at the center here. So an arc like this reflecting against this ever increasing barrier distance to the north center, where it's at its highest point. That's what's happening. The highest point is along the equator. So we have the outer barrier, the equator, which contours towards the ground at the north and the southern center. And yeah, this is what the sun reflects then. So it's, I'm not saying it's pretty simple. For me, it's pretty simple. And if I'm wrong, well, no, it's not. It's not if I'm wrong. Who am I kidding here? Who am I selling anything to? When I look in the chat, there's 11 people looking. It's not about who's looking or who isn't looking, or who's listening and who isn't listening. This whole arena is unbelievable. It beggars belief. The number of it does beggar belief, honestly. You think about it. You think about it. Strange it all is. I mean, Mark Sargent. His name Sargent is an anagram of strange. Strange World is the name of his regular podcast. It's not incidents or coincidence. You know, it's all designed this way. And once you understand that, then you come into a different layer of thinking, right? And I guess for the longest of times, relationally, that's the only way I can speak. I've been in that different layer of thinking. So that takes you to a different place then, and it's very difficult to be able to relate to anybody in relation to that. But I can't deny to myself that people like Mark Sargent aren't created characters specifically for this role. They were born for this role. Mark Sargent has been seen by more people earthwide than you have. Many people have seen Mark, you know, English television alone on with Pierce, what's his name? Pierce Brosnan, not Pierce Brosnan, Pierce Morgan, Pierce whatever, anyway, whatever his name is. That's just one instance. He's been on Irish, Irish TV, he's been Irish radio anyway, and Irish podcasts, but pretty much every mainstream outlet has featured at one time or another Mark Sargent. So these are primary sort of players in this grander theatre. So what do you make of it? It's down to you. If you make shit all of it, that's grand, right? That's grand. You conflict with my point of view. And if you were talking to me here and I'd say, give me the link here, Shay. Brand, here's the link. And you come along and tell me, you look, well, you're talking a lot of shit, man. Come on, don't be telling me that. You don't know anything about my thoughts or my process over the time I've been my lifetime. Right? If you have all the answers, if you have all the solutions, offer them up. Let me hear it. Maybe something will resonate with me, and I go, man, that's the piece I was missing. I'm eternally grateful to you. Yeah, but what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to work out this. I'm trying to work out a way through. Yeah, trying to work out a way through the next moment, through to the next moment, right? They're singing their song anyway. Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier on the SX guitar. Christ Mass is abbreviated as X-MAS. So we can unscramble and get XMS, right? XMS, so XS, or SX, right? In XS, sex. How did we all get here, right? The Big Bang. be it the coming together of the sperm and the egg. And well, isn't it funny that this beautiful guitar, which I think I was had a go at uh, modifying in some minor ways anyway, just because the strings are a bit high here, fingers are very sore, and I sort of know what I need to do anyway to bring it as flat and level as you can to get the best sound and the strings and the best action as well. So that might be my venture into well, future instrument making, for instance. I have a few instruments in my own brain that I have to think back now. A few years ago, definitely took a few notions seriously and could easily have developed them. And who knows where those thoughts would have led. But yeah, all these things are possible futures, and outside of anything else, um, possible future ventures, or adventures, or pathways. But outside of anything else, I was always happy enough with the thought that I could sing a song reasonably, and I could most especially compose a song or write a song, bring a song into being, because that was the reason I wanted to play guitar in the first place. And the vast majority of the songs that virtually 100% of them that I have brought into being, no one has heard. Right? And I'm fine with that. But something I'll share with my son, and that's another great avenue. Me and my son are reunited. If we take to a music vocation, who knows what we can develop from that? Unlimited possibilities with the right mindset. I was going to say the right resignation. How do you resign yourself to incorporating a world of lies into the remaining time you have in this world of lies, the truth. Just go to the toilet for a second and I place on them and take it there. Right. Um, in some senses, it seems almost pointless talking or expressing thoughts on anything. Who are you expressing them to? Where's the tangibility to anything? The most difficult aspect of all of this is how this affects our daily lives, our real interactions with our family, friends, loved ones, acquaintances, etc. And if it hasn't affected it in the most drastic of ways as I see it, then there's something lacking, right? And there is something lacking. It's one thing to know what to do with yourself. It's a different thing to know how to think with yourself and how to cope with yourself. In light of having to think about what to do with yourself while you are thinking about what to think about yourself. And that's outside. That applied to the me beforehand, before finding out all of these contrary information, this conspiratorial possibility anyway, outside of truth. Maybe many different conspiracies. 9/11 is laden with conspiracies, for instance, to incorporate you in, to suck you into, or I was going to say, suck you into the matrix, or maybe suck you out of the matrix. It's maybe suck you in order to suck you out, right? You come to a certain point of realization, you make your way through the different layers until eventually your Sherlock Holmes brain kicks in and goes, okay, all is not quite as it seems. And, well, where do you take that from there? I don't know where you take it from anywhere. Who are you? So, who is anybody? Can't say I know anybody. All I can do here is go on names, and I'm way back in the chat. If Maggie is here in the chat, Kaliuka, I've met Maggie. I can relate firsthand to Maggie, but beyond pretty much anybody else, I might have seen a few faces here and there. Otherwise, it's just names, and it's one of these vagaries, right? But yeah, these are the deeper to be or not to be questions. And I'm thinking about that as well. All by Shakespeare, right? Shakespeare didn't exist, a hidden hand, to be or not to be. If you think about the whole E spirit, actually, I should get a pad. I have paper upstairs. I could get the basic message across with a pen and just flip through the paper. But if we think about an E and the backwards E together, we have the three spine, or sorry, the central spines, and then we have three fins sticking out, and the whole E spirit of the center. And well, how might it apply to us? Our component parts as well come into play. Everything is representative of the truth. And the truth is our nature, our reality, and its component parts, and how it relates to itself, and also its external, everything external, everything outside itself. Right. I'll go on the road to sweeter I'll go on the road to sweeter I'll go on the road to sweeter sigh, sticking my hand in the tear. I don't pull it down because I heard cry, Johnny, I hardly knew. With guns and drums and drums and guns, Guns and drums and drums and guns. With guns and drums and guns, the enemy nearly slew. My darling dear, you look so queer, Johnny, I hardly knew you. Where are those eyes with which you smile? Where are those eyes with which you smile? Where are those eyes with which you smile? Why, poor heart, you first began? Why did you skedaddle from me and the child? Johnny, I hardly knew you. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg. You're an eyeless, noseless chicken. You'll have to be put with a bone to beg. Johnny, I hardly knew you. I'm happy for to see you home. I'm happy for to see you home. I'm happy for to see you home. All from the island up. So high in the flesh, so low in the bone. Johnny, I hardly knew you. They're coming for our guns again. They're coming for our guns again. They're coming for our guns again. They never will take our sons. No, they never will take our sons again. Johnny, I swear to you. No, they never will take our sons again. Johnny, I swear it to you. Yeah, they could be coming after our mental guns, right? Control that imagine I magi nation. That sort of amounts to, and well, it's all about the breaking free as well. That has to be incorporated into our thinking. There's a greater reason behind all of this. And we wouldn't be put into a situation that we couldn't resolve. That's to a greater or lesser degree the way I think about it now. So moment by moment, it's moments from here on in, right? We had so much stuff I could bring up. I cleared out a lot of the links, but if I was to read more stuff, yeah, I could get embroiled in so much. Polaris is a link I have up. Very, very interesting. When we reconsider everything, when we flip everything, when we think of the model that the Earth is as presented via the mainstream, um, how, okay, let me formulate this question. How might it look? Okay, I sort of asked the same question earlier on in a different format, right? If we were to imagine that the bowler has given, right, in terms of all of its component parts and all of its qualities and associative characteristics, it was in some way metaphor which was used to incorporate or encode the true nature of our reality, and it's only by sort of taking apart its component parts and piecing them together in a different sense could we arrive um, well towards answering the fundamental, the basic questions, as to what is the true nature of our reality, what is the shape, what is the layout, well, what is at the greater core, right? And yeah, when we do this, I think I have to do it more. Well, if I'm inclined to do it more or to get into sort of in-depth details, because I think you can get involved in the details. It depends on sort of where you're at, your thinking, and I stress that, I reiterate that I'm consider myself a flat earther since 2013 after due consideration. And there's been that sort of length of time or that sort of process for me personally um, to, I'm not going to say move beyond, but I would say move beyond flat Earth. And well, you know, you can only consider you can only consider non-bendy water for so long, right? You can only consider arguing the same points um, for a certain finite period. And that's why I say after due consideration, if you consider yourself a flat earther, you're not capable of being persuaded otherwise or being sort of lured back to the ball earth. It's impossible, right? And every new piece of information that comes your way will just copper fasten that sort of worldview or non-worldview. So yeah, it's flat, but it's not flat. There's more beyond it. This is what I'm saying. There's a greater picture. There's a greater reality in play, and there's a greater story that we are all coming to piece together and well, to read in our own way. I know people are. I know what I'm. Everything that I'm finding out for myself, I know other people know it has to be the case, and even if it's not other people, whoever is a higher, whoever the fuck we are, whatever's going on here, there's a greater intelligence behind all of this, and we're just making our way through a maze in a big sense. And well, this is the way it was laid out, right? And follow the clues, follow your nose, and well, eventually you'll end up somewhere. Well, where you end up, that's separate from where I end up because I don't know you, right? So I got to figure where I'm bound for. Um, my thoughts on that matter. My thoughts on how the external connects with the internal and all reduces down to one central pivotal infinite point, which is the best ways I can come to terms with it anyway is Aristotle's, right? Decapitated tree of life, the all encompassing everything and nothing at the same time. It's ridiculous, right? Except that it's tangible everywhere. You can observe the repeating cloud patterns in your own local sky. And should we get together and compare repeating patterns, you'll find that my repeating patterns are the same as yours, no matter where you are. You know, if we can just adjust for a different perspective or a different angle of viewing. Right, this is my last cigarette. I'm smoking like a trooper. Okay. Up in the morning, out on a job, I work like the devil for my pay. While that lucky old son got nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Fuss with my woman, toil for my kids, I sweat till I'm wrinkled and gray. While that lucky old son got nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. Till the Lord of above can hear me crying, tears running down my eyes. Send on your tongue and silvery light to lift me to paradise. Walk me across and wash all my troubles away. Like that lucky old sun, you know nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. tears running down my eyes. No sign of your car, but it's slippery line to lift me to paradise. I see that river, I'm waving upon. My troubles all seem washed away, like that lucky old sun. I got nothing to do but roll around heaven all day. I got lucky old sun. I got nothing to do but heaven all day. Yeah, much fun that would be, rolling around heaven all day, every day, day in, day out, spiraling inwards and outwards. This is why we get the seasons as well. It's the spring and the fall. So when Aristarchus, the decapitated tree, remember the energy is still intact. It's just been disconnected. And yeah, when it rises, we have the breathing out of the permeable barrier, and we have this sort of lung-like expansion and contraction over this consistent period. This is how time is defined, right? This core movement, and well, all roads lead to Aristarchus, the decapitated tree of life. What are you going to say? I think that's the way it's written, and the more information I come across, and that's not just in terms of what I can learn from reading, because I don't read much these days, or I don't even look at many videos. There's no one thinking along the same lines, so I'm pretty much my own in all of this, and all I can do is express to the best of my ability, well, the worst of my abilities after 7 hours, um, some sort of coherent communicative offering, I guess, and in a sense, I think it ultimately will come back to you, the individual, formulating and piecing together your own picture as to the basis and the nature of your own reality. Who else is there, right? I don't know who else is there. So I daren't go into chat because, look, I'm very sorry as well if there's any direct questions aimed at me. I'll just press the blue down button and go to the end of chat and sort of take it from there. I hope all is going well. And P. Mars is the first name I saw. P. Mars, fuck's sake. Haven't seen you around in a while. Yeah, but look, this is what I'm saying. I mean, when we engaged in, I have Fyodor Dostoevsky banned, by the way, or blocked from my account. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like what it did, and you can't sort of slide along the razor blade, right? So you're going to get cut one way or another. Um, so I'm happy enough to do that as well. We try to be honest at all times, and it's a slippery enough arena as well. So it's not good to get sort of attached. I know that there are many different characters put in place to possibly educate, don't take away from that fact, but also to educate up to a certain point. And well, I'm free to leave behind any character I so choose, but otherwise, if you can be seen in chat here, that's fine. I just can't see him because I'm personally black, but that's fine as well. I don't mind that. So I hope you're well. Otherwise, whoever you are, how you doing, Tom? I haven't seen you around in a while. You made a few brief appearances on Jose's channel, and well, look, we're getting nowhere with the basic. Uh, it all goes back to basics, doesn't it? So the basics are best left behind. There is this sort of clinical divide between whole Earth antagonists and flat Earthers. But we have to understand, as flat Earthers, and you know this well enough, Tom, at least to some degree, that there are these ingrained divides implanted within flat Earth from the very outset, and all of this drama generated, and all of this energy, I guess, diverted or controlled or directed a certain way. And depending on how we view the greater game at play here, well, that will determine how we view all of these obvious sort of tactics or obvious players or obvious role or gatekeepers. You might say I am one, but if I am one, I guarantee you, I not guarantee anybody anything, but I'll tell you that if I was playing a part, the best that I could see, I would never, ever, ever be allowed to mention our start. I would never, because it's so encoded. It's so intimately. It might be exactly what I'm saying. It is right. It might be exactly that. I'm not saying that, but it's so heavily encoded that it's absolutely fundamentally and pertinently connected with this greater fabric of our reality. And I could expand upon that in many ways. The very idea of space time, I look weird here. I could be a new. Look at the way I look here. That's weird now, isn't it? It could be a new character, like it's the Marvel universe, a hero or villain that I make going there. I'm just trying to get my look right here now. So where am I coming from? Anyway, I look weird now. I'm stoned. I think it's something to do with the eye. I don't know what's going on. Like a black man. Actually, like a black man. My nostrils even bigger. So what's going on there? Anyway, yeah, what's the point, right? What's the point? You come to realize that the whole thing is controlled. The whole game is rigged. So where does that leave you? You have to come out your individual harsh conclusions, I guess, one way or the other. I guess. What are you going to do otherwise? I don't know. Ask myself that as well, and hopefully something will occur and something will inspire me. Fancy taking off in my car, trip up to the hills or something momentarily. Is the audio terrible? Let me put it to volume smaller. Yeah, it's a little bit mid-range, so that's probably my fault there. How's that? Hopefully that's better there. Not going to sound too much longer anyway. I primarily came on just to go through the Alice in Wonderland missing original plate, and well, now found, right? The plate is now found, and the finer detail shows through as a particular face underneath the dodo's wing. That face is the face of Paul / Paul McCartney of the Beatles. Paul / Paul McCartney of the Beatles passed on the baton to Michael Jackson when they had that bidding war for the Beatles back catalogue, and Michael Jackson won. Michael Jackson faked his death and returned as the Five Alive Dodo. The dodo is absolutely pertinent to everything in symbolic form. It represents the changing face of the flat earth, literally. When we look at Gleason's map, the map of choice that was presented to us at the door of flat earth, when we rotated around 180 degrees, so Australia is at the bottom, as we're accustomed to seeing all maps. Well, then a particular bird jumps out, and especially when we can imagine some of the water being drained away, and that bird is a non-existent dodo bird. So once you understand that the dodo bird didn't exist, but then what greater story may be crafted within the construct itself? This is ultimately what it's all about, and all of these different characters. Michael Jackson, as I said, coming back as the Five Alive Dodo. Thom Yorke from Radiohead, the band that with Kid A are responsible for the soundtrack to the greatest movie of our age or time, and the greatest symbolic event or non-event there is, right, in history, or in our epoch anyway. So that is 9/11 and Kid A, song number 10, song number X or song number IO is motion picture soundtrack. So how do all these things connect? Well, you tell me, right? I've no idea. I'm sick of talking about the same stuff over and over again. So, most of the rest of the time, I'm left to my own thoughts on all levels. So, I'm just doing the best I can. So, for next time, maybe I'll get OBS downloaded and be able to send out the link, etc., and have the ability to stream and both share screen and images, etc., to back up what I might have to say, but yeah, happy enough for tonight, and I'm happy enough to sign off as well. Sorry if I missed any questions, usual, and shit. Don't worry about it. There will be time. Indeed, there will be time. This time I'll leave you with my usual, which I haven't sang in a while, so I'm just singing this. And oh, hang on, actually. So I'm going to leave you with two things. Very short. Chapter 12 of Alice in Wonderland, or Alice Through Looking Glass. And remember, it's not the 12, it's the 13. So only 12 disciples gather around the 13th, the Christ itself, right? The same with Arthur, Arthur, right? And the 12 knights of the Round Table. The 12 constellations gather around the one center. This one center is in expressed form Polaris, but in prime form RI Starkus. Polaris Starkus, Polaris from the very center. So yeah, there's a 13 chapter to Alice in Wonderland, and this is a discarded chapter called The Wasp in the Wake. And next time maybe I'll go through that again. And very important indeed. And there's also some literature associated, just like there was with John Tenniel and the missing plate. There's also a story that goes along with the discarded chapter, why it was discarded. It's very, very silly grounds, and well, yeah, what is deeper encoded within the whole rigmarole, I guess. But for the moment, I'll leave you with Alice's final thoughts. And I would say pay attention, well, to all of it, but especially to the last third. Say, it'll only take a few minutes here. So, Your Red Majesty shouldn't purr so loud, Alice said, rubbing her eyes and addressing the kitten. Especially yet with some severity. You woke me out of such a nice dream, and you've been along with me, Kitty, all through the looking glass world. Did you know it, dear? It is a very inconvenient habit of kittens. Alice had once made the remark that whatever you say to them, they always purr. If you would only purr for yes and mew or meow for no, or any rule of that sort, she had said, so that one could keep up a conversation. But how can you talk with a person if they always say the same thing? On this occasion, the kitten only purred, but it was impossible to guess whether it meant yes or no. So Alice hunted among the chessmen, yeah, chessboard. Anyway, 64 squares in a chessboard, 8 times 8, HH, hidden hand, game of kings, or the game of royalty. All the pieces are well, attributed life or attributed roles and movements based on well, it comes back to core truths, right? What sort of influences and powers are in play here, most especially within ourselves, right? Alice spends her time through the looking glass, making her way up the chessboard from pawn to queen. And not to get too involved in this, but there is a whole hell of a lot. I spend maybe a month reading both books and just expressing my thoughts in it. But anyway, getting back to Alice's final thoughts, which are not quite Alice's or all of us, our final thoughts, but are considerable thoughts nonetheless. On this occasion, the kitten only purred, and it was impossible to guess whether it meant yes or no. So Alice hunted among the chessmen on the table till she found the Red Queen. Then she went down on her knees on the hearth rug and put the kitten and the Queen to look at each other. Now, Kitty, she cried, clapping her hands triumphantly, confess that was what you turned into. So the kitty is the female offspring of Dinah, and Alice is pointing out the association with the Red Queen. But you'd have to go through the book as well to get a grasp of the character and I guess the symbolic relationship between reality and the dream state, etc. But yeah, sit up a little stiff, dear, Alice cried with a merry laugh, and courtesy while you're thinking what to purr. It saves time, remember. And she caught it up and gave it one little kiss, just in honor of its having been a red queen. Snowdrop, my pet, she went on, looking over her shoulder at the white kitten, which was still patiently undergoing its toilet. When will Dinah have finished with your White Majesty, I wonder? That must be the reason why you were so untidy in my dream. Dinah, do you know that you're scrubbing a white queen? Really, it's most disrespectful of you. So once again, at the start of the story, we have this blending of real life, within fantasy world, but real life encounters, interactions, relations, and how they project over and extend over into dream world. But obviously, there's much more to it. But the questions at the end I'm getting to, and I'll just finish off there. Yeah, and what did Dinah turn to, I wonder? She prattled on as she settled comfortably down with one elbow on the rug and her chin in her hand to watch the kittens. Tell me, Dinah, did you turn to Humpty Dumpty? You think you know Humpty Dumpty? Well, you got to read I think it's chapter 7 of Alice Through Looking Glass again. You don't know Humpty Dumpty. You don't know shit. Have an investigation into the real Humpty Dumpty. So, did you turn to Humpty Dumpty, Dinah? I think you did. However, you'd better not mention it to your friends just yet, for I'm not sure. By the way, Kitty, if only you'd been really with me in my dream, there was one thing you would have enjoyed. I have such a quantity of poetry said to me all about fishes. Tomorrow morning you shall have a real treat. All the time you're eating your breakfast, I'll repeat the walrus and the carpenter to you, and you can make believe it's oysters, my dear. That's very, very interesting. Because oysters turns out to be the solution to the White Queen's final riddle to Alice before Alice received her crown. Right? Where does your crown go on the crown of your head? um, Oysters turns out to be the solution, and there we've been told literally the answer, but there's more to it, right? We've learned from Humpty Dumpty, all is not as it sounds, right? And uh, yeah, once again, not to delve too much into what came before this at the time. Yeah, we were led up to these moments and we didn't recognize it at the time. But now looking back on it, well, all oyster is the solution. And oyster is I star, which is RI star, because this is the reference that it all goes back to the decapitated tree of life, this divided state. Down the rabbit hole is referencing this um, well, this truncated, right, this truncated passage, this truncated reality. So, so very interesting, and well, how many times were brought significance to the walrus and the carpenter, and only did it land the last show as well, when I talked about Harry Nilsson being played by the same character who plays Paul McCartney, and he talking about the walrus and the carpenter in his song One. Well, I should learn that. That's well, that. Maybe I'll open it the next time I with that. It's the loneliest number you ever knew. Two can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number since the number one. You ever knew. These battles won. It's the loneliest number since the number one. So yeah, I might looking out for the next time. So the parting told Alice leaves us, all these different clues, but let's consider now the unanswered questions. Now, Kitty, let's consider who it was that dreamed it all. This is a serious question, my dear. So, like when in the Bible, Gospel, especially Jesus instructs us to let those with ears hear. We're being instructed to pay extra attention to what's to come next. So this is a serious question, my dear, and you should not go on licking your paw like that, as if Dinah hadn't washed you this morning. You see, Kitty, it must have been either me or the Red King. He was part of my dream, of course, but then I was part of his dream too. Was it the Red King, Kitty? You were his wife, my dear. You ought to know. Oh, Kitty, do help to settle it. I'm sure your Paul can wait, but the provoking kitten only began on the other paw and pretended it hadn't heard the question. Which do you think it was? Very interesting, and that's still a question that I am pondering, we have to go back when we think of the Red King and his encounter with the lion and the unicorn, and Alice had the plum pie, which she divided 2/3 to 1/3 in favor of the lion. But the battle went on, right? And how the Red King, I suppose, was diminished into the background. He was a fallen character in relation to the strength and integrity, I guess, of the unicorn, the strength of will and purpose of the unicorn and the lion. So, what do these things represent? Well, yeah, talked about all of that. Unicorn, 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 right? It all comes back to our sexuality. It all comes back ultimately to the seaman. And, you know, yeah, the lion and the loin, right? It's a distinction, very minor distinction, isn't it? Which do you think it was? And we're left, as at the final, we're left with a little ditty. It's a boat beneath a summer sky, lingering onward dreamily in an evening of July. Children three that nestle near, eager eye and willing ear, pleased a simple tale to hear. Long has paled that sunny sky, echoes fade and memories die. Autumn frosts have slain July. She still haunts me, phantom-wise, Alice moving under skies never seen by waking eyes. Children yet, the tale to hear, eager eye and willing ear, lovingly shall nestle near. In a wonderland they lie, dreaming as the days go by, dreaming as the summers die, ever drifting down the stream, lingering in the golden gleam. Life, what is it but a dream? The children aren't lied to. Right. I want to ponder what I read there, and I suggest you do the same. But as I said, there's more to this because it's described the 13th chapter, the rejected chapter called The Wasp and the Wig. And I've been over that many times, but maybe the next time I can resurrect that and see some new significance, even though I did see a lot of significance in it last time. And shit, man, if I was to direct you back to what hangout that was at, I couldn't even begin to. I have no idea. I'm so many at this stage. I definitely went into it in detail as I followed it on as well. But all of these things are there to be considered, and this was more so aimed at someone like Mark here. If you're still listening, Mark, so there's lots of different clues planted in our pathway, but we are being specifically pointed at Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass and all things related, and what we can learn from that, what has been encoded within that. And as I mentioned about the dodo, and that as the story goes, the plate, the one missing plate, and now it's been found. In that sense, as I say, one of the greatest treasures ever found, because it spans so much. First of all, literal time, as the story goes, but also then so much sort of symbolic significance to a greater picture here, the greater reality that pertains to all of us. So to find that face underneath the dove's wing, you can say clearly that that is the situation. This is clearly the case. So to put that face in context and of Paul McCartney and that whole controversy in this divided state of us without and within. So Paul is the dodo, right? So the dodo without represents the changing face that Leeson's map turned upside down. in a general sense. This is the basic layout of the land as it juts out above the water. So that's what the dodo represents. But this came about because of the decapitation of Aristarchus. So Edmund was reversed. What was Paul's first daughter's name? What do you call her? Estelle, right? Estelle is star. So one came from the other, or the other came from the one. You decide which is which. Who dreamed it? Which dreamed it? Yeah, one things to consider. I'm going to bring up some final lyrics now and sing it out. Okay. And so thanks very much for tuning in. I know it's been a long one and maybe not much resolved, but hopefully even a few things worth hearing and considering and leave that in your lap. And until the next time, hopefully next time we'll have necessary packages to, first of all, be able to share my own screen, but also to have other people join if they want to as well. But I'm sure it could be some possible excellent discussions anyway. So yeah, I'll leave you on the usual note, parting glass, and until the next time, love to all. I've spent if I had money to spend, I'd to sit here. There's a time I feel they would wish you are more dead to but since it falls onto my lines, I should rise and you should. I gently rise and I softly call. Good night and joy. I'll gently rise and I softly call. Enjoy. night, friends. I love you, my Steve.